Hello, good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Lovely to be back with you. Me and Kat were saying, gosh, what is this unearthly hour at 5 a.m. this morning? I feel really far away today, or very small. Hello. It's fine, I don't mind the wide angle, it's fine. It has been, I know that I'm getting bigger now, Elliot, but you don't need to just keep zooming the camera out and further out and out and out. No, he's coming to zoom in. Welcome to the show. We've got an amazing day today. In fact, I'm going to make myself comfy and have a cup of tea because we've got Kerrie and we've got Emma Bradshaw. Both at Bradford, both Emma who am I thinking of? Sex and the City. What's her name? Carrie Bradshaw. Emma Bradford and Kerrie, Living in Loveliness, both coming up in the show today. So it's going to be lovely. If you've got any questions for them, of course, get them in. We'll start very quickly with the early bird, as we've got so much to do, as we always do with Kerrie. We've got loads to get through. So we've got brand new product today. It's the early bird, and it's a little double whammy. So you get your rose-headed coloured pins, which are gorgeous, these rose gold colour headed pins. And then you also get a pair of travel snips. So they look like little spectacles. They do, don't they? So they pull out like this, and then these pull in. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. To be little scissors. I'm very clumsy at the moment, so I've got to be very careful with these. But how lovely are these? So maybe if you're doing your English paper piecing, sitting on the sofa, you know, doing some hand stitching, it's always handy to have a little pair of scissors. Or when we're able to go on the move again and when we're able to travel, maybe sitting on the train or on the coach, how perfect are these? And they do just slide away, so compact and nice like that. £5.98. This would make a lovely gift for somebody. Rose gold coloured, anything's always very, very popular indeed. Now, just so you know, we started with a big quantity of these, already 10% gone. So do make sure you're checking out nice and early, as you'll only pay £1 postage and packaging all day today. We've also got lots of new products from Kerrie today. We've got some really, really gorgeous fabrics coming up. So not only do you have your folding scissors, you also have your rose gold coloured pins for £5.48. Go on then, Kat's going to tell us a secret. If you want to make a bit of a collection of rose gold bits and bobs for your craft room, the rose gold magnetic dish, you've seen Kerrie use it before when she was making her folding style baubles. They're always very, very popular, but they are back in stock. Back in stock. All you need to do is type in rose gold on the website and you'll be able to see all of the rose gold bits and bobs. But this is a great set, isn't it? Little folding scissors, your pins, and a magnetic pin cushion all together on your sewing room table. Will look lovely. Hello, Margaret says morning, Vix. Katie said good morning. Pauline said good morning. Susan said good morning, Vicky. Hi, Pauline said morning, Vix. Lovely to have your company. Come say hello to us on Facebook Live. Maybe if you are thinking of a gift for a friend, little I'm thinking of you friend gift. What is that, Elliot? Yeah. Let me show you how they fold out again. Lovely little pair of snips, nice and sharp, to the point, always handy to have. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Even though we're going to close up the graphics, keep going through. It's just because we've got so much that we want to introduce in this hour with Kerrie. So £5.48. What a brilliant way to start the show. What a way to start the show. So let's start by showing you what is coming up today. So as I say, Kerrie from Living in Loveliness is going to be joining me in this first hour. We've got a brand new fabulous fat quarters issue coming up in this first hour with Liberty. 2 bundles of Liberty, 2 different kits with Liberty and a gorgeous Brights as well. So that's this first hour. At 9 o'clock, Emma Bradford is going to be joining me with a really lovely quilt. You'll see it behind, well, you'll see part of it behind Kerrie in a moment. Lovely colourways as well. And a great book, which we've discounted today. We've discounted especially today. I like the stars in the middle as well, how your stars are sort of incorporated into your sashing. Really lovely. At 10 o'clock, Kerrie's going to be back. Now we've got loads more brand new product to bring to you today. Sewing with Scraps at 10 o'clock. Brand new issue coming up at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Creative Grids. We're going to be focusing on two of our favourite creative grids, the 60-degree triangle and also the hexie. So you're going to see those in action and what you can do and how much you can do with creative grids at 11 o'clock. And then 12 o'clock, I must say, I was talking to John Scott about this the other day, and we are so lucky to have any sewing machine stock at the moment. It's been so busy over the last few weeks, lots of people investing in sewing machines. So we've got 3 machines to show you today, and price points for everybody, something for everyone. Under £300 we've got a machine today from Elna, which is absolutely brilliant. So we'll talk about that at 12 o'clock. If you've got any questions, get them in. In fact, everything is on pre-order now. Everything is on the website, so it's definitely worth throughout the day just having a good look and seeing what is available. Now, let's start. Sorry, I always have problems with my, I will get, now. I can't even get the live, I don't know why. Here we go, I'll find it. I've got you, I think, so come say hello. Right, now. This is brilliant. Issue 9, fabulous fat quarter fun, and you can make, look at how amazing these are. Your tea cozy with the Dresden plate, that is adorable. And it's very, very opulent indeed. I'm going to show you what you make and then I'll show you the kits. As always, they are beautifully presented. So you've got your very luxurious tea cozy. Imagine having this with your Liberty. You've also got your pot holder. Again, with gorgeous Liberty fabrics, and you've got your very, very fancy Liberty oven gloves. They are gorgeous. Now, be careful. This colourway is limited. Right. This one comes all beautifully presented. I must say, I haven't done a show with Kerrie for ages and I've missed her so much. It's so lovely to have her back with us. This is good. I think it was before Christmas that I was on with Kerrie.
Yeah, it was.
Oh gosh, can you believe it? Right, come on, let's have a look at this, because this just is gorgeous. We've written them all down on our tissue paper so that we're really organised today. We've had a week off, haven't we? We've got to be really organised today. Okay, so you have all of your beautiful fat quarters and this collection. I remember when we first saw the Emporium collection and all of us fell head over heels in love. Everything that we had sold out. So to be able to have a beautiful kit with this, oh, is amazing. Chrissy says, I love watching Kerrie on here. Morning said, morning Vixen Kerrie, with a lovely little lady. I didn't know there was ladybird emojis. She says, so excited. Really excited for today's show. Hi, Tom. Hi, Sandy. Oh, thanks, Sandy. She says, morning Vix, nice early bird. Being pregnant suits you. Oh, thank you. What do you mean that's why you kept the camera wide? He's cheeky, isn't he, our Elliot? Plus, you're getting all of your fantastic instructions. Now, just so you know, half the stock of this colourway is already in baskets. Be aware that this will sell out very, very quickly. You have all of Kerrie's instructions. You've got any templates that you will need. If you do want to make all 3, your tea cozy, your oven gloves, and your pot holder as well, then you will need a bit of additional fabric. But the only reason I say that is because, look, Kerrie has been very, very opulent and lined her tea cozy with even more Liberty fabric. Now, you can use Liberty fabric from your stash, or, of course, you can use any of the other colours. You could use a solid navy blue or a cream would look lovely. That ochre would look nice. There's a little bit of calico on the website left as well. But if you do want to be as indulgent, yes, absolutely. Have a look on the website if you want to add some beautiful designer fabric to your order as well. But you get 4 fat quarters to be able to make these beautiful, beautiful kitchen bits and bobs. I think, you know, when now we've taken the decorations down and it's just so dreary and we're spending lots of time at home, how amazing would it be to just transform your kitchen with all of these beautiful, beautiful projects? Right, so, hi Dawn. Dawn's messaged in this morning. Morning Vixen Kerrie, looking forward to another fantastic show. Lots of ladybird emojis. Are they love hearts? Not question marks, they're love hearts. Right, let's show you the other one and then we'll say hello to Kerrie. The green Liberty. Let's stick with Liberty. What item code is that, Kat? Got it. Got it, got it, got it. So once again, you can make, of course, all of your instructions are from, for the instructions are for the tea cozy, the oven gloves, and your pot holder. This is going to be the colourway that Kerrie's working with. I haven't got a sample made up, but you're going to be able to see it in action through the demo. Again, it's from that beautiful Emporium range. It's one of my favourite collections from Liberty, I must say, because those of you that know Liberty, as so many of us do, one thing I've really missed over the Christmas months was my sort of annual trip to Liberty to see the incredible store itself. And this collection is actually made in homage to the store itself. So lots of the different prints are taken from the woodwork, the tiles, the flower stall on the corner of, I think it's on the corner of, is it Regent Street and Argyle Street, isn't it? And that flower shop is just amazing. But Kerrie it's got such a good eye of putting different colours together so they all work beautifully. We're so lucky that we had the entire range and everything sold out in that first showing when we were with Susie. And I remember speaking to Kerrie at the time and she was saying, oh, I'm going to do some kits with this fabric. It's my favourite. It's just amazing. And Kerrie's hand-picked all of these different colours to be able to put together the perfect kits for you. And of course, as always, those of you that have worked with any of the Living in Loveliness patterns, you've got really thorough and clear instructions. Leslie said, I love watching Kerrie. She's got a very relaxed style of presenting and makes everything look so easy. She's a brilliant teacher. I mean, she's been teaching Elliot this morning how to use the needle threader. He's been doing ever so well this morning, setting up for our Kerrie. But oh my word, aren't the instructions so thorough? Really thorough. So if we do have any of the machine mishaps, it's because of Elliot today. We're blaming Elliot. Thank you for all of your messages. Loads of people watching this morning. We've got one final colourway. Oh, brilliant. Loads of you found the rose gold magnetic pin dish to go with the early bird. Yes, absolutely. Finally, we have the brights, which we have here. So there you have the tea cozy. Oh, I mean, Kerrie always puts together amazing colourways. These look beautiful together, don't they? So this time in your bundle, wrapped so beautifully, you can make the oven gloves, the tea cozy, and your pot holder. Look at this. Oh my word. This isn't Liberty. This is a different designer. My word, they are beautiful. This is brand new to me. Brand new to you too. This is Little Johnny. Gorgeous fabric. Look at that colour. With the reds as well. You've also got your fat quarter of your sort of mottled yellow. It almost looks like batiks, doesn't it? It's really stunning. All of your fabulous fat quarters plus your spots, there we go, as well. $29.99, always fantastic value for money. Just so you know though, they sell very quickly. They're the three new colourways for the brand new issue of Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, issue 9, Kitchen Love. Remember your tea cozy, your pot holder, and your oven gloves. Hi Sue, morning mum, Kerrie and crew, looking good today. Loving the fabrics. Thank you Sue. She said have a great day, lots of hugs. And Elizabeth's messaged in. Morning Princess Hungry Tummy, thank you. You look really comfy in your chair. Oh I am. Does that mean I'm slouching? I have to sit up straight. Am I looking too comfortable to be on the telly? Looking forward to another great show. Love from a snowy Frozen. Oh my word, where are you? In Scotland. My friend lives in near Liverpool and she's posted this morning so much snow again. Gosh, a lot of people got snow this morning again. Right, so we are going to be working with the green colourway, the green Liberty. Remember, These colourways, as always with Kerrie, she puts together so many different kits that are all going to correspond. So if you've seen other issues before that you love and you want matching colourways, we're going to introduce those later in the show as well. So everything's going to coordinate today, which is really exciting. So it's so lovely to be back with you, Kerrie.
It is Happy New Year. This is the first time that we've seen it.
I know, crazy,
we're almost at the end of January.
You've been busy though, haven't you? This new issue is really, really
well.
Gorgeous.
I remember watching the show when Susie was on, and I just feel like the thing is, it makes you want to redecorate, doesn't it? I'm still trying to encourage Craig to let me redecorate in these colours. He's not having any of it, though.
Oh, I mean, I can't make up my mind which is my favourites now, because obviously I just love the Liberty. The blues are really classic. The greens are gorgeous, but also your brights are really
I know,
nice.
I'm loving the brights. Actually, I think it's quite nice because, of course, we did lots of Christmas shows, so it's quite nice to be working with bright fabrics now.
So you're working with the Liberty.
We are.
So if I want to make all three, how much more fabric am I going to need?
So usually in the fast fat quarter fun, there is enough fabric in your 4 fat quarters to make the 3 projects.
Yeah.
But because when I looked at these fabrics, I really wanted to feature them in the kitchen products, then you're going to need an extra metre to complement these. I mean, of course, you could use the navy, like you said, on the interior of the tea cosy, and of course on the inside of your oven gloves as well.
Yeah.
And it's used then, your extra metres then used for the back of your pot holder. But I really wanted to, especially because these were designed in December, I think we sort of get to December and January, we want to have a little change around. So I wanted to have some really nice substantial projects with this particular issue.
Could I patch together fat quarters to do the back as well?
In fact, if you have a little look at the oven gloves, you'll notice on the front of the oven gloves, I like to get the most out of the fat quarters. So you'll notice I've actually patched, if you like, I've just done some really simple patchwork there.
Right.
You could do that on the interior.
You could do it on the inside.
As well if you wanted to.
Right.
So a great way to use up your remnants.
Yeah.
Or to use your Liberty.
Yeah, we have got one of the only chances of owning Liberty in fat quarters. I mean, they very, very rarely do smaller pre-cuts like this. They are amazing. And all of these, I think, would look lovely with yours as well.
Absolutely.
Because they are from that Emporium range as well.
I particularly love the one that you're holding up there.
This one would go lovely.
Yeah, look how beautiful
and
that is.
And the peacocks. I mean, they're all going to look amazing. This will look lovely with your
yes.
greens. In fact, that's in the
kit.
kit.
That is the green. Yeah, that is the green.
So if you do want to incorporate these, I mean, you get loads. There's plenty. You're going to have so much for your stash.
Oh, that one's really nice.
Yes.
That is the same, isn't it, as the one that I've used on the back with your cream background.
It's the same print as your green colourway. Yeah, different colour. So you get 12 of your complementing Emporium collection fat quarters. Just wanted to mention that these are available. They're £44.99. I'll keep you up to date with the quantity of those. Right, over to you then, Kerrie, because we've got so much that we want to get through.
We've got lovely collections to show you today. So the other thing that you're going to need with this pattern as well is I've used some batting on here. So because these are designed to go into the kitchen, I spent quite a lot of time talking to the Bosal team to learn about the polytherm as well and how to use that and not to pierce that. So in this particular pattern, and it's the same as well in your tea cosy and your oven gloves, you're actually putting 3 layers of your polytherm in there. So this will allow you to, of course, protect your sides when these put on there.
Could you just come slightly to your right, please, Kerrie? We haven't got the bow. We're sort of expanding our range of Bosal at the moment. We've got the foam, the sew-in foams at the moment, but this is a heat resistant one, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's one of those that it's going to keep in the cool or keep in the warm.
Yes, definitely.
Right.
And so we've got 3 layers in here. So although this is quite thick that we're working with, what I actually decided with this one is I really, really love the Dresden. And I think initially it was only going to feature on the front of the tea cosy, but it just seemed a shame not to have it feature on the pot holder.
Yeah.
So when you're making your own pot holder, it's entirely up to yourself. I decided to have the extra layer of the polytherm. So I've got 1 layer of batting, 1 layer of polytherm for the top, and then when I'm actually going to put my pots on, I'm going to use the other side. So this is where you could be using those plain fabrics if you wanted to.
Well, you say, we were talking about this earlier, and it's so beautiful. It'd be a shame to put your pot on that side because it's so beautiful. It would be, you know, when the Queen comes around, you'd use your Liberty ones. But because you've got it on the reverse as well, you can put your pot on there.
Yes, so we've got the 2 layers, so we'll work through those. And what's really important when you're working with the polytherm is that you're not piercing that particular product. That's why we've got the extra layer of batting in there, so we can do a little bit of quilting, if you want to, of course, with
and that's your normal 80-20 batting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so all I've done, first of all, is just pre-cut everything out. And then we've got your little Dresden here, and this is repeated through the patterns.
Do you get your template for the blades?
You'll have your paper template in there, yep. So you get your paper template. So this particular Dresden, there's just 5 panels to this, 5 pieces to this one. So we're simply going to sew those in, press those in half, so with the right side of the fabric, fold those in half, and just pin and sew across the top of each of those to start with. Now in the template, it does say use 5 different colours, so this is a great way to use up your, you know, your remnants or choose from your collection. In the demo that I'm doing today, I decided that I just wanted to feature those 2 fabrics from the fat quarter on the front of that pot holder. And I really like the bold striking colour, like the navy.
Yeah, but
with
the great
blue.
thing is you get the same amount of each, so you can choose which one you want to feature.
Absolutely. And this time for the show, because it's been so busy, one of the ladies has sewn the demos for me.
Oh, lovely.
The yellow one, the brights.
Yeah.
So the brights that we've got there. It's really nice actually to see how, you know, people position the fabric slightly different to perhaps what I would. So it is really nice to see that.
Even though we all have the same kits, I think everybody will still have a different take on it and use different fabrics for different places. The side graphics for your brights, $29.99, brand new in today, plus all of your instructions and your templates to make, of course, your tea cozy, your pot holder, and your oven gloves, which are gorgeous. And I love that you're coordinating them all today. So we've also got issue 4, which again, issue 5, sorry, that coordinates.
Yes. So we've got issue 4 today, we've got issue 5. So that, you know, today it's all about if you want to update perhaps your dining table or your kitchen area, so the kits complement each other. And that really is after the shows. I tend to get lots of emails asking if we can have the kit options available and across so people can coordinate with those, which I think is a lovely idea as well.
Absolutely.
So all I've done here, just using, just chain stitching these together, I've just sewn across the top of that folded edge using a 1/4 inch. And then I'm simply going to trim those, get the right scissors, trim those, and then on the corner here, so the sewn section, we're just going to trim across at the corner.
Just do your right, sorry, Kerrie. That's it, fine, thank you.
I'm drawn to you today, I keep trying.
I know, you keep coming more towards me. It's just been so long.
It has.
Oh, good morning from Hillary. Good morning to all at Sewing Street and Queen Ladybird Kerrie. Hugs from Hillary. Thank you, everyone's saying I'm glowing today. I don't know whether it's just because I'm a bit warm.
Oh, you do look beautiful.
Sweaty.
It's so lovely to see you today with your little bump.
Oh, thank you. Little! Elliot
Yeah, it's
saying.
not so little now, is it?
No.
Your bump. Beautiful. So I'm just popping these open. I haven't actually got a little tool to do this, so you can use the tip of your scissors if you want to. Just be really careful not to push those through. Or if you've got your little finger press, then use one of those. So I've just trimmed away that excess, and all I'm going to do, I find it a little bit easier to get the nose point on here with the point facing up towards me. Just push across there and just make sure that seam is sitting central, so your Dresden marries up when we come to sew that in just a little while.
Oh, I'm pleased you're settling in to watch the demo with a coffee, says Susan. Lovely to have your company. Thank you. Good morning, she says, Vicki, Kerrie and crew. Good morning.
Good morning.
You've got a right fan club going now, haven't you, Kerrie? I've been watching the Facebook Lives with Kerrie, and I go, hi, Kerrie, and I'm desperate for her to say hello to me. Oh, she's too famous for us now, Kat. No, but your Facebook Lives go really, really well, aren't they?
Oh, I love them.
Very
It's
busy.
a nice thing to look forward to for me as well.
That's
so
it. Yeah, it's lovely.
It's lovely. We have lots of fun. Well, I certainly have lots of fun anyway. So the next thing we're going to do is then, once you've sewn those together, just simply position them in the order that you would like them to sit in. and then we're going to bring these together and just sew along this raw edge. So what's important here to get a nice finish on this Dresden is to just make sure that folded edge is marrying up there, and just slide a couple of pins and sew across that seam. I tend to do this in sets of 2.
Okay.
So this particular Dresden's quite large, and there's only 5 pieces. In the sewn with scraps that I'll be showing a little later, we've got a tiny,
I love it. So
tiny
cute.
little Dresden in there.
So this is getting you practicing. This
Yes.
Is, yeah, this is definitely.
I'd start with a
bit
tea
easier.
cosy because it's a little bit bigger, and then move on to this one.
It is lovely though. Once you've got those templates,
Yeah.
you'd be thinking, oh, what else can I add a Dresden to? Like, I always love a Dresden. When we did the cushions before with your bright liberties.
I do love the Dresden. It just looks so effective, and it's a lovely way to use up your remnants as well and just add a little more to them. And I think the projects like the pot holder, it's quite nice to add that little bit of colour in there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So again, what we're going to do now is to just bring those 2 seams together. So just marrying up this little section here.
So sew them into pairs, sew the pairs together.
That's it, nice and easy.
Okay.
And like all of the projects, they come together very quickly.
Just so you know, as always, we get a lot of questions about Kerrie's previous kits because we try and get through as much as we can. We've put them all onto pre-order. There's loads that's all dotted around the set. There's patterns that are available individually. There are kits that are available. We've tried to get as many as we can from Kerrie for today's show. Obviously, we won't be able to show them all on air, so it's definitely worth having a look on the website, type in Kerrie, Living in Loveliness, or have a look on pre-order, and we've put them all there so you can find them easily. Be very, very careful, by the way. The blue Liberty fabric, I think, is about to sell out, so if you've got it in your basket, please do check it out. So are you pressing your seams open?
I'm just going to press them to the darkest side on this particular project.
So you've just stitched your last one on,
Just stitched the last one, so we've got the 5 little pennants on there now, and I'm just simply going to press those seams across to the darker fabric. And they tend to tell you where they want to go as well.
Yeah,
they tend to fold. They tend to fold into the right position.
Please, I'm not the only crazy one where the seams talk to you and tell you which way to go.
Well, normally I wouldn't have so much talking in our house. They tend to just, get on and do their things. But with this remote learning, that's all we seem to do. So it's quite nice when we're having a little chat with the fabric there. Yeah. And it listens.
Christy says, wow, those fabrics look amazing together. Love them. They do look gorgeous, absolutely. The greens, by the way, the ones that Kerrie's working with, because we didn't see them made up. Now we're seeing them sewn up together. They are very, very popular indeed. $29.99. We've had a message from Pat. Morning, Pat. Bullet. Borda. What does Borda mean? Is it good morning in Welsh? I hear John Scott saying, Barada. That's how you pronounce it. Barada, ladies. Got up early to watch you two. Love Pat. Pat, thank you very, very much. Good morning, Pat.
Well, that's my lesson for the day, because I didn't know that's what that meant. So that's lovely. Thank you very much. So all I've done here is we've got a piece of batting, and the reason that I'm using the batting here is because I really like to just do a little echo quilting on here. And all I've done then is just spray the 505 spray and just pop that panel onto the top. So when we're sewing directly to the batting, we're not sewing onto your polytherm, which is really important. Okay. And then just in the corner, we've got this little section. So with the right side of the fabric, your quarter circle here, right side of the fabric facing up towards you, you will need a little fusible interfacing for this particular project as well. So I'm just popping that fusible interfacing on top with a fusible side facing to the pattern, and I'm just simply going to sew around that curve.
So that's just like a medium weight interfacing, or could you use a bonder web or something?
You could use bonder web, you could use bonder web if you wanted to. In fact, sometimes I tend to, because then it secures it to the fabric. The reason that we're using the fusible interface in here is we don't want any raw edges on this semicircle when we turn this through in a moment. That'll just give us a nice finish on there.
Bonder web warning, it is back in stock. I'm just going to scream and shout from the rooftops for a second because I don't know how long for. Every single time I've been on with Delphine for the last, what feels like, for 3 months, every applique project we've had with her, I've said, sorry, the Bondaweb's not in stock. It's not in stock. So grab Bondaweb now if you do want to have that in your stash.
You can never have enough Bondaweb.
Oh, no, absolutely.
You can never have enough Bondaweb. I would tend to, although this isn't in your instructions, you could put your Bondaweb on here as well to secure those into place. So all I've done is just sewn around that semicircle there, just cut some little slits into there, so when we turn this out we've got that nice curve. Of course you've got your fusible side now that's going to face towards the fabric, and we're just going to press into the corner to secure that. Now what I'm not going to do today, but what I would recommend doing in this particular pattern now, is to just slip stitch this into place to secure your Dresden onto your panel, and it gives it a nice finish. And then in the pattern as well, what we're doing, and I'll do this now because Elliot kindly set up the machine today. So
oh, no.
Very good on the machine this morning. We're just simply going to follow the contours of the edges of the Dresden and just do a little echo stitching on there. And you can do as many rows as you want to. I just think it gives it a little...
Yeah.
It's nice and decorative, especially when you're working, you know, with a nice contrasting thread.
And is that with a straight stitch, or can
this
you
is
use
just a straight stitch?
Zigzag, or...
You could use a zigzag if you wanted to. You do know I like a
Oh,
zigzag.
no, you like a zigzag.
I do love a zigzag, but I prefer the straight stitch here. I have increased the stitch length to 5 on the machine. When I arrive at the point, I'm just simply leaving the needle inserted into the fabric and pivoting and allowing my foot to follow the folded edges there of each of those Dresden pieces. And again, when you come back into line with your seam here, you're simply going to insert your needle and just follow that around. It just allows you to secure that batting into place.
Ah, just pivot it round so you're not moving anything.
Yeah.
Just so you know, Kerrie, we're at hour, just to let you know. No rush, I just want to give you a time check. Pauline said, when the weather's bad, the first thing I do is quickly check that Sewing Street is working on my TV.
Have to have our priorities.
That's it. Oh no, the weather's bad. Don't check the fence panels are down or anything like that. Check that you got Sewing Street.
Oh, it's always awful when you look outside and you're missing a fence panel.
Oh, I know. I don't have that problem at the moment, no. I don't have fence panels, but yeah, I remember that when I was growing up.
A few years ago when we had some serious storms, I remember looking in the garden, we'd lost a trampoline. It was in the
trampoline?
It had just blown away our trampoline, and it was 2 gardens down as well, our trampoline was. Oh my word. So to finish this, we will finish with binding, but just to show you how these layers now go together. So you've got your the back of your pot holder. So you're going to pop that flat on the table with the wrong side of the fabric facing up towards you. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this, I would turn this over to put the pot on, so it's not, you know, not damaging the Dresden there. This is where you can use your remnants. So with that in mind, we're simply going to put the 2 layers of polytherm, so silver side facing down. And then we pop the 3rd layer on top, silver side facing up. So, and then this sits and rests on here. So this is really very thick. You could use your walking foot on here if you wanted to. I haven't got the walking foot on the machine, but I would really recommend avoid working with pins and use your quilting clips, because like I said at the beginning, we don't want to...
Very bulky.
Yeah, it's very bulky, but we don't want to pin into the polytherm either. So just pin around those layers. Because we are going to finish this particular project with binding, just sewing those together, just using a basting stitch to secure these into place, to make it much easier when we come to put that binding on. And the binding, I decided you could, if you wanted to, use one colour all the way around, but I did decide to use, again, get the most from those fat quarters, and I've used just small strips to bind the quilt, to bind the pot holder here.
I'm just trying to get your way you think you use the pattern weights, Kat. If we're sewing it, you need the clips. If you pattern weight it down, it's just going to weigh it down to your desk, isn't it? The pattern weights are coming up later. She's getting too excited about them.
The pattern weights, I would be using those because normally you would pin your templates to the, to your fabric or to your batting. but again, don't pin through the polytherm, so that's where your pattern weights are really handy in there while you're cutting around the templates.
Amazing. We'll have a look at those in a minute.
And
it seems to be handling fine without the walking foot anyway, doesn't it?
This machine's, I absolutely love this machine. You always offer me the other one to play with, but I do love this machine.
It's just reliable, isn't it? I always think with your owner, you know what you're getting. You can just set it up and get sewing really, really quickly and efficiently. It's gorgeous. Julie's asking if we're selling the pattern on its own today. This one, we can't. We've just got it available in the kits today. There are other Living in Loveliness patterns available on the pre-order section on the website. So there's Sewing in Scraps issue 6. We've got the pattern only. We've got the pattern available on its own for that, and that's brand new today as well, which is exciting.
So there is your pot holder secured together. You've got your back on there. You've got all of the layers. As you can see, that's travelled on the machine nice and easily. I would now just trim away all that excess batting because naturally that's going to move because you've got so many layers in here. And of course you've got your 2 layers on the back, which is going to protect your sides when you're working with those. And this step, it is featured in the booklet. It's entirely up to yourself, but I quite like to have them hanging up on the side. So we've just got a little extra step there to add your little tab if you want to add your tab.
Lovely, amazing. Right. Just so you know, the main 2 colourways that we've got left are the brights and the greens. The blues, I think there is still a couple, you know, but there's a lot of you that have got them in the basket. You're in the basket. So just be aware, if you're watching the demo, check out. You have got enough, remember. Here's your brights. You've got your cosy, your pot holder, and of course your oven gloves as well. All for $29.99. Don't forget to add a bit more fabric if you you want a contrasting lining, or which ones you want for your oven gloves, for the inside of your oven gloves as well. But you get 4 of your fat quarters. Brand new colours. These are lovely fabrics, Kerrie, aren't they? Have you used these ones before?
No, these are new to us this year. And the mustard that you've got, I absolutely love mustard. I did originally for this particular kit put an orange polka dot in there to bring out the orange from the flowers, but I preferred the mustard when it came to putting them together. I think it's a really nice bold colour to work with.
And it's up to you which way, because you've got 4 fat quarters, it's up to you which way you want to use your fabric. So if you want to use one of your florals as your main tea cosy, or if you want to use the mustard as the main pot holder, you can mix and match. You can absolutely mix and match. So that one's your brights, and don't forget you also have all of your instructions and your templates all included. Now we also have the greens, which is the one that Kerrie's working with, and I must say those greens are absolutely beautiful. They work really, really perfectly together. It's Liberty as well, and the quality of the Liberty fabric. We always talk about how beautiful it is, the quality. It's so soft and so amazing to sew with. You watched the show with Susie, and I know you know Susie, but when I was saying, oh, it's very indulgent, isn't it, to use your Liberty, and I always get scared to cut into it, and she was like, no, use it.
Definitely.
To be able to have it as your kitchen, you know, everyday essentials, your oven gloves, and having your lovely teapot with your Liberty tea cosy. How expensive would that be?
You get to enjoy the fabric, don't you know, the choosing, the cutting, the sewing together, and then seeing it every day, because these are items that we use every day.
Absolutely.
So it's a shame to see it just sitting there looking pretty and not using it.
All of your templates and your instructions and 4 fat quarters from the Emporium Liberty range. Now we've only got 20 minutes left, so I'm going to fly through the next kits. We are introducing issue 5 of the Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun. Now we have seen these in Christmas colourways before, haven't we, Kerrie?
Yes, we have. And we have had them in Liberty as well previously.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, back in the summer, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had the bright. They started off bright for the summer, yeah.
These are the brights, by the way. These are the brand new bright fat colourways. So you get to make your placemats, which has also got the pocket here to be able to put your cutlery in. Your centrepiece, so if you want to jazz up your dining room table. You also get your coaster. Let me show you exactly.
You get enough with your 4 fat quarters. You'll have enough from your 4 fat quarters to make the star centrepiece.
Brilliant.
You'll have enough to make 2 of the placemats and
Yeah.
2 of the little star coasters as well.
Fab. I mean, that's a lot, isn't it? It's the same fabrics. So if you have just bought the brights in your issue 9 Kitchen Love colourways and you want everything to coordinate, that's brilliant, isn't it? Love that. And remember, you get be able to make 2 placemats, your star centrepiece, and did you say 2 of your coasters as well?
2 of your coasters as well.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And of course, as always, you get really, really clear, thorough instructions. Plus, you also get any templates that you may need along the way, $29.99. Now, we also have, of course, let's do the Liberty in blue because they are very, very popular. Right. This is gorgeous as well, and it's the same fabrics, going to look gorgeous with your tea cozy that we've just seen. This is really limited though, people have already got ahead on pre-order. Be aware if you want it, check out now. $29.99 for your 4 fat quarters. Plus your So Starstruck instructions and all of your templates, everything that you need there. Plus, if you type in Living in Loveliness on our YouTube channel, there's lots of tutorials. We've done them a couple of times, haven't we? So it's good to be able to see all of the different key elements on videos as well. But just look at these fabrics. £29.99, just to let you know, we're in single figures of this one. Single figures already. I'm not trying to rush or pressure anybody, but I know how popular this Liberty has been with us. I know how popular all of Kerrie's kits are, so I'd hate for you to miss them because we're always bringing out new patterns and we're always, well, I know, Kerrie, you're in the midst of writing more issues.
Yeah, you got a sneaky peek this morning.
I did get a sneak peek. You're going to love it. But we'll always try and bring back kits, of course, but don't miss them because there's no guarantee that we'll be able to rebundle exactly the same. Right, so the greens. These are the colourways that you saw Kerrie working with the last one. This time to make your table sets, your So Starstruck centrepiece, 2 of your placemats and 2 of your coasters as well, all for this. I mean, how much would that cost you in Liberty? We're at $29.99 and it's absolutely beautiful. They all coordinate so perfectly. Absolutely love it. Right, what is it that you're going to show us from the Starstruck?
So one of the patterns that I get asked a lot about is the star centrepiece. So
okay.
We'll keep it nice and easy because it is a nice, easy project. It's a great way to use, excuse me.
Try some water.
Yes, please.
We'll grab
We've talked so much today, I think that's what it is.
I know.
So what we're going to do, nice, easy project, nice, simple templates for this particular pattern. We're simply going to sew
It's all right.
the 3 strips together. So decide, what I would say here is when you look at the front of the booklet, just decide which of the fabrics that you want to feature in the centre. So you've got that photo on there. I always tend to go for the lighter fabric.
Right, so do you think this is the one that you're going to be, your eyes are sort of more drawn
You're definitely
to?
drawn. If you have a look at the bright, you can see you're definitely drawn to that centre there. So I always tend to choose my favourite for that centre and make sure we feature them that way.
Amazing. $29.99. Remember, the graphics are live for the green colourway, which is the one that Kerrie's going to be working with.
So what we're going to do is just lay those out. You're going to repeat this 3 times. I have already gone ahead and cut the little diamonds ready to show you how to pop those together. And you choose your 3 favourites. So of course you've got 4 fat quarters in your bundle. Choose your 3 favourite for this particular project. And all we're going to do is to just simply bring those, the long raw edges together there and using a 1/4 inch seam, just sew along each of those raw edges.
Oh, morning, Sam. She says, morning, ladies. I'm doing a baby girl summer dress. Loving the show. Oh, I can't wait for summer now. We need a bit of sunshine, don't we? Shirley says, absolutely love the bundles. Kerrie's amazing at putting together different colours and the kits. You've got to be, I think it's a skill in itself to be able to do it. You just naturally.
Oh, I just absolutely love. I love playing with fabrics and I love seeing them feature, and we certainly do mix up those fabrics. And I think, you know, I think when we first start sewing, we want as much fabric as we can get our hands on. So we tend to be drawn to the fat quarters. So I always work with fat quarters. So it's quite nice to put them together and look amongst the options.
I find them less daunting. When I first started sewing, I don't know why, I really, really didn't enjoy this whole cutting process, and working with half meters or meters I found really daunting. So this is manageable.
Yes.
You also get more for your money because you're getting more sort of prints. And actually, I think you'll be surprised of how far they can go. This is why this series is brilliant, to be able to make 2 placemats, a star centre and coasters. You wouldn't think that you could do that before.
And that's the thing really, I mean these patterns have come from, for running classes for years, and what tends to happen is people will come on their first class and then they go away and get lots of fat quarters and not sure what to do with them, or even open them and see just how much fabric you get in your fat quarter as well. And that's why I really like, putting the 4-piece fat quarters together and thinking about a theme. So I tend to theme them for each issue that we release, but to show you just how many projects you can actually get from those bundles.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I mean, in the later ones that we've done, so the oven gloves and the tea cosy, you're now starting to bring in that extra fabric. But again, just even for the front, for the decorative side of your projects, you can get so much from your fabric.
Chrissy says, I love that tip, the tip that Kerrie gives. Point your pins to the side that you need to sew. Great if you're learning to sew when you don't know where to sew when you go back into it. Yes. So if you stop and come back to it, you don't know where you're sewing.
Well, I tend to be doing lots of things, even more so now that we've got remote learning. So it's just a little reminder. It's just, imagine, like Chrissy says, that they're your arrows, and when you come back to your project, you know exactly where they're going. So all I've done there is just sewn those 3 strips together, use that 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I've just pushed the seams all to the darkest side. And it's actually really important that you do that on each section that you do this. So, decide which way your seams are going and then push those to the side. And you've got your template here, so you've got your diamond template. Actually, what I tend to do with this particular pattern is cut the first one from the paper template. And
I don't need to upscale that or anything?
No, all your templates are on A3 paper and they're all the right size as well.
Fab, love that.
And then just pop that on top and just trim to get those out. And of course you have lots left on these strips as well for other projects.
Things you can do. I never throw any liberty away because you can do little covered buttons.
Oh, I love covered buttons. But just those little sections there, you can do a really nice, easy, scrappy quilt with something like that. So from each of your, in fact, let me just do that last one. From the 3 strips, you'll get 2 of the diamonds. And then, of course, you've got that extra overhanging here.
Like your pin dish, Kerrie, as well.
I do love the pin dish.
Is that yours? No, it's ours.
No, it's very useful. My magnetic pin dish is different to what I use at home, but this was great for the bulbils that day when I dropped the pins. Yeah. So once you've cut out all of those diamonds, as I said, decide which one is going to feature in the centre. Have a play with it and decide, are you happy with the white to be that focal point? And then you're simply lining those up to create that star.
Oh, see, it would look so different if you use the dark.
So, you're deciding which way that goes. Of course, you could change that and bring the dark in. And all you're doing is put the dark against the bottom raw. In fact, it looks really nice with the dark, doesn't it, in the centre? I like the dark, I think.
Yeah. That looks really good, doesn't it?
Yes,
you want to do it all the same way. Elliot's saying about doing alternative, but I think you want to create that star.
Yes.
I think you'd lose the star if you do it alternative.
Actually, Elliot's volunteered himself to sew some of the demos for the shows.
Has he?
I'm not sure whether he has, but I've certainly volunteered.
He'll be there as a guest on your Facebook Live next, won't he?
Brilliant. So what we're going to do now is to separate these. It was lovely coming in having the machine all set up today with the right colour thread. I was really impressed. As we're then going to section these off into the 3 diamonds together. And all we're going to do, nice and easy, is just bring the first one across. What's really important is that this bottom point here is marrying up. Any excess that we've got over, we can trim that down if we need to. Let's just pop a different one onto there. I've obviously trimmed that one a little shorter, so we'll pop that one to one side and sort that out in a moment.
Your main graphic, just so you know, is for the green Liberty colourway. We've still got a few chances on the blue, less than 10. And there is also the brand new bright colourway that's available. So do make sure you check it out as soon as you can.
I feel like I'm getting ready for summer parties now. I'm getting in the mood for summer parties.
Oh,
Picnics
I know. And oh my word, if, you know, all being well, if we can do some, we're going to be doing big summer parties as well. I want to have, you know, barbecues and...
I'm having a Christmas party in the summer.
Yeah, that's it. I'm doing Christmas again. Absolutely.
I think on one of the days I came in, I heard on the radio last summer that somebody had their Christmas party, that had Christmas trees up in the garden in the summer. I think I need to redo that.
Definitely.
So I've just pinned along that seam, and then I've sewn along that raw edge. That's brought those two together nicely, and then I'm going to do that on the opposite side. Now you don't need to worry about pressing this at this particular point, but what we want to happen here is that this point at the bottom is still in that diamond shape. So as we pop this onto the table and just finger press along there, for now, we can press that in a moment. Naturally, let's just trim away that extra thread. Naturally now, as we bring this one across, this point here is still going to marry up at the bottom. Right. And that's what's going to allow you to get that nice point in the centre. Although with the colours, you tend not to even notice if it's absolutely spot on anyway. But we're pinning those together and sewing along that raw edge. And we'll repeat that on the opposite side as well.
And all of this is with a 1/4 inch seam,
all with a 1/4 inch.
Because you do want to get that consistent so you get that nice point in the centre.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why the pressing is so important, which way you press those seams. As we turn this over now, we're simply just going to press those seams in the same direction from the back. And repeat the same here at the bottom. I thought I'd lost a diamond then. So we're bringing the shortest raw edge, or the raw edge with the 3 strips where they're joined onto that straight raw edge.
Sorry, we don't know what happened on the Facebook Live then, but we're back. We're back. If you're watching us on the telly, we've got you back on Facebook. Thanks, Chrissy. I don't know what happened, but we are on Facebook now.
And so just repeating that onto this side, just making sure that point, we can see that point at the bottom. So when this raw edge sits on top, you've still got that diamond shape, and it's really the centre that we're focusing on.
And then the reverse of it, the back, is all done with one solid.
One solid, yeah. So for this particular set of patterns, again, you're going to need that metre of fabric. There isn't a template for the back of the star, and your steps will just tell you once this is done and you've quilted that, if you want to quilt it, of course. Yeah. I really like to add the quilting. I really think it transforms the project.
I suppose everybody's star could be slightly different size.
Yeah, absolutely.
Depending on your cutting and your
absolutely.
sewing. So yeah, I think you're probably best to use your front as your template.
Definitely. So you can see now that we've got those star pieces coming together. Again, I'm just going to press those seams. And in your pattern as well, it talks you through which side to press those seams. And to bring this together, we're now simply going to pop those 2 panels together, pop them on the top, and just, you'll get a nice point if you roll out those seams. So you probably can't see this here because of the dark fabric, but you can see your points. If you just roll those so they're sitting snug on top of each other, and your points here are matching up, you know then that you're going to get that nice centre point.
Right, put a couple of pins in at
Definitely
that point.
Put your pins in.
We've got a couple of minutes left with you, Kerrie. Just so you know, the pattern weights, yes, we will show you in a second. Lots of you have already found them on the website. They are gorgeous, aren't they? Love your pattern weights, especially the ladybirds.
We do like the ladybirds. Just going to repin that.
In fact, just while you're repinning, let's show you them now. Let's do the ladybirds first, please, Kat. I love these. Of course. Who was it that told you that a group of ladybirds were called a Loveliness?
The first person to tell me was a lady called Tash. And there must have been something on Facebook that week, because I seemed to get on the same day, the same sort of screenshot was sent over to me.
Right.
And then it was posted into one of the sewing groups on our Facebook page, and then the ladies started popping up and referring to themselves as ladybirds, so it stuck. So we changed the name, and now we've got lots of lovely ladybird collections.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And they're really useful, aren't they?
Very useful.
Very, very useful, especially when it comes to, you know, using your thicker layers with your bozal. Brilliant for using them for obviously any of your paper patterns to hold them down if you don't want to pin something. Really useful.
And of course your dressmaking as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You've always got your lovely dresses on, Kerrie, haven't you?
Forgot I had this one.
I love the fact that you've got the dandelions as well with the little ladybirds, and of course Living in Loveliness on the reverse. They'd make beautiful gifts. Just $13.99, and they do come in your nice little tin. Now we've also got the ones with the lovely quotes on as well. They're beautiful. I do. I do. Our favourite quote at the moment is, "It'll all come out in the wash. It's fine, it'll all come out in the wash." Beauty is all around us. I love the peacocks. These are stunning, aren't they? Enjoy the little things. Beautiful minds inspire others. They're really lovely quotations. How gorgeous. It just reminds you just to have a look around at nature, doesn't it? And especially at the moment, with everything we've all been through over the last year, just to enjoy the little things and remember to notice. It's just gorgeous. I love the peacock one. That's my favourite, I think. £13.99.
Isn't it funny how quotes mean different things to us at different times as well? The one that you just read on there, Little Minds. What was their quote with Little Minds?
Beautiful minds inspire others, or enjoy the little things.
Beautiful minds inspire others. I have to say that I'm really enjoying the remote learning and listening to the things that the children say to each other and how encouraging they are to each other.
You said that it has you in stitches sometimes, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. The thing that makes me laugh the most is when, as parents, we forget we're live. We tell them off.
Yeah.
Or
I didn't realise that you can see all the other classmates and their parents as well.
You can see all the other
Zoom.
classmates. You can hear you can't hear the whole time because they are muted quite a lot. But I know that I wasn't muted the other day, and I was taking a call, and my youngest son was asking me a question, and I said, "Chase, Mummy has to take this call," and the teacher said, "Let your mum take the call," and I was like, "Oh no."
You have to be very careful with what you say.
Yeah, you definitely have to. You definitely have to be very wary of everything that you say. But I am really enjoying doing it, and I love listening to them talk to each other and how kind they are to each other. It is lovely because we don't get to see that.
Absolutely.
We don't get to see that. So just very quickly to show you how you would finish this off, just using your batting. What you're going to do is to just centre this onto here. I would certainly attach this using your 505 spray, and then you can do the quilting like it shows you in the pattern.
And that's just 80/20.
80/20, yeah.
Brilliant. That's available by the half metre today. It's £6.99 a half metre, which is plenty, isn't it? Because it's extra wide.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty to do that. And your placemats as well. And
Amazing.
more if you want to do
That's
more.
it.
You've
You
got the
always
patterns.
use your wadding, don't you?
In everything.
All your projects. The Liberty Fat Quarters, by the way, really, really, really limited now. So do make the most of both colourways. Thank you ever so much, Kerrie.
I'll see you again soon.
We've got loads and loads to still do in the next hour as well. Sewing with scraps.
Sewing with scraps.
Brilliant. Have a rest. Have your brekkie, and we're back in an hour. Just so you know, let's have a quick recap of this last issue that we've just been looking at. Issue 5, which is your So Starstruck, and you get all of your fat quarters in these beautiful bright colours. Perfect for spring and summer. Lovely to be able to take out into the garden then, to have your nice salad and your barbecue all ready to go. Oh, barbecue. I'm very excited. Kat's going to have a new decking, aren't you? You're going to have a barbecue on your new deck. Oh, these are gorgeous. So you've brand new fabrics with all of your instructions and your templates. Absolutely love Kerrie. Love all of your messages as well. Keep them coming in. Dawn says beautiful pattern weights. They really are. They really, really are. And you can make your star centre. You can also make 2 of your placemats. It's got the little pocket as well to put your cutlery, and you can make 2 of your star coasters as well. Perfect for your glass of fizz. Right, so we also have the same issue with your 2 Liberty options. Now the blues and the greens. Less than 20 of everything available, just so you know, everything. You know the blue is in single figures. Please do make sure you're checking out on the blue as soon as you can. That is incredibly limited. That's this one. It comes beautifully presented as always, with your instructions, with your templates, and with all 4 of your Liberty Emporium fat quarters for $29.99. Always brilliant value for money to say how many projects you can get out of this. Absolutely fantastic. And then the last colourway is the green. Do you know, I think I'm with you on this one. It's the most popular on this pattern. I really, really love these colours.
Feels very popular anyway. Like your teals, it is very popular.
Yeah.
It is a popular colour.
It is. I must say, I love the teals. I've got a feeling when we launched the Emporium range, these were some of the most popular colours as well, or some of the fastest selling colours. Everything was really popular. But I mean, it's iconic Liberty, isn't it? These are all put together by Kerrie. They're all cut, all chosen, hand selected, packaged by lovely Kerrie. And of course you get all of your instructions and your templates included. As always, it's very, very busy. So what I suggest over the next couple of minutes, whilst we get Emma set up, have a look through the website, go through the pre-order section as well and see other patterns that are available individually. I've got one of the cushions, which is lovely and comfy behind me. We've got loads of different kits and patterns from Kerrie on the website. So have a look on pre-order through the next few minutes, including the early bird, the magnetic pin dish, the pattern weights, there's H640, there's wadding, there's all sorts on there to get you kitted out. Plus, the next hour, we are going to be looking at a kit and a book which was actually reduced in price. So you're going to get a nice little bargain. Stay with us. We've got Emma joining me in just a few minutes. See you after this.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers. like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. We've got a busy day today. We're trying to get everything all packed in. It's going to be mega busy. Are you stressed, Elliot? Take a deep breath. We've just got loads going on. We've got Emma joining me this next hour, and we've got a quilt this first hour. Then Emma's going to be back at 11 o'clock with Creative Grids Masterclass, starting with a book. Now, I have seen this book before, and it was really, really popular at its original price. You've got 15 different projects in here for $18.99. We've taken off £4, big discount on your Playful Precut quilts. 15 projects. Yes, Kat, with blocks you can mix and match. Blocks to mix and match in here. So the idea is that it's all different, blocks that are, I'm guessing about 12.5 inches finish, or 12-inch block finish, and they will all sort of mix and match in between each other. We were talking to Emma earlier on, and she'll explain to you as well, but what I love about this book is that, can you see how within the sachet you've got these different patterns? So this one's got like your little checkerboard. On the one that we're doing today, it's got the stars. It's absolutely amazing, isn't it? And all of your instructions are incredibly clear. So this is the one that we're making today. This is Sunday Drive. It's a big quilt. It's a 69-inch square quilt, and it's made with 10-inch square pre-cuts. So it's a really lovely book to be able to use any of your pre-cuts. So this one's using your 5-inch squares. So if you have got any charm packs or any fat quarters or any of your smaller pre-cuts, each of the designs will tell you at the start, this one's made with fat quarters. Maybe your Liberty fat quarters from the last hour, your 5-inch squares on this one. It's a really beautiful book. It's very, very thorough, very clear to work from. It's got photographs and diagrams. It talks you through the finishing of the quilt, the quilting basics at the start, any tools and bits and bobs that you might need. It talks to you about pre-cuts and why they're so exciting. And then a bit of a gallery of all of the different blocks, but you can mix and match them. Yeah, look, so you've got a cat, you've got stars, you've got hearts. This one's lovely. See, you could put the cat next to the star, next to the heart. You can mix it all in, couldn't you? Just £18.99, saving £4 today, which is your postage and packaging, isn't it? That's your P&P paid. Always been very, very popular at £22.99. We've done projects from it before. I feel like we've done this one before. I feel like we've done the leaf peeping before, and we've also done this one, I think, with Sally Ann. Let me show you that one. I think we've done that one before. The wall hanging, that was on page, let me show you this, 98, that one. Yes, we've done that one before, haven't we? But that, you don't need to make it a wall hanger. You can have it as a cushion front. You can have it on the front of a bag. You could use it as a central block of a quilt. You could repeat that block and make a big quilt. It's really versatile. So even though it says, right, there are 15 blocks in here, actually, you can mix and match to make lots of different quilt designs yourself. £18.99. So that's your book. Now, the book isn't in the bundles, so if you do want your instructions, if you want the book, if you want to make any of the projects, grab the book on its own. Now, we've also put together 2 kits. Now, in your kits, you're getting your pre-cuts. So we've got Bloom and Grow from Riley Blake, which has got your 10-inch charm squares. I've never seen this collection, you know. Have you? Look, this is beautiful. Has this been launched without us again, Kat? We have been sort of raving that we've been getting all of the big fabric launches, haven't we? This one's been done without us now. Look at this. These are gorgeous. So you get 1 metre of crimson, and you also get 2.5 metres of ivory. So you have your 10-inch squares, all of the different scales of print as well, which is lovely. 42 10-inch squares, from your pinks, your reds, to your yellows. Aren't they gorgeous? Some with lovely little writing. What do these say? Poppy, flower patch, dahlia. Oh, all of your different flowers. I love the keys. That's really nice, isn't it? Little check. Yeah, the keys are in the yellow. They're all in different colourways as well. You've got them all in different, you've probably got some in the reds as well. Roses are red. How lovely is that? So you have your 10-inch charm pack from Riley Blake, designer charm pack. Crimson, 1 metre. And then for your blocks and your background, 2.5 metres, which is enough to be able to make the whole quilt. We've done a couple of rows. Emma's prepared already a couple of rows to show you how it looks coming together in this colourway, and it looks amazing. Have you seen the photograph of it, Elliot? Yeah, there it is. So you can see these colours coming together. It's so pretty, isn't it? It's really fresh, especially with that ivory background. It's really, really beautiful. This would look gorgeous, gorgeous on your bed, wouldn't it? I love that. So that's option 1. We've also got another Riley Blake. This time it has got your Idyllic. Oh, I do know Idyllic. I love this collection. This is, again, really lovely and floral. Lovely shades from pinks to navies to yellows. It's quite sort of vintagey colours, isn't it? I love these yellows. They're really beautiful. Perfect for spring. I mean, they're both great colourways. Whichever one you choose, it's going to look gorgeous in both. I like the stripe as well. Just £75 and 99 pence. And that's for all of your 42 10-inch squares. Plus this time you're getting 1 metre of your navy. It's like a midnight. Really, really deep. It's not black. It looks quite dark on screen, but it is a really lovely midnight blue. Yeah, 1 metre of midnight. 2.5 metres. This time we put it with cream. Softens it slightly, doesn't it? It means it will just make the pastels really come to life. That soft colour is lovely. Ivory's a lot sort of brighter, fresher. This is really sort of softening it. It's not as stark as a white, but they're both perfect, aren't they? Bit more of a vanilla-y tone to this one. Just £75 and 99 pence. Now, don't forget to grab the book as well. Now, we don't do this very often, and this is exciting. We've got some backing bundles. So if you do want to get all sorted so you're not going to have an unfinished project, if you buy your backing now, that means you've got to finish it. So let's start with the ivory, because I think the ivory obviously is going to look amazing, absolutely amazing. Do you know, whether you use it as a backing bundle or whether you're just using this for your stash, it's £30 and 99 pence. I'm not going to open this all out because you've got 4.5 metres of fabric here. It's a lot. Now, it is an extra wide. Quite often when we put backing fabric, we mean it's extra wide. This is your normal width. It's 112 wide. But it's still going to be absolutely perfect for this quilt. Now, I must say also, when you hear the word backing fabric, you think, oh, it's probably not going to be as good a quality then if it's going to be used on the back. Whereas actually, no. This is our Rose and Hubble. It's gorgeous quality quilting weight cotton. We've just pre-cut it into 4.5 metres for you, ready to go for the back of your quilt. So if you do want to get nice and prepared and get it finished, then why not get your backing as you go? It's £30 and 99 pence, and that's 4.5 metres. So if you are multi-buying, it will come pre-cut into 4.5 metre bundles. You're making a little save in there as well. Every little helps, making a bit of a saving to if you were to buy it individually. Now, we also have it in marine and magenta. They both are going to look lovely. Ooh, what colour, which one would you put the marine with? That's really bright, isn't it? I love this blue. £30 and 99 pence, and that's a 4.5 metre bundle. 4.5 metre bundle. In fact, let's have a look. I think it would look nice with the red. I think it would look nice with this range. Do you? Do make sure you're checking out nice and early. It is very, 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 very busy. You have got your marine backing bundle, 4.5 metres, and then finally we've got the magenta. Sorry, can you hear that at home? It's not my tummy, I promise, Emma. It's not my tummy. It's the bowling alley, isn't it, upstairs? Magenta. Oh, I've missed going to play bowling or going to the cinema and things like that, don't you? I can't remember the last time I went bowling, but now I can't go. I really want to go. £30 and 99 pence. 4.5 metres of your magenta. That colour's gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really gorgeous. Remember, this is going to be pre-cut into 4.5 metres, ready for your backing bundle. We also have 80/20 wadding. We spoke about it in Kerrie's show. So if you do want to grab any of your wadding, if you are getting super, super organised and you are going to maybe you want to just do a block. Just do a block as a wall hanging. And then you've got plenty of wadding and you've also got plenty of backing fabric to do loads. Wall hangings, cushions, all sorts. Now this is the 6.99.5 metre. So if you just want to try it out, it's so beautifully soft. Now we're really lucky to be able to have the warehouse facility to be able to stock, of course, your 80/20, 244 centimetres wide. It's really wide. You can imagine the bulb of this comes on. And it is cut especially for you. It's super, super soft, absolutely ideal for lots of different projects. But wadding is a different show in itself, to be honest, of what's your personal preference. But I know a lot of people choose the 80/20 cotton poly mix. Just £6.99 as well. It's great value for money. So please do stock up whilst it's in stock. It normally sells 100, well, whenever we bring it to air, it will always go by the hundreds of units. So we've only recently got it back in stock. So have a think about that. Okay, that is one that whenever John's here, he'll always request to see it. Whenever Hannah's on, whenever Bex Reed's here, anybody's here, Debbie's here, everybody asks to do the 80/20 mixed wadding. Just finally, before we say hello to Emma, Denise has said, "Morning, Vicky. I'm so happy I'm due to retire this year." Oh, amazing, amazing. And my lovely partner has bought me the 580 for me as an upgrade and a retirement present. Yippee, amazing. Oh, very lucky, lucky lady. In fact, actually, it's the same machine that Emma's using. So have a look, keep your eyes peeled on it because it's a gorgeous machine. You'll love it, you'll absolutely love it. How are you, Emma? It's so lovely to have you back.
Yeah, it's so good to be back.
Good to be back. You're actually matching in with all the bundles today.
Oh, yeah,
with your top and your card.
Wasn't planned, it was just what was clean in the wardrobe last night when I put it out.
How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, good. The book, I've not seen this book before. This is new to me.
Yeah, I haven't seen it before either.
How did you find it?
I really liked it. I really liked it. It has lots of pictures, which I love.
Yeah.
So I'm very visual, so I do like all the pictures. And then the other thing that I really liked about it, and I tend to like this with quilts anyway, is there's a main block on the quilt, and then a lot of them have a secondary block in between the blocks.
So
it gets made up.
Your star you're referring to here. Yeah.
It gets made up with the sashing.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Which I love. I love that kind of element in a quilt anyway.
Yeah,
so a lot of them
there's
have
quite
that.
a few of them have got that actually. We saw the checkerboard one.
Yeah.
Before in the colonial flowers.
Yeah.
There's quite a few different quilts that have got just a bit of an accent. You call them stones. It makes a real difference,
It just makes it a little bit more of a design element to it.
Nice. I love that. And we've reduced the price today as well. It's $18.99, so it's definitely worth making the most of it. Now you can sort of mix and match these blocks as well. You could just do a block for the centre of a cushion.
Definitely,
couldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. And they're all 12.5 inches, these ones. So any of the ones that are in there that are 12.5 inches, you could actually just take some of the blocks from a different quilt and mix them up together. Because a lot of times, if you alternate two blocks, you get a completely different pattern in between the two. that, you know, another design element. So yeah.
Is it completely random picking out your fabrics, picking out your colours? Are you, because you're not very good at doing random, are you? I'm sure you've talked to me about this. Or are you? Do you like doing random?
So it's with a charm pack, and with a charm pack or with a jelly roll, I think it's really fun to mix and match and decide which colours go to where. And it's can be a little bit of a puzzle sometimes, because sometimes there's some colours in there that it wouldn't necessarily be what you would choose, or patterns or whatever. One thing I did do, so if you look on the main picture of the quilt, you can see, depending on the colours that you use in the block, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, you get a different pattern. So you've got one where it's got quite dark fabric.
If you just pull the book down slightly, we could come in a bit closer, I think, so we can see the different patterns. Thank you.
Yeah, just zoom.
That's it. Thanks, Emma.
There we go. Yeah, so you can actually see even from there how, so this block, and then two in the corner, and then possibly this one, they've got quite dark colours.
Yeah.
And even though it's exactly the same block, depending on the colour values that you use, you kind of get...
Looks different.
Yeah, it looks different.
Yeah.
So depending on what you want, I had a lot of fun actually choosing where the fabrics were.
Yeah. And working with the Riley Blakes, I suppose you've got lots of different scales of print, but they all are still going to be present. So even with the larger scale print, you've used for your centre block quite often, and you still see that lovely floral.
Yes, so I've tried to keep it where I've got nice big florals. I tried to use big bits on that.
Yeah.
So use them for the big patches, so you get lots of the pattern involved. But yeah, you can have fun because that's kind of a directional. Oh, and then the other pack has those stripes in it. You could really have fun with where those get placed. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Oh, good. Brilliant.
Yeah. So what I thought I would start off with is just making one block. And I think what would be fun is I tend to do them all at once because it's a time thing. Yeah. But I think it would be really fun to actually just work on one block at once and then decide what fabrics you want to put where, basically. So
that's all the fun of it as well, isn't it?
It is.
Picking what you want where. Are there any two blocks that are the same, or did you keep them all different?
I kept them all different.
Okay.
Yeah. The one thing that I did do is all of the dark fabric. So I actually preferred, you know, that those blocks I just pointed out.
Yeah.
I actually preferred the other way.
Yeah.
Where you see more of a star, because I'm a star fiend. So I kept.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was more like you say, it's more of a checkerboard on the others,
yes.
whereas yours definitely you see more the stars.
Yeah, so I like the star effect more. So I kept my dark triangles on my flying geese units all dark blue. So those are all dark blue, so they stand out a little bit more. So you get less of the checkerboard effect, more of the star.
Oh, and you get plenty of fabric in your charm pack to be able to do all of
definitely. Yeah, definitely. You can mix and match it. You can have them all the same. You can have them all checkerboard.
Yeah.
Or you can have them all stars, or a mix of the two.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Very versatile.
Yes, I loved it. It was fun. Actually, when I was flicking through the book before I actually looked at my brief properly, I'm like, oh, I really like this quilt. I hope this is the one that I do. Yeah. And then it was.
Oh, good.
So, yeah. The only tricky bit with cutting, I'll show you. So, most of the bits that you need, there's plenty of fabric in a 10-inch square to get that and some more left over.
Yeah.
But there's one particular way of cutting. So for instance, this pink checkerboard, this all comes from the same square, 10-inch square. So you do have to be careful when you're cutting that you cut it accurately, otherwise you won't have enough for that.
You want to be as economic as possible.
Exactly.
Okay.
It does have a nice grid. I mean, she realises that's a little bit tricky, so she has a really nice grid. If I show it, might be able to see. So right here, it actually shows you how to actually centre that around your 10-inch square. Yeah, you can't
Would
see,
you
but it
use
does.
stripology at home?
Yes, I did.
I know you've got stripology, haven't you?
Yes, I did use a stripology for that. And that has a 10-inch square, as you know, in it. So you can actually just lay that 10-inch square markings over your square and then cut it that way.
Perfect.
Yeah, and it's all by the ½ inch, so there's no odd sort of quarter inches.
Increments,
Yeah. So it's all ½ inch, so that works perfectly. So the first thing I'm going to do.
So this would be quite nice for a beginner actually, because if
would.
there's not any. That's what always scared me when I first started. All of the strange measurements that I'm like, I don't even know what that measurement looks like.
Yeah, it's
on
like
my ruler.
5/6 or 5/8 or
yeah.
7/8. Yeah, yeah. And I don't know about you. Well, I grew up in France, so all of my early schooling was metric anyway.
Yeah,
so we
that's
just
it.
did centimeters.
Yeah, same.
So I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, well, I don't understand. I don't understand.
No,
either.
I've only gotten into it since quilting.
Quilting.
So I'm going to do my first cut. Now it's always a little bit of a, because these are pinked around the edge, I tend to center my line sort of halfway in between the peak and the trough, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Just to make sure I've got enough. So I'm going to do my first cut, and I'm just going to leave it as it is, not touch anything. And just line it up against my cut. It's kind of hard to see. This is where the stripology ruler comes in really nicely, because you don't have to.
You don't need to worry that your fabric's going to move underneath your ruler,
Yeah.
I suppose. We'll get them back in stock. We will get the stripologies back in.
So it's 2.5 inch cuts, and then the last one is 4.5 inches. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That goes there. That goes there. Yeah, so actually if you wanted to eliminate that pinked edge, you've got enough room to actually shift that cutting over if you want to. There we go. And then it's 2.5 inches this way.
The book is very, very popular, by the way. I'm not sure whether this is for today only whilst we're doing this project that it's at this price, if it's going to go back up, but it's £4. It doesn't say in the graphics, but it's £4 discount today.
It's definitely worth it. How many, I didn't see, how many projects are in it?
There's 15 different
wow.
projects, yeah. So that's really good value, isn't it?
Yeah. And I really like that wall hanging that you pointed out. I really like that
the
too.
hearts. That's
yeah.
so pretty, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I would, because I'm a star fiend, I think I would put a star in the centre of it.
Yeah.
See if I could put a star block of one of them.
Oh, well, that's it, because you've got all of these. I think once you've done a few of them, pick a few blocks, make a couple of them up, and you'll get the feel of it and start to then mix and match them in.
Definitely.
Would you do that anyway with a quilt? Do you always make one block up first to check, or no, just go for it?
It depends.
Yeah.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on the project. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I just do one at a time. A lot of time. Well, no, actually, there have been that I do the first one just to see how it goes.
Yeah.
Just to see how it fits together. And then, like what I did with this one, is once I know the order, I then started to stagger them, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I'll start sewing what I can on the first block, chain stitching, and then finish that, press it, do the next step, and then after I've done the next step, start on the next block, so that I'm doing them all at the same time.
Line.
Yeah, bit of a production line, but they're all sort of at a different stage, so I can tell which block I'm working on. Does that make sense? So that's what you end up with. So you're going to have 8 2.5 inch squares for the corners. Oops. And 4 rectangles for your flying geese. Now these are the pieces that you will decide, do you want more of the checkerboard effect? So if I had a dark blue or a dark red, I'd have more of the checkerboard, whereas the paler ones, you get more of the star effect. Get these out of the way. So I've got my 4.5 inch square for the center.
Pick any of them, any of the colours.
It does tell you, it tells you how to divide up your squares, so how many squares you'll need for each element of the block. So I think it's definitely worth going through your pack, your charm pack first, and deciding kind of which colours you want to use for which. So you've got to pick out what you want to use for your main blocks, centre blocks, which colours you want for your stars.
Yeah.
You can always decide you want to change it later, but
Good to have a bit of an idea.
Yeah, get an idea. You definitely have to commit to which ones you want to be this colour because you use the whole square.
How many rows do you do? I know you've done 2 rows here. So
Yep.
how many rows are there? 4?
There's 4, yeah.
4.
So this is about
It's a big
half.
quilt.
Yeah, half of the quilt. Just
Nice.
about.
It's 69-inch square. Oh, Sam. Sam says I've been sewing for a year now. How do I send
hi,
in
Sam.
photos to the studio?
Oh,
Please
perfect.
send in your photos.
Oh yeah, definitely. Love to see projects.
Oh, we do. Honestly, it's so inspiring to see all of your work. So please send in photographs at studio@sewingstreet.com. Or, of course, post them on the fans page. Sewing Street Fans. That's our official one, but we've also got the Sewing Street fan page. Absolutely brilliant.
Right, so we've got that done. Next step is, so these, these are my dark blues I'm going to use for my triangles for my flying geese unit.
Okay.
So that is this point right here.
Yeah.
You have to draw a line on the back of each of those, and that's going to be your sew line. So this is to make your flying geese unit.
Which is another proper, well, it's a very popular block, isn't it? Flying geese unit is a good one to learn to do quite early because you'll use it a lot.
Definitely, and it's a very traditional block, so you
Yeah.
can actually make a quilt of nothing but flying geese, but you'll find that this unit shows up in a lot of quilt blocks anyway. So anything with stars, you generally have to do one of these units, and there's lots of different ways of doing it, but the way that they tell you in the book is you start off with a rectangle and then 2 smaller squares with a line drawn across. And so I'm just centering that on my, let's see, yeah, just centering that. So my diagonal line is going across like that. All of my raw edges are lined up around the edge, and I'm just going to sew directly on the line. Oops.
Joan says, great seeing Emma on Sewing Street.
Oh, hi, Joan.
I know, it's so good having you. Did you have a lovely Christmas and a New Year and everything?
Yeah,
Haven't
I
seen you since
did.
before
No, I
Christmas, have
haven't.
you?
No, it was quiet. Kaylee was supposed to come up,
Yeah.
but then of course the lockdown happened just before Christmas, where she was. So, yeah, I haven't seen them since end of November now, when we got our Christmas tree. But we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping maybe we'll see at the end of February because that's when a lot of our birthdays are. So
We'll do Christmas again in the summer.
yeah, we've still got Christmas presents to
That's it. Good point.
undo.
Kat saying, I'm sure I'm still due a few Christmas presents actually. There's quite a few people I didn't see.
Yeah. Right, so you do it just straight last like that, and you can either use scissors or your rotary cutter, but you want to cut 1/4 inch into your extra from your sew line. Just make sure you're cutting the correct side, not the flying geese side, otherwise you'll ruin your block. There we go. I'm just going to finger press that out. So you'd normally just press that. There we go. And then you repeat on the other side. So it's important to cut and press before you do your other side, otherwise it won't work.
Why is that?
Because if I leave it like that and I put that across,
Yeah.
it's going to get sewn underneath.
I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not just you being particular about your pressing, you'll end up ruining it.
Yeah, it won't work. It really won't work. I'm sure I've done it at some point, and that's how I learned, like, oh, yeah.
I can't speak today. Kerrie even said to me, she was like, oh, I was all tongue-tied then. I couldn't get my words out. I was like, are you kidding, Kerrie? I can't speak at all at the moment. Kerrie's so calm.
Aw. She's really good.
Oh, she's lovely.
Yeah.
She's lovely. Very lucky today. We've got a great show, haven't we? We spoiled rotten with Kerrie and Emma. Tomorrow we've got 2 guests as well, haven't we?
Oh,
Busy day. Busy day.
nice. Go. Yeah, just freehanding that.
You're
Just
leaving
'cause-
about 1/4 inch
Yeah.
still.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, I've done it enough times now that you just sort of get an eye for it. There we go. And then your block ends up, if I recreate it,
So that's your flying geese unit.
yeah, that's your flying geese unit. That's going to get sewn onto that. So I tend to work on my blocks in strips.
Okay.
So you always start with your smallest unit first. The instructions are in the book anyway, but I tend to sort of, once I know what the block looks like and where all the bits go, you kind of, if you've been quilting for a while, you kind of get a feel of which bits to do first. There we go. Oh, wrong way. There we go.
That yellow's nice. Is it got the print on it?
This is the keys.
The keys. Yeah, you can't see on screen. It's really lovely.
There we go.
The prints are so pretty in these collections. These
It
are
is
the Riley
nice.
Blake charm packs. That one's the Idyllic. Oh no, that's not the Idyllic, is it? That's the Bloom and Grow.
Yes, and it's nice. A nice mixture, like you said. The small prints. I like the keys, and then these look like wheat sheaves, like little wheat.
They're really cute.
Yeah, it just adds a little bit.
All the colours tie in together so beautifully as well. I think this is why it's easier to be random, because you know they're all going to work together anyway.
Yes, it is. It's all the same collection. It's all the same colours. You don't have to worry too much. The only thing I would think about is values.
Okay.
So lights and darks, really. That's
Right.
really the only bit you've got to worry about. So I have 4 more white squares to go in here. So these are going to be checkerboards. So let me just run these up quickly.
So then do you construct in rows,
Yes.
in pairs?
So if I do this one first. Oops. There we go. So I'm just going to do a little bit of chain stitching.
How do you know which side you're stitching? Do you just layer them up that you know which
Yeah,
side?
I have a method because I don't like to think too much.
Okay.
So my method is, and I'll do it again here. So now I've got this pile. Everything on this side is where I'm going to sew, because
Right.
I know that I've oriented everything so that I just pick it up and I just sew along this side. So what I do is, so this piece is going to get sewn onto this piece. That's going to be the sew edge. This piece is going to get sewn onto here. This is going to be the sew edge. So I just rotate that around to put it there. So that's going to be my next pile of chain stitching.
Oh, you're so good. You're really organised. This is brilliant.
Only because it's from working in the lab.
Yeah.
And you know, if you get distracted, then you lose track of where you are. So you tend to develop a system of even like where I used to place like the test tube caps, where I used to place them, so that I know, okay, that's the test tube I'm working on, or that's the next one, or that one's done. So yeah.
Yeah, you've got to be really precise.
Yeah. Plus, if I think once, then I don't have to think while I'm doing it. My mind can just wander. Plus, I've sewn enough things wrong that you eventually you work out a system that works for you.
So you've put your 1/4 inch foot on?
Yes, I have. This is all 1/4 inch seam allowance. The only time you need your, what I call your flat foot, but Elliot, I think, used the proper name, which is a satin foot, is when you're doing your flying geese units, because you're just sewing straight across that line. If you can do it with a 1/4 inch foot, but you might find that little lip on your 1/4 inch foot catches. So I always just change it to that. I'm going to speed that up just a bit so we can get through this. Just a few. So there also isn't anything tricky to really sew on this, other than the flying geese. Once you get the flying geese units down, that's probably your trickiest one. Everything else is just straight lines, there's no curves.
Yeah, that's really good. So again, brilliant for somebody's first big quilt. You don't need to worry too much. Or do you know if you've got some of your favourite fabrics? Sometimes, if you're working with really beautiful fabrics and designer fabrics, I always think, if I'm doing something that's really tricky and lots of straight, intricate blocks, I'm really scared that I'm going to, waste the fabric because I'll do something wrong, or 2, I'll lose the look of it. Whereas on this block, you really see all of the fabrics very clearly, don't you?
Oh, yes, yes. Makes the most of all of
That's it.
Yeah.
Are there any points to match when you're doing this
There is.
flying geese unit?
Oh, on the flying geese,
When
yes,
you're
there
stitching
is.
onto that.
Let me show you. So, when I sew those together, I tend to always keep the flying geese unit on the top.
Okay.
Because, let me see if I can show you. Right here is where that line of stitching meets at the top.
Oh, yes.
So you want to sort of aim your stitch line just on the other side of that point. So just in the seam allowance side of that point,
Okay.
where it comes to a triangle, so that when you press it over, you've got a nice point. It doesn't
you
get
don't
lost.
lose the tip of it.
Yeah, you lose the tip of it, basically. So I always put it up, and you can just fuss with it so you get it straight there. Sometimes if your seam allowance is a little bit short or a little bit too big,
Yeah.
you won't quite go across right there. So you can adjust it a little bit
Okay.
just to make sure it works. So that's that. Let me get these.
That's a technical term. If you fudge it a bit, then
Yeah.
then it'll work.
I've got a few quilts that are made with a pound of fudge. they all come out, as they say, it all comes out in the quilting. So
There you go. That's our new saying at the
Yeah.
moment. It all comes out in the wash, but I like that one. All comes out in the quilting.
yeah, the quilting hides a multitude of sins.
Which was, sorry? The one that Emma's working with is most popular at the moment. This is the Bloom and Grow range, and this one is the one that comes with the claret 1 metre and 2.5 metres of ivory as well. It's really, really beautiful. So you get your 10-inch charm pack, 42 squares. You'll have plenty in here to have a really good play around with.
Yeah.
Lots
definitely.
of different colours.
Yeah, so that will be my first row.
Amazing.
So what I'll do is sew these together to make my checkerboard squares, and then sew all that together so it's one row, and then repeat the same on the middle row, and then the last one.
Right.
Yeah. Have we got time for the border?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be
Cool.
good to see the border actually,
Yeah.
because let me show you on the picture. For about 15 minutes still, Emma.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So absolutely
okay.
fine.
Well, let me do this then, because that'll be plenty of time. Let me finish this one row.
So you have your you have 4 in a row. How is it that you then incorporate the stars then into?
Oh.
We should talk about that as well.
Definitely. Okay. I'll just say one more thing
Yeah.
before I put this aside. So what I've done on all of my checkerboards, because I've got a white and a coloured square, I have pressed all of my seam allowances towards the coloured square,
Okay.
so that when I go to put my checkerboard together, they nest in the middle, which means that my seams are going in opposite directions. So you can really match that up in the middle. If you push them, I usually push them together with my thumb and finger.
You can feel them sort of locking together.
Sit together, yeah, really nest. And so that's how you get that nice, accurate checkerboard.
You generally
in the
don't
middle.
pin. Would you pin at those points?
You can pin. I say I'm not a pinner, but Mikey, my husband, he teases me because I usually end up pinning something.
Yeah.
But for just putting my blocks together, if it's something like this, I don't tend to pin. I just work with my seams and nest them so that they fit together. When I do the border though, I do pins, but I will talk about that in a sec, because first I want to go over.
That star, it's lovely, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so I'm going to steal these back again actually.
So is that a different block in itself? You construct your main 12.5-inch blocks, which is finished with the squares in the corner, and the star is different. Because sometimes when you have a secondary pattern, it's almost incorporated into your block, isn't it?
It is. Well, this one is incorporated into the sashing.
Sashing, okay.
Yeah. So let's see, I'm too sure I've got some sashing strips. Oh, yeah. These
So
are
your
my
sashing is
strips.
the part that's between the blocks, so your
Yes.
big white strips that are between the...
Yeah. So this would go right here.
Okay.
Now, the way that you make that at this bit is and I've got some cuts.
Sorry, I know
here
our
we go.
graphics are just covering our stars, aren't they? So you can't quite see them. You can show you there, though. There you go. You can
There
see
we
your
go.
stars in between your sashing.
So these squares, I'm going to do exactly the same thing with the flying as I did with the flying geese,
Yeah.
but it's going to be at the end of my sashing.
Do you need to think about directional prints or not really?
You can or can't. Depends if it bothers you or not. So for these, I did think about it. As you can see, my wheat heads are going across like this.
Okay.
So when they put them together, they'll all go sort of across like that.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily matter. They can go all over. I mean,
It's up to you.
it depends if it'll bother you. Then pay attention to it. But
Otherwise,
yeah.
don't lose sleep over it.
No,
Yeah.
exactly. Actually, probably add a design element if it's going a bit more. So the sashing, if I show you on this one. So I'm just going to do this without marking, because it's a smaller square than what you're doing on the main block. So you don't have to mark it if you feel confident, but I did do this. I did mark it on the ones I did on the quilt.
Is this the first time you've used this machine, Emma? What did you think to it?
I really like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've used the next one up from that.
The 680. Yeah, it looks very similar to the 680, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, I really like it. It's really smooth. I really like the speed adjustment because it gives you a lot of options. So one of my smaller machines, it just clicks across. So you've got like literally low, medium, high.
Yeah.
Whereas this slides all the way across. It does everything that you need it to basically, and more. So it's got the push button to start it if you don't want to use a foot pedal or can't use a foot pedal. Lock stitch, backwards, thread cutter.
Yeah, what more could you want?
Threader, the threading is really nice on it. The needle threader.
Yeah. Elliot's saying, I can even thread that one. I can even use a needle threader on that one. It's really easy.
It does have the needle adjustment, so if it's on the straight stitch and you adjust the stitch width, that moves the needle across a little bit if you need it.
That's good.
Yeah, I didn't need it on the 1/4 inch foot because it was already quite accurate to the 1/4 inch foot. Yeah, so I just trimmed that off just like I did the flying geese. Press that across. Now repeat that on this side.
Nobody's used our fancy iron yet, have they?
Oh.
It's back in stock. It's back in stock.
I'll definitely use it for the next one because
Thank you.
I will need it for the next one. I promise.
Just so you know, for anybody who's heard John Scott screaming, shouting about this one the other day, it completely sold out his show. I have no idea where Kat's managed to get these, but the cordless iron is back in stock. Definitely check out on that early. But we'll have a look at it and we'll talk more about it in Emma's next show. There's already people finding it on pre-order. Brilliant.
Yeah, I will use it for this just to give it a nice press. Because I am quite excited about the cordless feature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So come on then, let's dig it out.
Go on then. Go on. So you can have it in the stand and it's locked, and then if you press the button, as Kat already shown you, if you press that button right and then the trigger underneath, it will release it.
Oh.
Have you got it to the right at the top, isn't it, Kat? You flick it right to the top, the button, and then there's a button underneath your handle.
Yeah.
You press that trigger down. Cordless,
Nice.
and it's hot.
Yes. Oh, that's nice. Cordless is very nice.
I didn't even know that exists. I didn't know that was an option, a cordless iron, but it is nice.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take long to reheat either. It's literally takes, I think, 20 seconds or 25 seconds to reheat.
That is nice. Oh, because that's the thing. I don't iron my clothes very much anymore, but that is the thing that used to really annoy me, is when you're ironing your shirt and then the cord drags across.
Yeah. So you're left-handed, aren't you?
I'm right-handed.
Oh, you're right-handed. It must just happen to all of us then, because I thought that only happened to me because I was left-handed, but no, it does just get in the way, doesn't it? You can still use it as a corded iron.
Oh yeah. So that's how the sashing goes. So you have to be careful. So on the edges, all around the edges of the quilt, you only have one set of triangles to make your star. So this would go there.
Oh yes.
But in
that makes
between,
sense.
you see, you'd have the blue ones and the red ones. So you do have to plan ahead where
The right colours.
Yeah, the right colours. Or I mean, you can mismatch it. You can do all different colours
Yeah.
on a star. But if you want them to all be the same colour, you do have to plan which ones need to go where, basically. So that's a nice way. And I like that.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that's a
Yeah.
really lovely design feature. And like you said, throughout the book, there's lots of these different ways of making your sashing quite jazzy.
Yeah, I like it.
So then the border that goes around the
Border.
outside. So it's got sashing around the edge of your block, plus
Yes.
your border before your binding.
Yeah, so your inner border. So technically, you've got your sashing,
Yeah.
and then your cornerstones, which are the centre of the star.
Yeah.
Your inner border, and then an outer border, which
Okay.
is red for this bundle, which I really liked.
Yeah, that is a nice crimson, isn't it?
It
It
is.
goes really well with the ones that you've used as your centre block as well.
Yes. Oh, you get from this side. So if you never cut strips from your fabric before, which
Yeah, how do you get it
most of-
straight?
straight. So normally I would give it a good press, so press the centre crease out. And then what I do is, because invariably when the fabric comes off the bolt and it's cut, because of the way the fabric is wound on the bolt, so think of it like a racing track, the inside is tighter than the outside,
Right.
and eventually that shifts your two layers of fabric a little bit. So invariably it won't be straight cut, basically. It'll shift maybe about half an inch at the most,
Right.
not a huge amount, but just enough to put it off. So when you're lining it up, don't just line up your cut edges and think, oh, that's going to be straight. You have to line up your selvage edges and make sure that it's hanging straight before you cut it. So I'll line up my selvage edges at the top, let it hang, and you just want it to be completely straight. So you can see my corners are maybe just under 1/4 of an inch
Yeah.
misaligned. If I show you misalignment, very big misalignment, so if I shift that a little bit more,
Oh, it's
So-
twisting all at the bottom.
yeah, you can see, that's what I mean. That's not straight. So if it's twisting at the bottom and not laying straight, then
Yeah.
you need to shift.
Readjust.
Yeah, and the way that I'm shifting, so I just put my fingers in between,
Yeah.
and I'm just literally moving my selvage edges against each other.
Until you find that it's lying
Yeah,
flat.
flat.
Okay.
So there.
That's a really good tip.
Yeah. So you lay that in half, and then I fold it over again. If you've got a big enough table and mat and ruler, you can just cut it in half. But for most people, myself included, mine's not quite that big, so I do it in quarters basically. Now what I'm doing is I'm lining up, when I lay my fabric down, lining up my folded edge with one of the lines on the mat.
Okay.
And I don't use the mat to measure.
No, you've got
Only
to be.
to align.
I suppose. I mean, this is a milled one. It's reliable still, but I would
Yes.
always use my ruler
Ruler.
measurements. Would you?
I do.
Over my
Well,
mat?
thing is, it is an accuracy thing, but also you can do one or the other, but only do one or the other.
Okay.
So if you're going to measure with your ruler, continue only measuring with your ruler. If you're going to use the marks on your mat, only use the marks on your
So as
mat.
long as it's consistent.
Exactly. Don't mix and match.
How are we doing for time, Elliot? About 4 minutes.
Okay, so I'll just do quickly. I'm just going to cut my edge off. That's all aligned, so I know that's all safely aligned. Because I'm not using the lines on my mat, I can just measure from my ruler. 1, 2, 3, 4.5 for my border. So I'm just lining up that 4.5 edge against my cut edge and making sure that it's square across the fold.
Okay.
So you'd have multiple strips of that.
Hi, Laurie. Morning, Vicki and
hi,
Emma.
Laurie.
Hi, Laurie. Love the quilt. It looks like looks like spring and fresh and bright.
Yes.
Lovely demo.
do it this way.
That's what we like, isn't it? Nice, spring fresh projects.
So you want to cut your selvage edges off, all of your strips, and then sew them widthwise, end to end. So you've got a really long strip of all of your fabric. And then if I just borrow this, if I can reach.
You can reach. So you're just literally butting them up and doing end to end as opposed to stitching them diagonally like you would your binding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That's fine.
And then the way I do my borders, so a lot of people will say measure them, which is the correct way of doing it. So you measure the edge of your quilt, measure your strip, make sure it's all the same. But the quickest way I find for doing borders,
we like an Emma hack, don't we? Emma's way. There's the correct way and then there's Emma's way.
Yeah. So what I do is I'm just laying my quilt top down, my border strip down, not stretching anything, making sure it's all aligned, and then I just pin it in. This is when I do pin. So maybe about hand width, so pin quite a bit. Well, this is quite a bit for me. Hands width apart.
Okay.
All the way across. And then when you come to sew it, use your 1/4 inch, but then sew it so that your border strip is always on top. And the reason for that is because your feed dogs are going to feed the fabric that's underneath a little bit quicker than what's on top.
Yeah.
And because there's stretch usually in your fabric for the width cross, that will prevent your border from stretching and ending up with wavy borders.
Ah.
So yeah, a lot of times people will just not pin and then just sew it on, just have a long strip and just sew it on.
And you get a bit of bowing.
Well, you get
wavy,
like too much fabric attached, so your border ends up too long, even though it's stitched all the way along and it doesn't actually go across. You just get too much fabric. It's like almost like a flounce.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, on a skirt, like a ruffle on a skirt, although not as pronounced, but a little bit like that.
Okay.
And that is problematic when you come to quilting it.
Yeah.
Basically. So yeah.
So do pin at this point.
Do pin, yes. This is the part that I do pin at, and this is actually quicker than the measuring and the faffing about that you would do.
I know some of the machines, I think we talked about this last time you were here, the Juki machine's got the dual feed system, and it does take your fabric, the top layer and the bottom layer through it.
Yeah, so that would avoid that as well.
Walking foot's good though as well, isn't it?
Yes,
That
you can do walking foot
to feed it through.
Yep. The only reason I don't use a walking foot usually is because it's hard to gauge your 1/4 inch.
Yeah, exactly.
On that.
So that's another way of doing it without your foot on, without your walking foot.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Anything else that you wanted to mention, Emma?
The only other thing for the borders then is they've staggered them. So I would do this side first, and then the opposite side.
Yeah.
So get my 2 short sides on, and then do the last 2 so that they're both long. So you kind of like a courthouse step.
Yeah, yeah.
Look,
so it's all in the instructions anyway.
Oh,
isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah.
It's all in the instructions. Thank you ever so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
You. We're going to be doing some creative grids in the next hour, aren't we?
Yes.
Fantastic.
And
We'll
lots
see you
of
after.
ironing.
Yes. Although the iron's sold out now. It's gone. Sold out. Well done if you managed to get the corners iron. We will let you know when it's back in stock. So the book that Emma was working from is Your Playful Precut Quilt. It's $18.99 today, which is a £4 discount to its normal price point. I don't know whether that's going to go back up or whether it's a new price. I don't know whether it's just for today. So I'd grab that whilst you can. It's a £4 saving, which is your P&P basically, isn't it? Now, the project that we were looking at is the Sunday Drive. It's a 69-inch square finished size quilt. So it's a nice big quilt, isn't it? Designed using your 10-inch charm squares. Now you also have loads of projects in here that have got lots of different pre-cuts. So this one's using 2.5-inch strips, so your jelly roll and fat 8s. This one is using your 2.5-inch strips as well. There's 15 projects in here. This one's with fat 8s. This one's with, again, your 2.5-inch strips. So if you have got any pre-cuts in your stash and you're thinking, right, I don't know what to use them for, these are using 5 or 10-inch pre-cut squares. So if you've got the bundles from today, you could always make that one. We love this as well. That's from 5-inch charm squares. The book, very, very popular, very clear. I love the fact that you've got all of these fantastic pictures. Now, some books give you photographs and some books give you diagrams. I really like having a diagram because I think sometimes you can almost be distracted by fabrics and you can't see it as clearly, whereas with diagrams you can see really, really clearly everything that you need to know. Lovely to mix and match as well. The great thing about this, the finished block of this one is 12.5-inch, and I think a majority of the blocks in here are 12.5-inch finished blocks. So it says you can mix and match 15 projects to mix and match all of these different blocks together. Now we have 2 bundles. Remember, grab the book whilst you can. It's discounted today at $18.99. We've got 2 bundles. The one that Emma made the quilt out of was the other one. This is your Idyllic, $75.99. Now you are getting 42 10-inch squares. So that is an amazing bundle of fabric. One of our most popular ranges from Riley Blake that we've launched is the Idyllic range, 3.5 meters of fabric included as well as your charm pack. So you get 1 meter of Midnight and you get 2.5 meters of cream, and that's enough to make the largest, the big quilt, the 65-inch square quilt. Great chance to be able to get your Idyllic range as well, to see all of those different prints, the different colours, the yellows. It is, as Laurie said, so fresh. Perfect for springtime, really beautiful different scales of prints and all sort of sorted for you. So you don't need to worry about, if you're not very good at being random and picking colours together, it's always done for you. The one that Emma was working with, which is the most popular, this is Bloom and Grow. Please do make sure you're checking out as soon as you can. The crimson matches in perfectly with your flowers, doesn't it? Absolutely perfectly. I love this one. Isn't it gorgeous? Sorry. Hi, Vicky, is there a problem with YouTube? There has been a little bit of a problem with YouTube, but I think we're up and running. We've got the technical team looking into it, but it keeps going on and off, so you just keep an eye on it, and we should be back on there soon. The technical team are working on it. So you've got your 10-inch charm squares. You also have 1 meter of your crimson and 2.5 meters of ivory this time, 2.5 meters of ivory, and that's the one that you've seen already made up. Now, we've also put together some backing bundles. Great chance to be able to get your hands on all of these. It's a lot of fabric. We're going to start with ivory. 4.5 meters, pre-cut by our team already for you, so they're ready to go. We are limited on these now, so if you do want 4.5 meters continuously, we're in single figures for this one. £30.99. It is 112 wide, 100% quilting weight cotton, and you're making a slight discount as well. If you were to purchase these individually, I think it'd be 50p more, which I know, it's, you know, little saving, every little helps. Every little helps. £30.99. We've also put together a couple of other backing bundles. Now, whether it's for this quilt or another UFO that you've got in your cupboard ready to quilt, this is in marine. Oh, in fact, do you know what? This would be really nice with the Emporium collection. This would be really, really nice with the Liberty Emporium collection that we just saw in the last hour. £30.99, that's 4.5 meters of your marine colour. And then finally, magenta, most popular has been magenta, which is a nice colour again. In fact, it goes really well with the one that Emma was working with. We're down to single figures. Oh my word, snap this up whilst you can. A bit of a saving as well, £30.99 for 4.5 meters of your Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton. Isn't that gorgeous? Still lovely quality. Just because we've got backing in the graphics, please don't think this is any lesser quality. It is gorgeous. Okay. Finally, by the half meter, if you are stocking up your quilting stash, you're going to need some wadding. I mean, it doesn't look exciting on the screen, but it is, of course, essential. It's so soft, so soft indeed. If you do want to get it by the half metre, the price is fantastic. Whether you're doing cushions, whether you're doing small storage baskets, whether you're doing big king-size quilts, this is really versatile. And it's great to be able to have it by the half metre, as before it's always been, you know, in big packs. It's £6.99. Right, I didn't notice the time. We've got a dash. We've got Kerrie back, loads more kits, still so much to bring you. Don't forget, Emma's going to be joining me again in an hour with more creative grids. But don't go anywhere. Kerrie from Living in Loveliness is back after this. While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 AM, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 AM, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Are we ready to dive back into living in loveliness? We've got brand new sewn with scraps. This is a really good chance to use up any remnants from your stash, to indulge in beautiful Liberty fabrics again, and to get everything all matching. So, of course, it's been such a strange start to the year, hasn't it? And it'd be lovely to be able to get all of our kitchens looking lovely, our dining tables and all the kitchen organised with all matching Liberty projects. So Kerrie, as always, has put together the most beautiful kits for us. So the first one, I'll show you what we're making. We'll start with the Liberty Blue, just because I know a lot of people loved it in the first hour. So you get to make yourself your wall hanging, which is your lovely organiser. Put your keys on there, put any of your shopping lists, your post-it notes, any letters and bits and bobs. That's really, really handy, isn't it? Very handy. I do like a good wall tidy, really do, absolutely. We've got to that time of our lives now, haven't we? Before Christmas, Kerrie and I were saying, oh, we just love a good iron, love, you know, I was going crazy about Karcher. I got a Karcher thing for Christmas and it was so good. You know those like shower vacuums? Oh, it's just another level. Wall organisers, that's it now. Also, how adorable are these? These are so gorgeous. So, what you get in your pattern, which I'll show you in a bit and we'll explain with Kerrie, you get all your templates to be able to make your bowl cover. But if you've got any, you know, casserole dishes like this or different sizes, Kerrie will also talk you through how you can sort of transfer the skills that we know and the templates that we know to make your own template to be able to make your own casserole dish for any sizes. So that's really, really handy. And then we've also got, I mean, it doesn't stop there. You also get to make, look at these. These are lovely, aren't they? All three sizes, your multi-purpose clips, to have on the dinner table again. I think these are really versatile, aren't they? To be able to have your little hair bubbles, hair clips. These are so lovely to be able to have in your bedroom as well. And how cute is this? We were talking about doing that gorgeous little Dresden plate. It's such attention to detail. So you can make all of that. Let me show you the kit and how it comes to you, because as always, they're so beautifully presented, wrapped in tissue paper, wrapped with loveliness. And we're getting all of our coordinating fabrics. So you've got your Liberty Emporium range collection, hand-picked by Kerrie, kitted by Kerrie. So you get your two different fabrics, plus you're getting all of your instructions. So your sewn with scraps has got instructions for your wall hanging, your pot cover, and your, let me carry on through, and also your hexie bowls in 3 different sizes. All very clear instructions, lovely photographs, fabric requirements on the back, and of course, as always, your templates, any templates that you need, Kerrie includes as well. On this one, remember, she'll talk you through how you can make your own template to be able to do your own casserole dish. And it is lovely Liberty fabric. Now, we do also have it in the Liberty Green, which we launched earlier on for the kitchen makes, and it is really lovely to be able to have everything matching in your kitchen. So, this time, most popular on pre-order again. This comes with your instructions, your patterns, and look, this gorgeous Liberty fabric. How gorgeous is this? 2 of your Liberty fabric prints, plus your instructions, your templates, everything that you need to know to get started. And of course, jot down today's date, so then when you get your kit home, you can remember all of the tips that Kerrie is going to give us today on the show. It's the 21st of January if you do want to jot down today's date. The greens have been so popular today. These peacock teals are always going to be very, very popular. But they are so rich and opulent, aren't they? And I always just think whenever I go into Liberty, I normally do an annual trip around Christmas. I've really missed it over the festive period this year. But oh my word, everything you see you just want, don't you? And it's, of course, very expensive. So to be able to make your own with Liberty Fabrics. It's been kitted by Kerrie with fantastic instructions. It makes it accessible for us all. $15.99. That's crazy, isn't it? This isn't one project. This is a lot that you can do with this. We'll talk to Kerrie about any other additional things, bits and bobs that we might need in our stash to get started. But that's a lot for your money, isn't it? $15.99. And then once you've got the pattern, if you did want to do some others in other fabrics, you've got the patterns there already, haven't you? And then the last colourway is your Brights. It complements the bundles that we had earlier on. It's brand new fabric for us in today. Oh, gone with this lovely, gorgeous mustard yellow as well, which is very, very on trend. I think the Pantone colour of the year this year, or colours of the year, there's two, is grey and mustard. And these look lovely. Anne says, love the greens. Great show, Vicki and Kerrie. Chrissy says, I don't normally like greens, but love the Liberty green. It's a different kind of green. That it's more on the teal sort of range. It's more of your peacock shades. It's beautiful. Wait till you to work with it as well. It's beautiful quality, as is the little Johnny. It's so gorgeous. $15.99. Now, today, we couldn't do this earlier and we had a lot of messages about it. We are able to offer you the pattern on its own. So if you do want the pattern on its own, it's £9.99 for your pattern and your templates to make all of those different projects. Remember, 3 different size bowls with your lovely little Dresden, your casserole dish cover, and your wall hanging, which again is so versatile. Once you know how to do it, and once you have the pattern, of course, there's so much, you're going to be able to use this for so many different rooms, for offices, for friends' birthdays, for anybody who's working from home, for children who, of course, we're all spending more time at home doing the remote learning. To have it, there's so many different ways of being able to use this. So we love a good organiser. Just $9.99 for the pattern on its own. All 3 of those patterns, remember, plus your templates. Now, we also had a bit of an idea. If you want Liberty fat quarters, we mentioned them earlier. We're going to mention them again because here we have got 12 Liberty Emporium range fat quarters, which will complement all of the projects that we've been doing today, some of which feature in Kerrie's kits. These are all fat quarters, cut ready to go. So if you're thinking, do you know what, I want to make loads of these bowl covers. See, I can't speak today. Bowl covers or any of the bowls, or if there's anything that you want to make more of and you've got the pattern already, why not grab yourself some fat quarters? They're $44.99 and they're such beautiful quality. We never even had these by the half metre, ever. These were really exclusive to be able to have them in fat quarters. They're beautiful, beautiful colours, all for £44.99. Extremely limited, extremely limited. We did have these in stock at the end of last year. We started with loads of these. We are now getting very limited. It's not very often that you get the chance to get Liberty fat quarters, so do make the most of them. Leslie said, I'm going to make a wall hanging for Dad's man cave. Brilliant. There you go. Perfect. See, once you've got the pattern, you can use any fabrics you want. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you for another amazing pattern. We love this. And beautiful kits. Once again, I love them.
When you just said we're getting to that age where we love a wall hanger, as you know, I name all of my patterns after normally my children. When I decided the name on this, I actually called it Kerrie.
Oh, Kerrie.
It's Kerrie.
Which one's Claire? No,
Claire's the bowl cover.
There's one called Claire the bowl cover.
But the wall hanger, when I was making it, I have a tendency to lose my keys. I spend a lot of time looking for the keys. So I did design it as a solution to my problems, really.
There you go.
So I thought, I wasn't intending on naming anything after myself, but it is definitely something that I need. I always need a notebook and somewhere to put the letters that need urgent attention, but more importantly, somewhere to hang the keys, because I am forever losing them.
That is a perfect idea, isn't it? And I must say again, what beautiful fabric.
Oh yeah, absolutely, really, really beautiful, and it's quite nice so that they complement each other as well.
Yeah.
And then we've got obviously the bowl covers that we mentioned.
So talk me through these. So you get the template to be able to do the round, is that right?
That's right. So you get two sizes of the circle template for you to be able to make your bowl covers, but in the pattern as well, because of course we all have different collections, don't we? And we tend to have a lot of the smaller casserole dishes, and also a lot of the larger casserole dishes. And they were the main things that we find that we needed to pop covers on. So in the steps, I actually show you how to increase the size or how to draw it and the stages of what you'll do so it will fit onto your particular project that you want to pop it onto.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, and one of the ladies have made them for a dog food as well.
Oh,
so
great.
made it to the size for a dog food as well, which was
in
lovely.
Liberty.
I don't think the dog got Liberty fabric.
What a fancy dog bowl.
But why not? Why
Absolutely,
not? It rests in the kitchen.
So which one do you want to demo?
So today I'm going to show you how to make the hexagon bowls. These are, I ran out of nieces to name things after, so this one's named after a lady who's been coming to my class. She started at my very first class, Hilary. So I'm going to show you just how easy they are to make. Now in the step-by-step instructions it refers to batting, so I've used batting to make those if you want a softer finish on your hexagon bowls.
What have you used with these?
That's batting.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
so it still gives lovely structure,
Still
doesn't
gives it great structure, and the way that you bring the sides in gives that lovely structure as well. Or if you have a look at the bright ones, it's a completely different finish. It's more sturdy using the Bosal foam as well.
Yeah.
And I thought, as it's very exciting and you're now stuck in Bosal foam, it'd be a nice way to show you one of the projects that you can use it for.
Is this a fusible Bosal foam that you've used?
I haven't used a fusible, but you could certainly use a fusible. Definitely. And to be honest, I'm going to spray 505 on it to keep it into place. So yeah, absolutely use your fusible. I tend not to use a fusible foam.
Can I just show you this different colourway? Because they're so lovely,
They
aren't
look great in the brights.
The brights look absolutely gorgeous. And do you know what? I really do like it with the Bosal as well. It adds a completely different feel to it.
Yeah, completely different. And what I'll show you how to do as well is how to make those deeper if you want those deeper as well. Yeah. So the stacking bowls look great. Of course, you can use the same fabric so they all coordinate together.
Brilliant.
So really nice and easy. I did mention, because obviously the patterns are quite like the same theme to feature through the patterns. So we've gone for a little tiny Dresden, teeny tiny Dresden here. So I thought I'd just show you how cute the template is.
Oh,
so you've got a little tiny Dresden here, which is perfect for sitting on the centre of your hexagon bowls here. So you've got, you're using up the tiniest pieces of fabric. This is a great way, it's one of the projects from Sewn with Scrap, so it is a great way to use up those remnants. Because it takes a little while, because they're so small and there's so many pieces, I've already gone ahead and sewn those together.
Can you do it on your machine, or would you hand stitch those?
Oh no, I've done all this on the machine.
Brilliant.
This has all been done on the machine.
No, I'd think, if it's that little, I'd have to hand stitch, which would be quite fiddly, but it's great that you can do it on the machine.
Well, Tracy, who made the demos for me in the brights, she's really enjoyed the little tiny Dresden. She said she found it very therapeutic to sew those. They just look very cute in there. So what we're going to do, so you just simply, nice easy project, you've got 2 of your hexagons and then I've got 1 of the Bosal hexagons. They're all in the same shape. And then we're simply, and I mean, you don't have to put the hexagons at the Dresden onto them if you don't want to. But what we're going to do is to just secure that in the centre of your Dresden to begin with, if you want that to feature in the middle. I think if this is on your, your hallway table where you drop your change or your keys into, it's quite nice to have that Dresden resting.
That's a good idea. I'd really like one of these for, all your little knickknacks.
Yeah, we do tend to have lots of knickknacks.
Yeah.
Or buttons, they look nice with your buttons. So just to secure this, I'm just going to pop a little bit of 505 just on the back of the Dresden, and I've found the centre just simply by folding that fabric. And then we've got your little circle there in the middle. So as we did in the earlier demonstration, just have the fabric facing up towards you and the fusible on top. Fusible interfacing, that is. And we're simply just going to sew around that circle. Again, just using that 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Dawn, which of the fat quarter bundle is it that you bought? The Liberty ones that we were looking at? Because are all these fabrics in the bundle? I'm not quite sure what you mean, Dawn. Just let me know if it's you're talking about these ones. Have you ordered these and you want to know whether they're in the kits with Kerrie? Because some of them are. Some of them are the same ones that you've picked out. The kits come with 2 fabrics. And we saw some earlier on as well with the fabulous fat quarter fern, and again some of them were featured in there, but they're all from the same range from Liberty, so they all work together really, really well. I hope that's answered your question.
And some of the ones that you've got featured in that bundle will be in next month's kits as well.
Oh,
So
brilliant.
perfect time to get your hands on if you want to make extra collections. So I've simply just snipped into the circle, and all I'm going to do to reverse this is to just cut into that interfacing. Yeah, I absolutely love the brights of the Liberty. So we're just going to centre that onto the top there by reversing that through.
Oh, look at that colour.
Doesn't it look lovely?
Just
And when
pops.
I made the other ones, and when Tracy made hers, you know, we went for the bold colour in the centre, but doesn't it look lovely with that? It just, you know, if you're going to put your change and all your bits and bobs in there, it needs to look very pretty, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
I think I really like having you sort of patterned or your favourite fabric being the inside of the bowl.
Yeah, definitely. Because you see most of that section there. So I'm just bringing that circle out there, and then we're simply going to rest that on top and just give that a little press. And your interfacing is going to secure that into place. You could use just a lightweight interfacing and not fusible, but the perk of working with a fusible is it secures it into place straight away. Now in the instructions here, I would recommend hand stitching this, but just for the speed of it today, I'm just simply going to sew just to secure it into place for now.
So with the Bosal, you can sew through this. It's not like the Bosal one that you were talking about earlier on. This is all right, you can sew through and...
Yeah, so you can sew straight into this. And actually what's really lovely about working with Bosal, the more quilting you do onto Bosal, I mean, if you look in those bright trays there, it really stands.
Yeah, it really stands out.
So, you know, it's a great opportunity to do that echo quilting just on the centre of your bowl as well. So if you wanted to not put the Dresden in, but you still want to make a feature of your project,
You can do some just quilting at the bottom, absolutely. Good chance to maybe get your free motion foot out, do a bit of practicing.
Do you like free motion?
I do.
Okay, so just sewn a top stitch on that to secure that into place. Then we're simply going to rest the second fabric onto the top. And you can pin into your Bosal as well, although, well, that's not the best cutting that I've ever done. There we go, it's matching up now. I was thinking what happened there.
Again, is this best to use clips as opposed to pins?
I tend to, and also it's much faster as well to remove your clips as you're going around. But you know, because you've got the thickness of the Bosal, you know, it could bend your pins. So I would definitely work with
$19.99 for 50 clips, and it's a good amount of clips to have. Actually, it's better to have too many, especially if you're doing binding and things like that. Dawn. This is the fat quarter pack. You get 12 fat quarters, and they're all, am I best to show you on? There we go, thank you. These are all of the prints, Dawn. The peacocks, they're all gorgeous. This Emporium range is my fave.
I absolutely love the Emporium range.
I actually think it's probably my favourite ever collection from Liberty, especially because it pays homage to the store itself.
Yeah.
So beautiful. I'm so pleased that you're using this in your kits as well. I know that Kerrie's very picky in which fabrics get put into all of her kits, so it is a testament to the
Well,
quality
I had a little time off over Christmas, so I had lots more time to think and plan and choose more fabric.
So you get all of those. It seems more than 12. Is it 12? Yeah. 5, 6. 10. You're right, it's 12 fat quarters for £44.99. I hope that helps, Dawn. We're in single figures on that one, just so you know. Single figures for you fat quarters.
So
Right,
all
so
I've done,
stitching around.
yeah, that's it. So all I've done is just left. What I would recommend when you're working with bowsel, especially when you're going to reverse, pull something through as we're going to do at the moment, is leave the biggest gap that you can.
Right, okay.
You know, if you're working with batting, then that glides through when you're turning your fabric the right way out anyway. But with the foam, we don't want to put any pressure on the seams. So leave that gap as large as you can, based on the size of the hexagon that you're working with. And I'm currently sewing the largest of the 3. You get your 3 templates in there.
Otherwise you end up doing a bit of a workout, don't you, trying to pull it through a tiny gap.
Well, yeah, I've certainly done a few of those with bowsel. That's why I think it's really important to point out.
And you put pins there to mark it, so
I've put pins there just because my pen's white today, so just to remind me where to start and stop. Okay. Always, you know, try and sew across the edge so you get the nice points, the nice finish on there, if you like, for your hexagon.
The bowsel, by the way, is your sew-in single. When it says single-sided sewing, what does that mean?
Single, so is it fusible?
No, this isn't. So I don't know why it says single-sided. It shouldn't be. This is just sewing. You either get single-sided, double-sided, or sewing. This one that we've got the graphics for is the one Kerrie's using, which is the sewing.
I only ever use the sewing.
You can use the fusible one,
yeah, you can definitely.
It's up to you. There's 3 different types on the website, but that's for, well, it's going to be cut off the bolt for you, so that's ½ metre by the ½ metre. It's 150 wide as well, so it's nice and wide. It is lovely quality, isn't it,
I
bowsel?
love bowsel. I absolutely love working with bowsel.
So you're just making sure all of those points are nice and
just
pointy.
pushing those out. So I did just trim on those corners just to show you as well. So I've just trimmed into the corner to get a nice finish on there. So I tend to trim on both sides, especially with the foam, so you get a nice point. And then we're just going to give that a little press.
You're absolutely welcome, Dawn. She's perfect. I was really ordered the wrong one. Love to you and Queen Ladybird.
I know which lovely Dawn that is. Dawn had a ladybird tattoo.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Dawn, amazing.
Very
After you.
Very, very brave.
I think you need to get one, don't you?
But I'll have the pattern weights. I'm not brave enough anymore for a tattoo. I'm not brave enough.
Just so you know, the green colourway that Kerrie's working with, we are over allocated. Please do not wait to the end of the demo to check out. We've also got the pattern on its own. Very, very popular. That's your main graphic. Just £9.99. We do have the blue. We have the bright. We'll recap those, but don't wait until the end of the demo to check out on your green, as that is now oversubscribed.
The other thing that I'd recommend as well when you're working with bowsel is when you're top stitching, so we're going to top stitch around here, always sew this together. So sometimes you can sort of skip that step and your top stitching will be fine, but the thickness of the foam will push against that seam. So you get that nice finish, especially because you're going to see this at the top of the bowl.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hand sew this just for today's demo, but I would always recommend doing that. So we're just simply going to top stitch around there just to give that a nice finish. Again, this is a great opportunity to use those beautiful stitches that you've got on the machine, or like what I'm doing now, I'm just going to stay with a straight stitch.
Have you got a yellow thread?
Yes.
Nice.
How lovely, Elliot set it up for me today, look. Chose the colours to complement the fabric.
Oh, gosh. I didn't know you had an eye for that sort of thing, Elliot. Do you know what, Anne? I think we should be adding more to our street, don't you? I think it's about time we do another doorstop. So I'll pass on your message and find out when we're going to do it, because I have no idea when we're going to be doing more. We just keep them for nice decoration on the set.
They would be so nice as draft excluders as well.
Yeah, they would.
I'd love one of those as a draft excluder. There we go.
And yet still, again, without the walking foot, 550, handling fine.
Absolutely.
Do you put your walking foot on at home?
Not very often.
No.
Not very often. If I'm doing a quilt, then yes, always, but not for projects like this. I tend not to.
When is it that you're doing your next Facebook Live, Kerrie, so we can all watch you?
I do them Mondays and
Monday.
Tuesdays.
Mondays and Tuesdays. What time?
Mondays is 6:30.
Okay.
And Tuesdays is 7:30.
7:30.
I saw
be
you
there.
pop up. There you go. So yeah, as I said, that would probably pop open, so that's why I'd always recommend sewing that together. We're not going to worry too much about that. And this is really easy now to bring together, and as I mentioned a little while ago, you can increase the depth into your project if you want to, just simply by changing the width on this line that I'm about to show you. So if you want larger sides on there, if you're making this for anything specific, you just simply increase the width of the line that we're going to pop on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And in your instructions, it'll have all these details in there for you. But I'm going to work with 2 inches at the moment. And for this particular project, I tend to work with the chalk. I really love these. These are very lovely. And I'm simply going to set the 2-inch line on the fold and just draw a line, just to give myself a guideline to sew in just a moment.
Can you see that where you are, Kerrie? You can see it.
Yeah,
I was just about to see it on screen, actually.
let me make that a little darker. So
That's
this
all
is
right.
just to give me a guide to sew.
Oh, Chrissy says she loves Meme Monday. Do you do all memes then on Mondays?
No,
Meme Monday or Meme Monday.
we call it Mimi Monday. So
Meme Monday.
we have a giveaway on there, and whoever comments Mimi Monday first gets the giveaway.
Oh, I see.
So I've got this line, a little chalk line just around there, so I know where I'm sewing. And again, I'm simply going to sit with a straight stitch. Now, if you hadn't got your Dresden in the centre and you wanted to make a focal point of your quilting in here and really see the body of the Bosal foam, then you could continue to just do echo quilting all the way until you get to the centre, and that would be
nice.
especially when you're working on the plain colours.
Yeah, that'd look really nice. Or, like you say, it's a good chance to be able to explore some of those fancy,
Yes. Oh yeah, that would look
fancy
amazing.
stitches. Just so you know, your side graphics, it's the picture of the Bosal sewing bag pre-cuts, which it's not. You're getting it by the ½ metre, so don't worry. It won't come in small pieces that are like a bag flap and a bag body. Don't worry, you'll still get it as a whole ½ metre unit. If you order 2 units, then it will come as a metre continuous piece. Continuous piece. It's 150 wide, so it's a lot of foam for you. Lots of projects.
I'm really excited that you've got the Bosal in, because it's something that we use in the craft caddy. So it's nice to be able to get all your things in one place, isn't
Always
it?
the craft caddy on the website today. We love that one. There's loads of Kerrie's patterns, just so you know. On
You've
the
certainly
website.
been keeping me very busy.
Oh, good.
There we go. So all that's done is to just really give me a guideline for folding and also marking up in just a moment, and just using your chalk. You know, you haven't got to worry about any water to remove this, or even pressing at this stage. You can just rub that off. So nice and easy now to create those sides. We simply fold in the fabric. So as you fold this across, this is now going to give you your guideline. You can use your measurements, your ruler, but it is nice and easy to get those. And all we're going to do is to just rest this onto the ruler. It's 1/4 inch. You can see that line there. So if you're a confident machinist, you haven't even got to worry about drawing your line. You're simply reverse stitching at the top and sewing to the bottom where the point of that stitch line comes to, if you like, and reverse stitching there, because we certainly don't want those to come out.
Oh, and that gives such lovely detail.
Just gives
doesn't it?
such a lovely finish on there. So if you are measuring, you're just doing that 1 1/4 inch, and you can measure that up. And that's why I like using the chalk pens for this, because it just brushes off. And then you're simply giving yourself a little guideline there. Again, this is where your quilting clips come in, because you can just pin on those corners, and we're simply going to sew along that seam now.
When you do it with your wadding as opposed to the Bosal, can you see, if I show you on here, how it almost gives you those, the Dresden?
Yeah, See, I really
How clever is this?
I really like it. So in a moment, if you have a look at the yellow ones, that's them left open.
Okay.
But the ones with the batting, it's nice to sew them together. So it actually makes it look like a different project.
So they look like the little, what are they called on the Dresden plates? What are they called? The blades. They look like the blades from the Dresden, don't they?
I mean, you could really go to town on these if you've got little bells and buttons and you know, we're always thinking about ways to use our buttons. I think these would look fabulous with buttons or tassels.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you could go to town with your haberdashery. How many pieces are there in the mini Dresden, please? Great demo from Glennis. Right, let me have a count.
24.
Oh, I'm so pleased that you knew that. 24, because there's a lot. 24 of them, Glennis. What was the chalk pen that Kerrie was using, please? It is called... If you have a look on the website, we'll show it to you. We'll show it to you. If you type in chalk pen on the web, we'll have a look and see if we can find it.
What I love about this one is you've got the different colours for your different fabrics as well.
That's what's good. Yeah, you get all of those different colours. You've got loads of white and then you've also got lots of different colours. Oh, lots of 5-star reviews on there as well, so have a look. $14.99, and it's not, don't get me wrong, I really like chalk, but I always thought it was quite messy, whereas actually, because it's in a pen, it's not messy at all. It's not going to break in your pencil case.
I'm naturally very clumsy, so I always drop the chalk and break the chalk. I think I could probably still have a good go with that one, but it's safer in the pen, isn't it?
It's there on the website if you want it, or speak to the customer service team. The item code is ZBHJ42. Thank you. Right, so now you're stitching these together. Is this really bulky now, or is it still all right?
So we've got 2 layers of your fabric here, and you've got 2 of your bosal, and the machine is coping really well with this. If you've got your walking foot, definitely use your walking foot. So I'm actually just pinching that corner in. I can see where that seam is, so I'm simply just starting at the top and sewing along to the bottom. If you like to use your guidelines just for, you know, so you've got something to follow, then draw them on, of course. And the steps are in the pattern to show you how to mark it up.
Green and blue in Liberty are virtually sold out. The Brights is another brand new colourway, which you can still make the most of. The pattern is also available on its own, so if you've got any beautiful fabrics that you want to use it with, then of course you can just use your own stash. But look at these, they're gorgeous, aren't they?
The fabric's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
Love it.
So you can see on the ones that you're holding up, you can absolutely leave those little tabs out.
Okay.
But if you want to finish them, and you can still do this with your bosal as well. Yeah, absolutely. And actually, the higher you make the sides, so this was 2 inches, but if you wanted to make that even higher, your little blade here, if you like, is going to be bigger, so you could absolutely pop a little button in there. That would look cute, wouldn't it?
Yes.
That would look cute. So that's how easy they are. I will go ahead and sew that to finish, which is why I'd always recommend with your bosal to hand stitch that first of all. But I really like them pushed in because it follows the pattern through, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does. It follows all of the blades. It's I didn't realise and I spotted it. I'm like, that's so clever. Of course, that's the detail of living in loveliness, isn't it? Should we just recap the Brights bundle? Is there anything else you wanted to mention with this one? All good. Brilliant. Let's recap the Brights bundle. Sewing with Scraps, brand new. And in here you have, of course, your instructions. Let me shimmy these over. Have I got the right one? Yes. You've also got your beautiful bright fabrics. This is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. It's slightly different, isn't it, to the one that the demo is made out of. It's this fabric that you get with it. So £15.99, you get your mustard and you get the floral. Plus you have your instructions and your templates. Just so you know, I mean, you've got loads of you've got lots of different colours to choose from as well. So if you wanted to choose a complementing colour from your stash, then there's so many different colours in here. Maybe a jade, you know how much I love the jade, or the yellows, the blues, the oranges. There's some lovely colours in there. Just £15.99 plus your pattern and your templates for less than £16. That's so good, isn't it? Such good value. And then we also have the pattern on its own, if you do want the sewn with scraps pattern on its own, it's just £9.99. Very, very popular indeed. Over half the stock of that has gone already. Remember, all 3 patterns in there for £9.99. Brilliant value. Then finally today, we have got fabulous fast fat quarters, this time issue 4, back by popular demand to complete all of our kitchen range. We will start with, so you can make this one, which has got a little bread basket, but honestly there's been so many different ways of using this, and I think I love the afternoon tea.
I had lots of photos, and somebody else sent a photo with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses in there as well, all in tissue paper. They'd reused the tissue paper.
Versatile. So versatile. If you want to make it with these colourways, this colour that you can see here, all wrapped beautifully as always. You have 4 fat quarters, everything all matching in from the Starstruck range that we had earlier on. Of course, it's the kitchen loves as well. It's all going to work together with your wall hanging, everything. It is designed as like a bread basket, but there's so many people who've got in touch with us and told us lots of different ways of using it. Whether you're making your own little afternoon tea thing, maybe for Valentine's Day or someone's birthday or Mother's Day coming up, that's gorgeous. Plus, you've also got your bowl cozy, and you've got these really, really lovely plush coasters. And what I love about these is that you can put the bottom of your wine glass, tuck it inside of there, so then it's attached to it. So then you know, one, whose is whose glass in today's world, and also, so I would just automatically put that onto somebody's wine glass so that they don't get rings on the bottom of my table without going, will you put your glass on the coaster again, please? Will you just put it on the, I'll just hand it them with the coaster attached. Absolutely.
I really wish I had these years ago. We used to visit one of our friends, and every time I had a sip of my tea, she'd wipe the table. And I'd put it down, and then I'd have another sip, and she'd wipe the table. So I did start saying, no tea today, because it was really I was too scared to drink the tea every time I went. If I'd have had those, I wouldn't have had to.
I try to not be like that, but I do obviously give off that sense of, oh, what are you doing? You put it on the table. Right. Plus, you get all of your instructions and your templates as well. Now, we also have Blue Liberty. I love that today, you know, we tried to make it as sort of organised for everybody as possible so that you can see all of these beautiful colourways and get everything all matching. Which one is it? Sorry, Kat. Got it. So this time in the Blue Liberty. You know how popular the Blue Liberty's been. It's virtually sold out in every single kit that we've launched. Brand new in today, again, absolutely gorgeous fabrics. We've seen the kits before, but we've not seen them in these colourways. $29.99. These are your so outdoors. When we can, you know, go outside again and do nice picnics and barbecues, these are going to be so beautiful. Yeah, you could do a picnic out in your garden in the snow, yeah. In the rain and the dreary weather. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? And then the green colourway finally. I'm flying through these just because we want to spend as much time with Kerrie as possible, if that's okay. I know that we've only got about 10 minutes, so let me just quickly introduce these and we'll pass straight back over to Kerrie. So this one, inside, we've done them previously if you want to watch back on YouTube, but today, on the YouTube, but today, brand new colourways. Liberty Emporium range, $29.99. Absolutely gorgeous. Enough to make your bowl, your basket, and your coaster for just two coasters for $29.99. Okay, we've got 10 minutes, Kerrie.
Let's sew fast.
Oh, I mean, well, they are called fabulously fast fat quarter.
They are.
There you go. I do love these, and like we say, so many people have come up with different ways of using.
They have. Mine's just my peg basket.
That is a fancy peg basket, isn't it?
It is. I use mine for my pegs. I
Good
think
idea.
it looks very
Just
pretty.
put it under your arms,
especially when it's raining and you've got to go rescue. It's easy to scoop it up.
That's a really good idea.
So
really good idea.
You have the option. As I've said, I really like working with the Bosal because it really makes it plush when you add the quilting onto here. You can keep it nice and simple, or you can not do any quilting. It's entirely up to yourself. For just today's tutorial, I'm just going to do 3 lines, so starting in the centre. So I've just simply folded this in half to find the centre. You can measure it out if you want to, of course.
You've gone all the way along on
So
here.
pretty, so pretty. I can't take credit, Tracy's done that one, but in the step-by-steps I do show you how to go all the way along, because it really, really transforms the project.
All of the different quilting lines, especially with a nice, coordinating colour.
And if you're new to sewing, it's nice to keep having a go at those straight lines, isn't it?
And your bowl cozy is really handy. Days like today when you've got your hot porridge or your hot soup or something.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
Or ice cream if you're feeling like you need a bit of ice cream.
Yeah.
So
I love ice cream at the moment.
Oh, do you?
Piece of ice cream.
So that's the first line, and then to create the second lines, you just simply pivot in your foot. You can draw them on if you want to and have a guideline. Just resting your machine foot against that first line and just sewing along. What are your cravings? Have you had any cravings?
Not as weird as yours. Didn't you crave bath mats?
No, it wasn't me.
I keep telling everybody.
That wasn't
you
me,
had
that was
bath
my
mats.
neighbour, I remember. It wasn't me.
No, I don't have any weird
But
cravings.
that is really common, apparently, bath mats.
That's so weird. I'm so relieved I don't want to
You
choose
tend
bath
to go to lots of other toddler groups, when you have your children.
Yeah.
And we were all having a conversation about them. Mine were oranges.
Oranges, limes. I'm very much into
Yeah.
the citrus. I can't stop eating limes and oranges.
Do you know where we used to live? We used to live really far away from the supermarket, and it was like a 40-minute drive to go to the supermarket. And there was a little shop near where we lived, and my husband Craig had said, "Do you want anything from the shop before it closes?" No, I didn't want anything. Once I knew the shop was closed, I felt like I needed something. I was like, I really am craving something citrusy.
Yeah.
So he goes off. He seems like he's gone for like hours and hours, and he came home and he was like, he's so proud of himself. He had this jar of lemon and lime jam, and he said, "I am a genius. I've got lemon and lime jam." He was so proud of himself, and I said, "Did you get some bread?" And he went, "No." He said, "I can get you a spoon." I think he thought I was going to sit and eat a jar of jam, and you're quite emotional, aren't you? I was anyway when I was pregnant, and I cried.
Oh, really? Did you sit with your spoon and
No,
cry
I didn't. I think I probably just cried and went to bed, to be honest.
No, that's so funny. Do you remember when you did when you had your citrus cravings? Was that with honey or with the boys?
My citrus was with.
See, I've heard that so many times. Everyone said to me, "You're having a girl."
My citrus was with Alex,
Was
with
it?
my eldest. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was citrus with my eldest.
There's all these different.
And they were different for each of my children, but my citrus was with Alex. Actually, when he was born, he was really poorly with tummy ache, and the midwife had said it was because I drank so much orange juice and eaten so much citrusy stuff. But that's all I wanted all the time.
I'll have to remember that because I am eating 2 oranges every day.
Oh, I ate a lot, and
Those
I drank
easy
lots of
peelers.
orange juice. There we go. And then some people don't have any at all, do they?
No.
Bath mats is definitely the best I've ever heard, though. It was sitting around the group and everybody was like, "What was yours? What was yours?" We're all,
Oh, brilliant.
like, what? Never heard of that.
Oh, there's all strange ones like sponges and coal, ice cubes as well.
Yeah, ice cubes is quite common as well, I think. So with those stitch lines that we've just created, because when you look at the top of the basket, you'll see this quilting as well. Now, if you're using a contrasting thread like what I've used here, you certainly want those to marry up best that they can. So what I'd recommend doing here is we've, of course, secured that to the bosal. So with the first pattern facing up towards you, we're then popping the next section on top and placing that pattern facing down. And just to make sure those stitch lines are marrying up, you can see that just through, roll those out and just rest them on top of each other. Of course, if you're using the pattern, once you've made them from the fat quarter, you could make these all in one colour, but I really like to showcase as many of the fabrics from the bundles as possible, really. So where we're going to sew on here now is we're just simply going to sew across the top, starting and finishing with a reverse stitch on the 2 sides and at the bottom, and we're leaving this section open because we're going to box the bottom of this, which is what makes it such a nice, easy project.
Right. Dawn said my craving was drinking pickled onion vinegar. Do you know though, I love pickled onions. And
I do like pickled onions.
I don't know about drinking the vinegar, but I do know what you mean. It's that It's that tart
Yeah.
sort of taste, isn't it? Leslie said, Vic, I had orange cravings and I had 2 boys. So yeah, all these old wives' tales of different things that you're eating. Someone said to me it meant I was having a hairy girl, not just a girl, a hairy girl. I do think that the only weird thing that I've said I've had, and I wonder, I haven't asked anybody actually if they've had it as well, so please let me know. I've had new hair growing.
Oh yeah, at the front, just here.
Just here, and it's bright red. It is bright red.
It's not bright
No,
red,
it
but yeah,
is.
you do, and that tends to never do anything. I've still got my little bits of mine.
Look, I don't
children
mind
are
showing you
teenagers.
closely because I want to know if anybody else has had this. It's really, really red compared to the rest of my hair.
What colour is your hair naturally?
Quite red, this colour. But how bizarre that this has just all appeared.
Some
Yeah, thank
people's
you.
hair gets thicker or mine went much finer, my hair did, when I was pregnant. But that's quite,
Is that quite
I did
common?
get that, yeah, and it never grows back. Just still got those little twiggly bits at the front.
I was thinking, I thought I'd burnt my hair off with my straighteners or something, and then realised, no, that's new hair, and it's bright red.
New hair. There we go. So we've sewn those 2 together, so we're simply going to pull those and just bring the bottom together. And you can do, it's entirely up to you at this point. You can either pin those seams open if you want to. What I tend to find is a little bit easier, certainly when working with a bosal, especially because of the amount of layers we're now going to sew across, is the same as you do in your patchwork, just pushing the seams in opposite directions
Right, okay.
there. And just clipping or pinning those together. And the same on the opposite side. We won't have time to do the lining of the bag, but the lining of the bag is made in the same way, but of course without your bosal this time.
Just so you know, we might not have time to recap all of these kits, but they are all on the website now. Kat's made sure everything's been run through. Green's been the most popular. It's in the graphics, the main graphic at the moment, £29.99. We still have availability in the blues, in Liberty, and the brights as well. Don't forget though, the bosal by the half metre is also now available, finally. Whether you want fusible or sewing, Kerrie uses the sewing one, but you can use fusible if you prefer.
The fusible would be perfect with this project, to be honest, because I do attach those fabrics with the 505 anyway. So fusible would be perfect with this particular project.
Oh, I like that you've used the 2 colours. That looks really great.
Well, when I design the patterns for the Fast Fat Quarter Fun, I like to get the most and use all of the fabric. That's why this has got the 2 opposites. And it's just quite nice to especially your Liberty fabrics, and it's really nice to showcase both of those on there. But you could, of course, this is what I would use on the centre, the 2 greens there that we've got in that bundle. I would then use those on opposite sides. But you could, once you've got the pattern, of course you can make the interior and the exterior of the basket just in one solid colour if you want to, like Tracy has done on that demo collection in the Brights. But it's a nice, easy project. To finish this off, you'll simply put your lining inside and then we finish with a binding on the outside. So again, it makes that fabric really pop.
Did you use the bias binding maker, one of the little...
I would recommend using the bias binding maker.
This is for a thicker binding. I think that might be...
Is that your 2.5? Is that 2?
I think it's 2.5 centimetres. What's that? In inches, does it say? 25 millimetres. I'm not quite sure, but I think that... I don't know whether that's too big for these, is it?
I think that would work. I think that would absolutely work for this particular size.
Oh,
I
great.
do show you how to fold it, but using your bias maker is always going to make life much easier. We like anything that gets us onto the sewing of the project very quickly. So absolutely.
It makes about an inch wide binding.
Okay. So this is 2.5 inch binding for this one.
No, it must be. I think we're missing a trick here. Maybe it starts 2.5 inch that you put
And
in
you feed
and
it through and it glides through.
as a...
Which is what the size of your binding on here would be.
Right, brilliant.
We're going to run out of time, otherwise we could have a little play.
No. Thank you.
We'll do it next time, I might.
For your little bias maker. Yeah, we will. We've seen demos of these before and they are brilliant. Thank you. Right, we will have a quick recap. When are you back on?
I'm back next week.
Oh, good.
Are you in
What
next
day?
week? Thursday.
Yes. Yes.
together
Us.
too.
We've got Kerrie and we've got Gary from Dukey on next Thursday. That's going to be a great day. Thank you very, very much. We'll see you next week.
See you next
See you
week.
next week. Right, everything's going to be on the website. All of the kits, any of the patterns that are available individually as well. The Liberty Fat Quarters, the Bosel foam, everything's been really, really popular today. So have a good sort through and check out your baskets as soon as you can. Emma Bradford's going to be up next. We've got Creative Grids Masterclass, so get all of your questions in for her. And we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello, welcome back. I'm ever so sorry that it was slightly later. Obviously, we're having 2 guests, just trying to make sure that it's all changed over, all swiftly, but also very safely, and cleaning the desks and things. So sorry that took a bit longer. Right, now, creative grids. They are a game changer. And I think when I first started, when I was back over at Sewing Street and started my first sort of journey with patchwork and quilting, I looked at them and thought they looked very confusing and looked very sort of mathematical. And my brain doesn't work in that way. And actually, it's the opposite. The more I've got to know them and the more I've got to use them, it eliminates the maths. They are absolutely brilliant. So we'll talk about the rulers in a second. We've put together some lovely bundles that you can test out your creative grid rulers. We've got a new, she's a scheduler. She's a creative scheduler. So she's putting together lots of bundles. Our new girl, Jess, she's really, really lovely. And she's got such a good eye for putting together different bundles and colours. Shall we start with the Riley Blakes? This is from the Idyllic range. We saw the 10-inch squares earlier on with Emma, and these all go perfectly, absolutely perfectly. Lots of people are sending in all their cravings, by the way. I was reading them in the break. I'm really pleased that you all have weirder ones than me. $19.99. You've got 1/2 metre of your really lovely Riley Blake from the Idyllic range. This one is also from the Idyllic range, your stripe. And then we've also teamed it with a perfectly matching blush pink. £19.99 for all 3 fabrics. That one's just called pink. So all 3 of those. Now, whether you've got a project in mind, whether you got the book from the last hour and you want to have a go at another block, whether you want to use some of your creative grids, or a project in mind, a bag, these would be really, really lovely colours that all complement each other beautifully. First time we've seen this bundle. £19.99. It's a great price as well. Really, really good price. So, absolutely make the most of that one. We've also got another Riley Blake bundle, which is this one. Oh, in fact, no. This is not Riley Blake. This is Moda. This is from the Canning Days range. I knew I recognised it. It's so beautiful. I've not seen it for ages, though. They've put it with paprika as well. I would never have thought of putting the paprika colour with the Canning Days range. And it does really, really work. So this time, more fabric. We're getting 3 metres of your Moda and then also 1/2 metre of your Rose and Hubble Solid. £25.49. And they are, well, Moda obviously are very, very famous for their quilting fabrics and the quality of them. So you know, they are super, super soft. They're going to be beautiful to sew with. They're going to be really nice for any of your projects. And perfect for spring, fresh springtime colours. They're lovely, aren't they? 1/2 metre of each of the prints, 1/2 metre of your solid as well for £25.49. And they're already pre-cut, ready to go. So 2 whole metres of fabric. If you buy multiples, they'll come pre-cut. Right, now my favourite. This is Michael Miller, Dreaming of Tuscany. I don't think I've actually even seen this range before. Is this with calico as well in the bundle? Oh, okay. So, natural seeded cotton. It's 100% cotton. It's a natural seeded cotton. So, you have got sage, 1/2 metre. Cyan 1/2 metre, and then you've also got your 2 Michael Miller fabrics. This stripe is gorgeous, and playing around with the positioning of a stripe as well with your creative grid rulers is going to be really, really fun. These watercolours are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? The cyan matches in absolutely perfectly. Wouldn't have thought of doing that. Maybe if you're looking at thumbnails on the pictures on the website, you wouldn't necessarily think to put them together. But actually, these work so well. Right, so £25.99. You get 2.5 metres, beautiful bundle, whether you're thinking of a quilt, a cushion, a bag, I would absolutely be making the most of it. Now, the reason I said is this calico in it is because we've also asked to put calico in this show, because if you are playing around with creative grid rulers, it can be quite daunting straight away. If you are just having a bit of a play, we talk about making a toile with dressmaking. If you've got really complex blocks that you don't want to just dive straight into your Michael Miller, or you don't want to dive straight into your Moda or your Riley Blake, of course, why not use your Quilter's pre-shrunk calico? It's really beautiful and it's so affordable. It's £2.49 a half metre. And also, this came into stock, let me just tell you, this came into stock earlier on in this month, literally the 12th. We had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of units. I think thousands of units, in fact. We are now very limited, and it's only literally been in a week or so. So absolutely make the most of it whilst you can. Literally a week. Do make the most of that at £2.50, especially with today's show. If you want multiple units, of course, now's the time to check out. If you want, say, 6 metres, add 12 units to your order. I was thinking, oh my word, what is that? But no, if you want 2 metres of it, add 4 units to your order. It goes up in half metre increments, so have as much as you want. And it will come cut off the bowl, all joined up, ready to go. The 2 rulers that we're working with today are these. So we have got your triangle, which is your 45 and 90 degree triangle. It's £19.99. And it's so versatile. We've seen quite a few demonstrations of this before, so we are going to focus more on the hexie today, but there are plenty of demonstrations online. The great thing about Creative Grid is they've got a really great online presence. There are so many videos and so many inspirational pictures on Pinterest of people using the Creative Grids. So please know the reason they're called Creative Grids is because you can be creative with them. You get the little, this little black piece of paper. Don't throw it away. It's not just a little leaflet. Inside it's actually your instructions. And you can make half square triangles and quarter square triangles from finished size of 5 inches from strips of fabric, and all of your instructions are there on your ruler as well. We'll start talking about this one if this is okay, Emma, and then we'll go into the hexie because I know we want to focus mainly on the hexie today, but this one is a really useful ruler to have, isn't it? And I love Creative Grid. You've got quite a few of them, haven't you?
I never started using them until we were on the SQ.
Yeah?
And,
oh, hang on, I can't hear you for some reason. Your microphone is like tucked inside of your top.
Oh no.
I don't know whether you've got it the wrong way around. We'll try and sort it.
So
yeah, the triangle ruler, very, 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 very popular indeed. But as I say, we are going to focus more so on the hexagon trim tool as well. So if you do want this one, please do add it to your order nice and early. I think we might have got you back, Emma.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, is that better? Can you hear me now? How about
Got you!
Cool.
Brilliant! So, tell us about your experience with Creative Grids.
Oh yes,
then.
Creative Grids. So yes, so I've always used Omnigrids,
right?
Starting off because it's an American brand.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't until I started on Sewing Quarter that I got introduced to the Creative Grids.
And were you converted?
Completely. Yeah, I love them. I think they're. If you start off with them, then you'll get into the train of thought. The only thing that you have to think about when you're using the actual rulers, so the square rulers, is that they are in inches and half inches. So there's one edge or a couple of edges where it starts off with half an inch.
Right, okay.
So you have to be very careful, but once you get used to it, you get used to it, and you love them. Yeah. Once you get into that flow of where all the numbers are, then that's perfect.
And it does eliminate a lot of the sort of thinking and the maths of it, doesn't it?
Definitely, because all numbers, you've got 1.5 inches, 2.5 inches, yeah, it's all marked on there. They're black and white, and yeah, they've got a system. Once you get into the system, it's fabulous. And I also love that. You can tell
they're made by quilters, aren't they? They're designed by quilters.
Definitely.
And you can tell that, can't you?
And I like the non-slip, the built-in non-slip on the back, which is really nice, because that's the problem I have with my Omnigrids actually, is that they always used to shift a little bit.
So a lot of people buy stickers, don't they, to put on the bottom of this? But then obviously you've kind of raised it a bit. You might lose a bit of accuracy. You might leave sticky residue bits on your fabric. Whereas these,
it's already built in. It's perfect. You can see straight through it as well, because that's what I did to my Omnigrids. I've got little sandpaper discs, but then you can't see through it because it's opaque. So anyway.
Brilliant. So working with the 45 degree and 90 degree triangle.
Yes.
It's going to be a bit of a shortcut to make your half square triangles.
Definitely. And what would you call these?
Quarter square triangles?
Possibly. There's a name for it. So like you said, the instructions, the little leaflet comes with all the instructions. So it tells you the size of the strip to make. So these you can make from strips, basically. What do they call it? Quarter square triangles, yeah. So I'll start with the half square triangles. And these are really useful for different size strips. I like to get my pressing mat out as well, because the way I do it is I cut them both at the same time.
Yeah.
It's really useful for if you're using with jelly rolls as well.
Oh, nice. So if you've got your 2.5-inch strips.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Perfect. Because a lot of people do tend to do the half square triangles from a square, but you can't do that if you've got a jelly roll.
Yeah.
So this makes it a really nice and accurate way of layering it up. So what I do is cut my strip to the size, both strips.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to lay them on top of each other, lining up all of the raw edges and press them together. Now what that does is it makes them stick together a little tiny bit, just enough so that when you're cutting, it won't shift.
Oh, that's a good tip.
Yeah.
How do you know what size strips to cut?
It will tell you. You can use different size strips. So I believe, I have to refresh, it's from 2.5 inches up to 5.5 inches possibly.
Fantastic.
Yep. So I've got some different sizes here. I'll do this one. So I've already started cutting some of them. But what you do for these, and the way that it's written out, you just make sure you can see what I'm doing here. So this is the half square triangle bit.
So half of it's for half square triangles and half of it is for your quarter square triangles, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is what I started off, which I'll talk about in a minute, my quarter square triangles, which is, you put your triangle base along the edge here. With this one, your hypotenuse, your triangle base, is on the diagonal. So,
Your
hypotenuse. So what you do, so you'll see there's some lines. So at the very tippy top, there's a little white dashed line.
Okay.
That's what you line up with the edge of your strip. So your ruler is actually going to extend over the edge of your triangle, and then you can see this will make a 2.5-inch square, which is what this is.
Right, I can
So
see
you've got the
that.
line, yeah, you've got the line here, it says 2.5 inches. So all you do is start off there.
So you lose your tip, which means that you're not going to have the dog ears.
Not going to have the dog ears on that edge.
That's handy, isn't it?
So you just cut it and rotate it, basically. So I'm just lining up my ruler, again, the cut edge along the hypotenuse, 2.5-inch strip there, my dotted line at the top. Do that again. And then you've got your pairs all ready to sew.
And it means that you get less wastage, I suppose.
Oh yes, definitely.
Because you just rotate it round and you're not actually getting any wastage.
No. There you go. And even if I wanted to, so if I do this one as the last one on the diagonal, you could go straight from that to using this one. So you still got your angle, so there's even less waste, so you can mix and match your blocks,
nice.
basically. Yep. There we go. So now that these are all, so I would do my trick of lining all of these up so that I know I can just pick them up and sew them along the long edge.
That is a really good tip that we've learnt today, isn't it?
And then basically if I sew one, I'll show you, it just makes exactly that. Oh, turn my machine on. Oh, it's on. Oh, I haven't plugged it in.
Oh no, sorry.
That's okay.
It was a speedy turnaround, wasn't it?
It was.
You plugged in.
There and there. Et voila.
Did you ever look, Emma, at the QR reader? Did you ever look online at all on the
I
YouTube?
didn't. only because I don't have a QR reader on my phone.
You do?
Oh, do I?
Do you know? All you do is cover your camera. over the top
Of course. I forgot about that. See?
You don't need an app or anything.
You don't need the app anymore. That's right.
No, you literally just see your camera over the top of it.
Oh, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, and then it takes you straight to the
It
to the
does
website.
take you
Oh, I
straight
should have
to
done
it.
that.
Oh, honestly, I learnt that. I think, was it the sort of when we were starting to go out, to go to restaurants and things, to do your login details, we all had to use our QR reader, and I kept saying that. I was like, I haven't got the app on my phone. And
Yeah.
I said, no, just hold your camera over it. But what I was going to say is Creative Grids have got a really good
Tutorial.
online presence, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. So if you ever get stuck or you forget, it's easy to go and have a look. So there we are. That is just your half square triangle. It's just an easy way of,
That's
you can
really
cut
quick
a
and
lot.
easy.
Yeah. You can cut a lot from.
And do you know sometimes when you get a pattern and it says cut 200 of these and you think, oh my word.
Yes.
It's
That would be
daunting.
perfect.
Whereas this is
Perfect.
actually a great one to be able to get your production line going and know that you've got the accuracy and precision without the brain power.
Yes. Yes. There we go.
Nice.
There we go.
Amazing. So that's for your quarter square triangles and your half square triangles. You use
Yeah.
that
So that's your
technique.
half square triangle.
Yeah.
Quarter square triangle. So I've cut one. I've cut two actually. That one's. I don't think this one's quite accurate because I cut it off the edge. So let's just line that up. A little bit extra. There we go. Now for these, instead of sewing across the long edge, you just sew along one of the side edges. So.
Do you find that chain piecing saves your thread, Emma?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Because you
Or
don't
do you do it more for time?
a bit of both. I'm not. So I tend to. I'm lucky because I have the long arm quilting.
Yeah.
So a lot of my thread that I use for piecing are pieces, well, thread that's left over on a spool that isn't enough to quilt a whole quilt,
Yeah.
but works perfect for
Yeah.
for piecing. But yeah, but I always chain stitch, just for time really.
Oh, if you've got any of these rulers, please, please, please send in photographs because we'd love to see. There's so
yes.
many variations of different ways
Yes,
of
you can
using
do it.
half square triangles.
Yep.
And of course, you can have a look on YouTube and on Pinterest and find lots of pictures. But we also would love to see your pictures, so send them in. studio@sewingstreet.com. It's always good to have your input.
So if I put this one here, then I would just sew those two together, and I've pressed them to the same side, so when I put them in the middle, it's going to nest nicely in the middle.
Nice.
And so that's your quarter square triangle. And then one of the ways that you can do this would be, I think it'd be a nice border if you put them like that.
Oh, it makes diamonds.
Yeah.
That'd be a gorgeous border, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That'd be really, really nice.
Yeah.
See, there's different ways you can play around with them, isn't there? And using different fabrics, how different it always looks.
Yes.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So that's your half square and quarter square, 90 degree and 45 degree triangle. Loads of those in baskets. As I say, we want to focus mainly on the hexie though, because this is one that we haven't really dived into on the show before. And there's so much more than just big hexes that you can use this for. It's got all of your instructions on the front as well. So it says here, create perfectly pieced hexagons with 2 4-inch or 6-inch finished centres by squaring up each round of strips as you go. So almost, is it a bit like log cabin sort of style that you've got different rounds to it then, Emma?
Yes, it's more similar to courthouse steps
Yeah.
than log cabin because you do them sort of, it's like almost like a courthouse steps but with 3 sides.
Okay.
That makes sense, or 6 sides rather. Yeah, so I've just made 3 different ones.
So you can make, you can make cuts, it says here, or using markings to cut 2, 4, 6 or 8-inch finished hexes. So you're going to be able to make lots of different sizes here.
Yes, and you can vary the size of the centre hexie. So I've got a couple of different sizes here. You can even go bigger than what I've done. So this one is using the smallest hexie, and then I've kept it a little bit more like a pineapple type pattern.
Nice, yeah.
So with your light and your dark, and it does say on the instructions, light and dark. So this is kind of the one that it starts you off with is this pattern. And of course, if you wanted to, you could have all this purple, all of that blue, all of this lovely watercolour stripe.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, and then the pale in the middle.
That's why I think with the bundles that we put together, working with stripes as well, that's going to
Yes.
add different opportunities with Creative Grids.
Definitely, and I think, because I've done it so that the stripes are short, but if you did them along the long way, I think that would be really nice as well.
Yeah.
So that's one of the options. The other option I've done is a bigger centre hexie, so it's the centre hexie that is the next size up, and then I've just got 2 rounds of fabric around the edge, and I've alternated or switched around my light and my dark.
Right.
So in the instructions, this is your dark colour, this is your light. But you can see how different they all are, just exactly the same block.
Yeah, playing around with different fabric colours.
And then the other one I've done is same big hexie, and then I've just kept the colour the same all the way around. So you have a really nice actual hexagon shape to work
And
with.
do these start with as strips again? Do
Yes.
These start as 2.5 inch strips, so you could use a jelly roll if you want?
They're actually 1 3/4 inch strips.
Right.
So you can actually, you could, definitely cut down a jelly roll. You can actually leave them as 2.5 inches because you're going to trim them down
Right.
after each round anyway. But the starting one, so let me get all of my bits, and we'll have a play. So, which colourway do you want me?
Oh, I like the Michael Miller, the one with the stripes, the
okay.
watercoloury ones.
This
They're
one,
really
okay.
lovely.
Perfect. So depending on the size of the hexagon that you want to start with, depends on the size of the strip.
Right.
So the centre hexie strip sizes are all different from the strip sizes that you use to go around the rounds.
With you, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the smallest one. So you've already cut one from, oh, you can't see. I've already cut one from here. So for my next one, all you do, and it's got several rounds. So I would, before I started with this, have a cup of tea, cup of coffee, read your instructions, look at the ruler, maybe watch the video, the QR code as well, and then tackle it.
Right, okay. Because on the ruler itself, it's still got all of the non-slip grips. It's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
got all of the markings. It's got your 1/4 inch seam allowance, which is frosted round the edge. But then it's got your instructions on the ruler itself, kind
does.
of, hasn't it? Round 1, round 2, round 3, you can see. So once you've got your instructions and you've read them through,
Yeah.
you won't need to keep, you won't have to keep going back to your instructions, will you?
No, the only thing I had to go back to the instructions for was the length, because you can pre-cut your strips, was going back and checking the length of my strips. But actually, what would have been a lot easier is if I had a little post-it note and I could put round 1, round 2, round 3, and then light, dark, size, length of the strips, and just have it on my
On your sewing machine,
sewing
yeah.
machine or my cutting mat
Yeah.
somewhere it's handy. But that's the only bit that, because I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
So you've got 1, 2, 3 different size hexagons. Actually, you can just do big hexagons as well if you want. You don't have to piece them. You can just do massive hexagons. So those are the size of the hexagon that you cut your centre out, and it's the dark lines on it that you use. And all you do is you centre it up and line up the edges of your hexagon with the edge of your strip.
What are the little holes for, Emma?
That's a good question. I think that is for like marking where,
Oh, all your corners.
yeah, your corner, so you can pin it for accuracy.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's good. I mean, this doesn't need to be for a quilt block. You could use this on the front of cushions. You could use this or applique it then onto something else. You can put it on the bag. Or...
Yep. It's just a really easy way of cutting out hexagons from strips as well.
I bet with that shape, that arrow shape, you could come up with different things as well.
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah,
you?
yeah. So you just rotate it around, rotate your piece around and just do the same thing on the other side. Make sure it's still cut. There we go. So that's my starter. Right, now for the next bit, I'm going to let you design. So which kind of colorways, or not colorways, but how I should organize the strips?
Can we have the purple, please? The next one.
Okay, all one round, all the round?
All the way around.
Okay, perfect. So I've already cut my 1 3/4 inch strips.
Okay.
I'm going to go to my instructions so I can remember. So you're going to need 3, and it will tell you for each round. The other thing is it's got some really lovely, I'll put it this way so you can see, really lovely visual instructions on exactly how to sew them on and trim them as well.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
See, I always thought that was just like a little pamphlet that came with it, and I know so many people lose them and throw them away. Kat always recommends to laminate yours, keep hold of it, look after it.
Yeah. Oh, I need my ruler.
Do you own a laminator, Kat? The amount of things that she talks about laminating.
So I'm going to need 3 that are 2 inches long and 3 that are 4.5 inches long.
Hi Trisha in Warwickshire. She sent in her Scrap Crazy ruler.
Ooh.
What she's made with her Scrap Crazy. Oh, there's so many amazing rulers. And a bag. I like the fact that it doesn't need to just be quilting. You know, you can use it for bag making, you can use it for all sorts. I think they're brilliant. I've got the Scrap Crazy, great fun, and use the smallest of scraps to create lovely projects. I made the bucket bag from the Crazy Scrap Grids. Trisha in Warwickshire, thank you ever so much for sending that in. Yes, thank you very much. We were saying with the Hexie ruler, you don't need to just use it for quilting.
No.
There's loads of different projects.
Well, actually, that'd be perfect if you're doing EPP.
EPP.
Yeah.
To make all of your hexes, absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good idea actually for EPP.
So I'm just going to sew those on. It's just 1/4 inch seam allowance. You just want to overlap, if I show it here, so you start off, you just overlap on each end. So your strip will be a little bit longer than your seam, basically.
Right, does that need to be an accurate measurement overlapping, or can you just sort of get your eye in to know that it's...
You can get your eye in to know. Yeah, so long as it's at least 1/4 inch.
Okay.
Once they get bigger, it doesn't have to be quite so overlapping because you're going to trim it down. But for the start, it does need to be that. And I'm going to alternate, so I'm going to skip that side, and then I'm going to sew onto this one. So I want to skip that edge, and I'm going to sew it onto this one, so it's alternate.
Don't forget the bundle that Emma's working with is your Michael Miller Dreaming of Tuscany Creative Grid bundle, which you can see that. You can see it here. Oh, I know, dreaming of any holidays.
Yes. I'm supposed to be going away in March, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Where are you supposed to be going?
To California, see my friend.
Oh,
I know. We'll see.
Kat was supposed to be going to, well, I'm not saying that you're not going, Kat, but Kat's got an Australia trip in April.
Oh.
Oh, that's the sound of Kat, you're not going.
Well, I booked it about this time last year, and it's like, well, surely.
Yeah.
It would
be.
be.
Well, this time last year, it was probably a bit later even, that I got an Australia trip planned, which was April, and I was still saying, oh, do you think I'll be able to go? And that was, I don't think any of us knew that it's still even a year down the line. Plenty of time to sew though. Have you been doing lots of sewing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Catching up with all of my half-finished projects. Oh, I got actually, you might like it. I've got a project on the go at the moment that is patchwork coat
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do one.
Who was it that was saying they were making a patchwork coat recently? There's somebody else who said that they were doing one. No, I've never seen them. I've never heard that. I didn't realise that you could do a patchwork coat.
Yeah,
I suppose you just make a big piece of fabric,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
you? And then, could you do dressmaking as well then, Emma?
Yeah, not perfect at it. Yeah, I'm not very good at fitting. So if as long as it's a simple pattern and there's not too much fitting involved, then I'm okay.
The hexagon trim tool, by the way, very, 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 very popular. It's great to be able to, you know, see them in action. Quite often we'll do them in our Creative Good roundups, but it's lovely to be able to see them demoed. So do message in if you've got any questions.
Now for this bit, the instructions don't tell you to trim.
Okay.
But I had been, especially when it comes later on as well. So I've cut these extra bits off.
So what is it you're trimming there? Sorry, we just missed that.
Oh, okay, so I'll do the next one. So I've just started sewing my longer strips on. So here's one of my other strips. So I'm just lining it up with, make sure you can see, lining it up with the raw edge of my green hexagon.
Yeah.
Making sure it's going to overlap everything. Just pin that in so it doesn't. And you can, if you want to, at this point, you can actually trim this edge so that it's all straight along the edge. You don't have these extra bits, but the instructions say you just sew over it. There we go. Then you see you've got those extra.
Right, this is the bit we need to see, Elliot.
Yeah.
There we go. Thanks.
So you end up with those little extra ears.
Ah, yeah.
So the instructions don't tell you not to bother trimming them up, but it just reduces some of the bulk.
Yeah, because you've got a lot of seams, haven't you,
Yeah.
going around here. So
Yeah.
any extra bulk that you can get rid of is good.
I think I've lost. I didn't cut my third strip, or I lost it. So we'll just cut another one.
Even with, you know, solid colours, it's so effective, isn't it? I'm even thinking, you know, if you love some of the Liberty fat quarters that we've had, and if you imagine just using, without even having to do lots of strips, you could just do, do one whole
yes.
Liberty, and then you could use the next block with your strips, couldn't you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that would be really nice, because there's a lot of fabric, especially like calf and different things, where there's a nice big pattern, and you don't want to lose it in small pieces.
Absolutely. So you could do one hexie like this, the next hexie, exactly like Emma's showing, with all the different smaller scale prints. But if you did just want to focus on, you know, a big scale print or one of your favourite fabrics, I do love the big hexes as well. Warning on the Liberty fat quarters, there's less than 5 at $44.99. You get 12 of those fat quarters.
Right, now it's time to press that out.
Do you need to press at every sort of point, at every round?
Every round, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You have a sip of your drink. Well done, everybody who's got the iron, by the way.
Nice.
I thought it sold out.
Wow.
Oh, brilliant. Kat's now stolen a couple from, where from? I don't know if somebody's hidden some in a stock somewhere. Said it's sold out, but now we've got a couple left. So if you do want the cordless iron, it's handy, isn't it?
Yeah. That might have to be a tool for Michael.
I thought it was a really good price as well, £30. $29.99 is a good price, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Just do that. So,
You got a bit of dust.
Definitely.
Have a cough, have a cough. If you do want the Creative Grid trim tool, this is the one that we're having a look at today. Remember, you can cut all of these different size hexes, 2 inch, 4 inch, or 6-inch finished centres. And you can see at the bottom here the different styles of hexes that you can create. I mean, the reason they're called creative grid rulers is because there's so much more, obviously, that you can do with these. £24.99 for your ruler. Very, very popular indeed. All good, Emma?
Yeah, all good.
All good. The triangle also been very, very popular for your half square triangles and your quarter square triangles up to 5-inch squares. We never get a chance to really, you know, showcase the rulers properly on their own. So it's definitely worth jotting down today's date when you get these home to be able to get all of Emma's tips. Brilliant. Thank you. What about 20 minutes left?
Oh, okay. We've got plenty of time. That's my first round done. So I've sewn all 6 strips on. Now it's time to trim them. And you can trim them 2 sides at a time. And the first round, so what I've done, you can see there's a white, white hexagon underneath. I'm just lining that up with the centre of my hexagon.
And what is that one named? Is that named round 1?
Yep, that's round 1. It's got it written right just inside the white hexagon.
Just like with your courthouse steps.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to trim around this side and that side. There we go. And then do the next 2. Realign it again.
Handy to use that different colour as well in the centre, isn't it? So that you can see exactly that you've got that precision. It is going to give you such accuracy, because I suppose you could do this without the ruler, but there's a lot more sort of maths and working out to it.
Yes, there is, and this makes it, again, I don't like to think while I'm sewing. It's my time to not think about things. So anything that avoids me having to think too much, I'm all for it.
Just do something mindful.
Yep, that's my first one. Actually, that could be...
That looks nice just as it is.
Yeah. So you could have lots of blocks that size. There's nothing to say you have to have them all this size.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or you could just do the next round, or it's so versatile.
Yeah, you can make like honeycombs, couldn't you? Just loads of hexes together, or a massive EPP, like larger EPP blocks like that.
Yes. Yep. So the next colour. Now, what's the next colour going to be?
Let's go for another one of the solids, maybe the cyan blue. Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. So this one I need to cut. I can't remember, so I have to look. So second round is going to be 3 inches and 5.5 inches.
That's so good, isn't it, that it will tell you step by step how to do it as well. There's no guesswork.
Nope. Oh, thank you.
Did you have any cravings when you were pregnant, Emma? Lots of people messaging you.
Oh, okay.
Cravings.
Weirdly, fruit.
Citrusy fruits, was it?
Any
like,
fruits.
Okay.
Like, I'm a chocolate fiend, and I'm a chocolate fiend now, but I went off chocolate when I was pregnant.
And like fruit.
And I just went everything fruit flavoured. I went off strawberry flavours.
Okay.
So a lot of things were like raspberry and, because it was in America, and I had pretty bad morning sickness to begin with. So I actually lost a little bit weight. So my obstetrician said, you gotta like drink full fat milk, you gotta have butter and ice cream. So I used to,
that's not bad, is it?
There's a place called Dairy Queen, and they do like the McFlurries.
Yeah.
They do something like that, but they have all different things that you can mix into it.
Oh, nice.
They had a fruity one, so it was like peaches and coconut and something else.
Oh,
I used to,
nice.
I used to have those.
So that was your thing.
That was my thing. Yeah. Then I forgot what the nuts. 5.5. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You don't have to think when you do this, though, do you? You can have a chat.
Yeah.
Cup of tea. So you're going through multiple layers here. You can just really go to town on the production line again, like we said with the half square triangles. If your pattern calls for loads of hexes.
Yeah, definitely. And if you want to do them all at once, so if you've got the stripology, because they're all full inches or half inches increments, you can actually just make a little list of yourself how many strips of which size you need and what colour.
Oh, great.
Yep. It'll be good for just scraps as well.
That's it. Yeah. This is what I love about the creative grids. So versatile, aren't they? Brilliant for scraps.
Yeah, yeah.
We've all got a big stash, haven't we, of scraps?
Yeah, I actually have a friend who's sorting all mine out at the moment.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're doing a trade, so.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's really helping me out because
And so what are you doing to help her?
I'm going to quilt her a quilt, and if there's any fabric that she particularly really likes, then she's, you know, having it.
We kept sort of sending you scraps, didn't we, for your EPP cat, the first lockdown. Hannah would send her packages through the post.
Aw.
Helped Hannah out loads though, because it sorted through all of her stash.
Mm-hmm.
And it means that Kat has now got a huge array of fabrics still going for EPP. Perfect time to finish it now that you're buying a house.
Oh,
You can have it on the sofa.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kat wants it as a wall hanging.
Oh,
big EPP wall
lovely.
hanging. I mean, it's massive now. She's got loads of EPP done already. Keep going. Do you do EPP or any hand stitching, Emma?
I don't do EPP, but I do the American hand piecing.
Oh, okay.
The coat that I'm doing, the one side of it, I'm doing it double-sided. One side is going to be hand-pieced hexies.
Gosh.
And the other side is just regular sewn, but it's still patchwork.
Oh, you need to wear it when you've made it.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
need to bring it in. I've had a lovely message from Beverly come in. OMG, Dairy Queen, banana thick milkshakes. We need Dairy Queens here in the UK. I miss them so much. Thanks for that lovely memory. That's from Beverly.
Yeah, Dairy Queen. And they do burgers and fries and all of that. They do the whole thing, yeah. And but lots of ice cream, so
It's
yeah.
a big chain place then in America.
Yeah, so it's like... Yeah, it's like a burger chain.
Yeah.
But they also do lots of
The
lovely ice
best
cream things as
milkshakes.
well, yeah. Oh, and ice cream cakes as well. Remember, you can order
Ooh,
ice cream
Beverly.
cakes. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we don't need Dairy Queen here. So the next bit, because it gets a little bit longer and it's a little bit hard to figure out where the centre is, what I did was I just folded it in half to get my centre, pressed a little crease in it, same here, just so that I know it's all going to cover correctly and it's nicely centred. So it's there, just like that. And actually I can show you, you can if you want.
Beverly says, you know, root beer floats.
Oh, Michael likes root. I'm not a big fan of root beer. I prefer dandelion and burdock. Root beer is kind of similar, but
I haven't had one of those for years.
Yeah. But yeah, Michael likes the root beer floats. I'm just not a fan of root beer. Oops. No,
When it's floats, they have it with the ice cream on the top, don't they?
Yeah, so it's root
Coke
beer.
floats. With,
with
Coca-Cola
vanilla
with
ice
you,
cream in them. Yeah.
I've had a message from Angela. Angela, thank you for this. The Hexie, so Fab Hexie ruler demo firstly for Emma.
Thank you.
I think the holes are to mark the start and finish of sewing points when joining them together for Y seams. That makes sense.
That does make sense.
Yeah, great tip. Thank you, Angela. Ruler's been very, very popular.
Oh, and for this one, definitely make sure that you tuck your flaps over, because otherwise, if I sew this onto here, it's going to get tucked if I show.
Yeah, so press as you go.
Sorry.
That's perfect.
Playing chase the camera. Yeah, so make sure this bit is folded over before you sew this bit on, because otherwise it's going to get caught in your seam underneath.
I'm with you.
Yeah, as I discovered the first time I did it. If it does happen, it's not the end of the world, because you're going to trim that little bit off, so you can just snip it carefully out of the way, but best to avoid that.
Just so you know, the Calico's basically sold out. We had thousands of units of that last week, so well done if you managed to get some.
Yes.
The most popular bundle is the Moda Canning Days. So pretty. It's the this one. It's really gorgeous.
It is nice.
Nice and paprika.
Yeah.
Really works well with the paprika, actually. Half a metre of each of your Moda fabrics and your paprika for £24.99. 3 of you Moda fabrics, 1 of you Rose and Hubble, but they are really lovely different scales of print as well. Really nice. And
nice
if you are
and summery.
doing the log cabin, or if you're doing the hexie, you could put your paprika in the middle. Because
Yes.
traditionally, isn't the centre of a log cabin red?
Yeah, so I had one. I did have one.
Oh, nice. Already
Yeah,
prepared.
started for that. Yeah, the centre is the of the log cabin represents the hearth. Hearth.
Yeah, the hearth of the home.
Yeah.
Judith's messaged in.
Hi, Judith.
Hi, Vix. I used to live in Canada and we always had ice cream on Christmas cake from Dairy Queen. Delicious.
Yeah, especially when you go up north. So I lived in Michigan for 3 years, and it seemed like the colder the winters are, the more people are into ice cream.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and in the winter as well.
Oh, you're making it very nostalgic for lots of people. Lots of people got lots of memories of Dairy Queen.
Yes.
Julie's asked, how do you send pictures through to the gallery? This is how you do it, studio@sewingstreet.com. Send your pictures in. We'd love to see all of your creative grid makes. Let us know what you've made with yours. Have you got the hexie trim tool? Send in your photographs. We'd love to see.
So what's the last colour going to be, Vix?
Can we go for the stripe, please?
Oh, yeah. Oops. Now for trimming this one, you just move it over. So you don't use the same hexagon in the centre that you used before. There's another one. It's a dashed one.
Is that got a name as well on it?
Yeah, it's got round 2 written in the middle of it. There's a dotted line so you can tell the difference.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Would the rotating cutting mat be good for this?
It would be good for this. I was thinking about that in the green room, actually.
Yeah.
That would have been handy.
It is on tomorrow's show, by the way. It's on tomorrow's show. We've unpacked it already today.
Oh.
Tomorrow at 8 a.m. if you want the rotating cutting mat. I
That'd
think
make
it's
it.
Cara Ackerman tomorrow, isn't it?
Oops.
There's not too much wastage though, still, is there? It's tiny little bits. that
Yeah, it's
are
only little
trim enough
bits.
there. So they give you the measurements that, you know, are big enough that you've got a
Oh,
little
yeah,
bit of
you've
wiggle
got,
room.
definitely. Yeah, you've
But-
got a good, I'd say about 1/4 inch extra around the edge.
Right.
That you can, yeah. So you definitely won't run out of fabric.
Yeah.
Right. Now
Last
these ones.
round.
Last round.
I've had a question come in. Caroline's asked a completely different question. Do the Janome plastic bobbins fit the Elna 680?
Oh.
Yes. Yes. Be careful with using different bobbins and different brands of machine, but as Janome and Elna are the same brand,
Yeah.
they're under the same umbrella, you're absolutely fine using Janome and Elna bobbins together. But I would say, yeah, err on the side of caution if you're using bobbins from different manufacturers.
Yes, definitely. I know Benina are a little bit different. That it's the width. It's not only the size, how
Yeah.
big they are, but it's also how wide they
Right.
are.
And it's really
Which
important
can-
because you can really mess with your machine.
Yeah.
Who was it that I was talking to? It was Gary, and he said, "Gosh, there's so much workings that go on in there, so it's definitely worth a really good question. Always ask."
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So just be careful. Do just be careful because you can break your machine. So do always use the right bobbin. But yeah, you can use your Elna and Janome. They're under the same umbrella, so they're the same bobbins.
Yeah.
They're nice Janome bobbins, these are as well, aren't they? And they come in a nice pack as well.
Oh, the red, pretty.
Oh, these all gone?
Oh.
They've gone. Oh, we're back on Facebook. I've missed it, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry about all the technical gremlins on and off today. We've been on and on and off. Oh yeah, lots of people saying about Alice and Marion. I craved and lived on curry pot noodles and Diet Coke when I was pregnant. She said, yuck. She hates them now. But Becky likes them, doesn't she? Becky still likes pot noodles.
I haven't had one since school.
No, I can't remember the last time I had a pot noodle. My mum always chopped up leftover Christmas cake and mixed it in with vanilla ice cream and kept it in the freezer. Yum.
Oh.
That sounds nice, actually. You always have Christmas cake and Christmas pudding all left over, don't you? Or I'm almost too full by then.
Yeah. I've stopped making, well, I didn't make a Christmas cake this year because there wasn't very many of us, but also it seemed like it's only Michael and Mum and maybe my brother that likes it. I don't really eat it that much.
Oh, I love Christmas cake, but
we
it
always
does
have too
seem
much.
to go on and on and on.
Yeah.
A coin in the bottom. What do you mean?
That's a pudding, isn't it? You put a coin in the pudding.
Oh, you put a coin in the bottom of Christmas pudding. I've not heard that before. No, it's a very different thing, Christmas pudding and Christmas cake, Elliot.
Oh, yeah. So, well, it tastes similar, but... Oops. I was going to do my trick. Oh, it's looking really good. Yeah, I think this one would look really nice if I had the stripes going.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You get lots of different colours that way as well, because you only get a small stripe, so...
I do love the Michael Miller stripe. It's like lovely watercolours, isn't it?
It is, it's really nice.
Had a picture come in from Julie. Hi, Julie. Not using any of the creative grid rulers, but she just wanted to show Emma.
Oh.
Hi, I wanted to share with Emma my latest make from her last project. Not quite finished yet, but I'm getting there from Julie.
Oh, yes, that's from the quilt, the Sunday Drive.
Oh, yeah, the Sunday Drive.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I love the just putting the board around it as well. Yeah. That's really nice.
Oh, I love those sunflowers. And see that nice big print in the middle and around the edge.
Yeah. Really nice. Oh, Julie, keep going, keep going.
Yep.
Sally said, smoked haddock and pineapple chunks together were my pregnancy craving.
Oh dear.
Haddock and pineapple, oh gosh. Honestly, there's such weird ones, aren't there? Such weird combos. And then did you carry on liking haddock and pineapple chunks together, or then do you just completely go off it? I hope I don't go off oranges, because I love oranges, and I'm eating limes, like full on eating
is that
limes.
is that what you're...
Yeah.
Oh, you might try it. There is, well, I don't know if it'll... So my friend Travis sent me, I haven't tried them yet, but I need to. There's some berry pills, or they're pills made from a berry, that you chew on, and then it makes anything sour taste sweet.
Oh.
So apparently you can literally like chew one,
cut
your mouth, and then bite on the lemon, and it will taste sweet.
No way. I've not heard of that. Sally said not together. Haddock and pineapple chunks. Oh yeah, that's
not together.
Different.
Oh, okay, then that's
I like pineapple chunks as well. Not together, but I still love them both.
Yeah. Oh, I like it with cheese.
Pineapple and cheese.
Yeah, yeah. My mum used to. It was a 70s.
Oh yeah, on
favourite.
A cocktail stick.
Yeah. You had to. It was almost the law.
The tech team are here, by the way, fixing the gremlins.
Yay.
Elliot thinks he is the tech team, but sometimes he does just need some extra support.
There we go.
So then there's round 3 again on the ruler itself, isn't there?
Yep. So that's then you sort of centre it in the middle, and you can trim around all of the edges. This is how as big as it gets, basically.
They're lovely colourways. Thank you. I'm very proud of that design.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Looking good. So then you put your ruler again to do your final bit of trimming.
Yep. So you've got your centre hexagon in the middle.
Would look great as a pocket, wouldn't it? On a
Oh,
on a garment, an apron, a dungarees or an apron, back of a jacket.
oh, you could, if you wanted to make it. Well, actually, what you could do is make it a centre of like a bag, you know, a little round shoulder bag.
Hi, Andrea. Strawberries and pickled onions together. No.
No, not together.
She said I had a very hairy girl. That's from
Oh.
Andrea.
I had
was
a very
told
hairy
citrus.
girl.
I was told citrus means you're going to have a hairy girl.
Yeah, I had a
But-
hairy girl.
But then someone else messaged in saying that they had 2 boys and they liked citrus. So I don't think you can. That's so funny. Hi, Simon, engineer in the gallery. His wife was what? Her craving. Oh, was for him to get out the building, just to get out the house.
Just
That's-
leave.
Yeah, just leave. She was really irritated by you.
That's funny.
And
There we go.
plums. And plums was her other craving.
Oh, nice. Yeah, see, it's a fruit thing. I don't know.
Yeah. Must be that you're craving those. I mean, I haven't eaten red meat for years, and
Yeah.
I've started eating burgers and
Wow.
meat.
Yeah,
It's
you need
it's
it.
so weird. Yeah, I don't like pork. I still can't eat pork.
Yeah, I'm
but
not a big.
beef.
I've gone off pork, I have to admit.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How you just change, don't
Yeah.
you? Taste change.
So there it is.
So there it is, finished block.
Yeah.
Amazing, and it does come together really quickly using the ruler and gives you really precise
Accuracy. Yeah. So all of these, so you can all fit perfectly. You don't have to worry about, you know, them not matching or not.
Oh, and because you have got Y seams, that's why the
Yeah.
points are there, so you can put a pin in or a mark to know when to stop
So
sewing.
sewing. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I like them quite random actually. You could just do lots of random with some of your favourite fabric.
Yes.
Use up all your scraps to say these are all my favourite collections. That'd look lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it would really be nice scraps because you've got the bigger ones for the bigger prints.
Yeah.
And you can do even a bigger hexie or just one around. Yeah, I think it would be lovely scrappy.
Yeah, you can see on the ruler, in fact, here it says you can do a 6-inch hexie centre and then just
yeah.
one border around the outside of it.
Yep.
I'll show you. And then you can do a 4-inch with 2 rounds around the outside, or like Emma's just showing you, you could do your 2-inch centre with the 3 rounds. So there's lots of different options. That's the one with the centre of 6 inches. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. We
You're
must do
welcome.
more of these Creative
yeah,
Grid
yeah.
masterclasses
That's
with
fun.
you. 'Cause it's really good to be able to... It's quite daunting when you first get them, isn't it?
It is, and especially if you just look at the ruler on its own, it's
Yeah.
like, ooh, what does all that mean? But it makes a lot of sense once you get into it and read the instructions and you actually just see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need the visuals.
Have a go with your camera phone as well to get
Oh,
onto
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
QR
Oh,
code.
yeah, yeah,
Have a
yeah,
go.
definitely.
When are you back, Emma?
Oh, I think it's the 13th of February. I think it's the day before Valentine's Day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely. We'll see you then.
Yeah.
Thank you ever so much. Oh, before you leave, Emma, we've got
Yeah, yeah.
another
Ooh.
picture to show you.
Ooh.
Hi, girls. This is my latest quilted jacket made for
Wow.
an occasion that was cancelled due to lockdown. Oh, you'll definitely get another chance to wear that. That's amazing,
Oh, it's
Jeanette.
gorgeous. See, I love it.
Jeanette, what fabric's that? That's so nice, isn't it?
It is really nice. It looks like a jelly roll of some sort.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Very on
fabulous.
trend as well. They're the Pantone colours of the year, aren't they? Oh, fingers crossed.
Gorgeous.
You get to wear that very soon, Jeanette. Fingers crossed. Thank you very, very
You're
much,
welcome.
Emma.
Thank
you
you.
as always. Right, do make sure you're checking out of your baskets as soon as you can. The hexie tool, the triangle, and all of the bundles are on the website. They're all very popular, so do make sure you're checking out as soon as you can. Now, a lot of people asking about sewing machines today, so we're going to do a bit of a pit stop through quite a few of our favourite machines, price points for everybody. So if you've got any questions, get them in. We've got sewing machines coming up after this break.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello, I'm Adele Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking top tip is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you 2 collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, welcome back. Thought I'd stand up and stretch my legs. We haven't had a chance to be over here today. It's been all go, 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 go. Tomorrow's going to be go, 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 go as well, because we've got Cara Ackerman joining me from 8 o'clock, and then we've also got Jane Greenough back. Jane Greenough, Cara Ackerman, jam-packed show and loads to bring you. So do make sure you're tuning in bright and early from 8 o'clock tomorrow. You don't want to miss anything. Now, this hour, we just thought we'd talk through the machines that we've got available in stock at the moment. And we've picked out some that have been, one, the best sellers, two, that are, you know, different price points for everybody. And I'll try and talk through different benefits and features and functions of all of them. And hopefully that will mean that you can make, you know, the right choice for where you are on your sewing journey. One thing we all need, no matter what machine you have, one thing that we always say to change regularly is your sewing machine needle. So we've got 3 different needles, different style needles, and they all do different jobs. So we've got the purple tip needles to start with. Now, as we had a question earlier on about using, you know, the right bobbins for the right machines, similarly with your needles, do make sure you're probably wanting to use, you know, a corresponding bobbin to go with the right manufacturer. Needles are a bit more universal, but of course, when you are looking at Janome needles, you know that they're going to be fabulous for your Elna and your Janome machines. So, you do need different ones for your overlocker, just so that you're aware. Now, you get 5 of your purple tip needles. Now, the purple tip needle is the one that Jane calls magic. Jane from Elna, or Janome, calls these the magic needles. The purple tip needle efficiently prevents skipped stitches when sewing with stretch fabrics, quilt layers, and also sewing across a hem. So if you find that your machine is skipping stitches, one, we always suggest you change your needle, but why not try one of the purple tip needles? It will help prevent your stitches skipping, which can happen a lot when you're working with stretch fabrics, or can happen a lot if you're working with multiple layers. So for quilters as well, these are great. But these are the ones that Jane Brogan calls, in her words, magic. £5.50. They do recommend changing your needle every 8 hours of sewing or every large project. So absolutely stock up. We always need them. You'll start to hear it in your machine, I think, when your machine, if you find it's getting a bit clunky or ticking, making a funny noise, you can almost hear it punching through the fabric. It's time to change your needle. £5.50, good to stock up whilst you can. Now, when I first met designer Helen Rhiannon, she was the one who said to me, the blue tip needles are her magic needles. So let's do these. The reason that she loved these was because she likes to work with different fabrics. If you're working with, you know, your PUs, your vinyls, if you're working with leathers, if you're working with jersey, then these are going to be ideal. So it says on the back here that the blue tip needle, pierce point and a long groove. Excellent multi-purpose needles recommended for difficult or synthetic fabrics. And you can use these also for your machine embroidery. So if you're finding that you're working with a particularly difficult fabric, like I say, a leather, a vinyl, a PU, something that you're not quite sure what needle to use, if in doubt, try a blue needle. These ones are brilliant. Again, you get 5 of your Janome or Elna. You can use them with your Elna machine as well. Really good quality from Janome as always. We do sell different makes on the website. Have a browse through, but we just thought we'd let you know. Oh, is that Ryan behind the mask? Who's there behind the mask? I feel like we're on The Masked Singer all the time now. Oh, do you want to go and say hello to us? No, we haven't seen him so long. We've also got the super stretch needles. Once again, you get 5 of your ballpoint needles. So here we go. With the ballpoint needles, it's got a rounded tip, so it will penetrate past the fibres of your, or not penetrate through them, but it won't cut through them. It will separate the fibres of your fabric to go through. If you are working with any stretched fabrics. Thanks for that. Elliot was just shouting words in my ear then, but it worked, didn't it? We got there in the end, didn't we? So you've got sizes 11 to 14. Of your Janome needles for stretch fabric. As again, remember this is different to overlocker needles. These are for your sewing machine. We've also got some bobbins. Caroline, Yes, you can use these with your Alna machine. Be very, very careful what bobbins you are putting in your machine. For anybody who didn't watch the last hour, we were talking about it saying, look, it was Gary, and I think Jane has said to me, please make sure you're using the right bobbin for your machine, because it can void your warranty. If you're using the wrong one, it will break your machine potentially. So they're all different thicknesses. Obviously you can get metal ones, you can get all sorts of different ones. It's brilliant to, of course, have the right ones for the job. Yes, the machines, like these ones, they come, the machine that we're going to start with is the 580, and I think it comes with 4 or 5 bobbins. But if you're doing a big project, if you're doing a large quilting project and you do want to make sure that you've got all your bobbins wound, ready to go, there's nothing more frustrating than getting halfway through a project and still stitching and realising you've gone down all that row and you haven't actually sewn anything because your bobbins ran out. And then you think, right, now I've got to take my thread out, wind my bobbin and do it all, you know, in the same colour. If you've got them all pre-wound, ready to go, it makes life so much easier, doesn't it? So you have all of these. We do also have cases on the website. They're £3.99. So if you do want to get nice and organised, you can put all your bobbins in the cases. There's only 9 of those left though. There are only 9 of those left if you do want your bobbin case. If you want the bobbins to go with your Janome or your Elna sewing machine, just £8. Just £8, great price. Now, also, one other thing before we talk about machines, we want a sewing machine bag. Now, all of the machines will come with different cases, whether it be a hard cover or a soft cover, but one a day, we will be able to go out. One day we'll be able to go back to workshops and go to all of our different quilting fairs and things like that. This is going to be ideal to go to your classes, isn't it? To be able to take your machine on the move. What I like about this one is the price. Quite often when I've looked at sewing machine bags in the past in quite famous department stores, similar bags like this have been over £30. So this is a really, really good price. Not only does it have a nice big pocket on the front where you can keep your machine instruction manual, any of your leads, your foot pedal and things like that. It's also got your double zips. Of course, it's got the Velcro handle, so nice and secure. It's also got your feet at the bottom, so you're not clunking your machine on any surface. You can pull both of your zips down, all the way down to access your machine nice and easily. And we've tested out this. You will be able to fit your 580 in at a bit of a squeeze. It is a snug fit, but it does fit. Your 550, your 560, your 570, you can fit in this bag. And I say your 580 and your 680, you can, but it is a bit of a squeeze. The dimensions of this are on the website. I wonder whether you could find the dimensions for me. But it is a lovely bag, isn't it? Especially as you've got plenty of storage with your little scissor keyring as well. So, height from here to here, 32 centimetres from here to here, if you want to measure your machine. The width of it, which is from here to here, is 46 centimetres, and the depth is 21 centimetres from here to here. Thank you. I always get this wrong, so I have to really concentrate. I don't know why I always get the height, the depth, and the width wrong, so I'll concentrate on that one. But no, definitely jot those the measurements down. They are on the website as well. There's a red option on the website as well. I do love that turquoise though. It's so lovely, isn't it? $15.99, been very popular. I think Paul's mum's got this one. Really good price. In fact, I've seen this one elsewhere and it was 21 something. We got a really special price. I think that's still an early bird price, you know. $15.99, that's really low, isn't it? Right, so let's talk about some sewing machines. For anybody who is at the point of maybe upgrading the machine, maybe to their first computerised machine, oh my word, this is amazing. If you are at the point of upgrading, with a budget of £1,000, this machine I cannot recommend enough. It's the one that you've just seen Emma Bradford working with over the last few hours, and it has got so much to it. It's going to cater for all of your needs in sewing, whether you be a craft, a hobby sewer, or whether you are a professional sewer, if you sew for a living. If you're a quilter, if you're a bag maker, if you're a toy maker, if you're a dress maker, no matter what you're making, if you're making soft furnishings, there is so much that you're going to be able to do with it. Now, I think we've still got exclusivity of this, you know. Until the end of the month, until the 30th of January, we've got exclusivity. Have a look on the Arna website because there is information on it, but you can't buy it anywhere else other than here, which is so exciting. And it does show our sort of, our relationships with these massive brands. Bearing in mind we're still not even a year old. We've got amazing industry experts who are working behind the scenes, building the relationships with brands like Arna. And that's the first thing that I would consider when you're purchasing and investing in a machine is the brand. It's like when you're buying a car. You want something that's reliable. You want something that's got, of course, a team behind them that you can easily contact. They've got a UK-based customer service team. It comes with a 2-year warranty. Elna have been producing sewing machines for over 80 years. They are really, really good at what they do, and they are completely solid, gorgeous machines. Now, if you're looking at this and you think, but Vic, that looks just like the 680 Plus. It does. It does. The first time I saw it, I said, oh, that's a 680, and then realised, no, it's not. So there are a few differences. I think it's slightly smaller. I think the sewing space is slightly smaller. It's still a really great size. It's also still got lots of the different buttons that we recognise from the 680, some of our favourite features from the 680, but in the smaller sort of model. So you've got the speed variation control, so you can speed up and slow down. Emma Bradford loved this setting. She says a lot of smaller machines, they will have slow or fast, whereas here you can slow it down. You can really control that speed whilst you're sewing, and it will sew up to 820 stitches per minute. So that's your speed control. This one is a game changer. So this is your thread cutter. Now it does also have a memory in this machine, so you can set this machine that at the end of every stitch sequence, it's only a temporary memory, so don't worry. You can press the button. If I press it, oh no, what's it telling me? What's it telling me about my foot? It's telling me something of, oh, it's because my foot is down. There we go. So if I press that, that's trimmed my thread for me. If you press the memory button, you can also set a memory there. Can you see this? So then this has got a little scissor. I know you weren't you? So there's your little scissors. So you can see your little scissors there, means that the memory's engaged. At the end of every stitch sequence, you are going to be able to cut your thread without having to press the button. It's brilliant. As you could hear, it won't let you do anything you're not allowed to do. So if your foot isn't down, it won't do it. If you haven't got the right foot on, it will tell you on the screen. It will tell you which foot you need. So it's brilliant in that way. So we've talked about the thread cutter. Underneath, you've got the needle up down. You can also set it as, the end of your stitch sequence to end with your needle down. If you're doing lots of pivoting, if you're going around corners, if you want to readjust your fabrics but keeping your needle and keeping everything in position, then that's really, really handy to have and accessible. We've also got underneath there the locking stitch, which is the circle. Instead of going forward and back, you can just create a little small tiny knot on the spot before you get sewing. Which is really, really useful to reinforce your stitching. The reverse as well, your back tack for dressmakers. You can use this with or without a foot pedal. So at the moment my foot pedal is engaged, so I can't use that start-stop button. If I then unplug on the side of the machine, if I take that out, it's now told me there's no foot pedal plugged in, therefore I can use the start-stop button, which is brilliant if you're not able to use the foot pedal or if you don't want to use the foot pedal. On the side of the machine, you have got the option as well of dropping your feed dogs with literally the push of a button there, push of the lever, flick of a switch, and you can drop your feed dogs. So you could do free motion quilting. So bag makers and dressmakers, this is really useful to know. You've also got your free arm, so you can take that gubbins box off the front really, really easily to be able to access your free arm to sew in the round, for cuffs, for trousers, for anything like that. It will also come with an extension table that then slots into place once you've got your free arm out like this. So that's going to be brilliant if you're doing quilting, if you're doing dressmaking, in fact any projects. If you have got a designated sewing space, I just leave your extension table on all the time. Any pressure that you're relieving from that needle bed is always going to help, so that's brilliant. Also got an option to put a knee lift in, so you do get a knee lift with the machine. It's got the little hole here which you put your knee lift in. If you want completely sort of hands-free sewing, this machine's fantastic for that. One of my favourite features of the 680, which they also have on this model, even though this is under £1,000, is all of your different storage section. So we all get lots of different feet with our machine, and they're always difficult to find when you want them. You haven't got the right foot in the right place, you can't find it. This is really, really handy. So you can see on the screen there, that's telling me that for the stitch that I've selected, which is my normal straight stitch, I use the A foot. But if I am changing to another stitch, it will tell me, let's just try random ones. There you go, that's a buttonhole. You need foot R. Now, there will be, obviously, you've got your circular pivot pin, you've got your A foot, you've got what looks like a rolled hem foot. You've got a zipper foot there. You've got them all labelled individually. So you don't need to know the technical names of them. They're all labelled with the letters, with the corresponding letters. Also, extra storage space in here as well. So you get a little drawer that lifts out to be able to keep all of those additional feet nice and neat and nice and safe, so you're not damaging them. There's also extra storage down at the bottom. Now, all of these little bits and bobs that you can see, these all come as standard with the machine. We've got a list so you can see exactly what you're getting. So you've got your standard A foot, you've got your rolled hem foot, you've got a zipper foot, you've also got a satin stitch foot, an open toe satin stitch foot, you've got a blind hem foot, you've got an over edge foot, a 1/4 inch seam foot, an open toe darning foot, automatic buttonhole, circular pivoting pin. You've also got your quilting guide bar, all included in this machine. Very, very quickly, before I talk about the split pay, let me just show you the LCD screen, because this is where a lot of people get scared about the whole computerized aspect of it, and trust me, there is nothing to worry about. It is one of those machines that will tell you if you're doing something wrong. It's very user friendly. So you've got your speed dial stitches at the bottom, your straight stitch, you've got a 1/4 inch stitch, you've got a zigzag there, which you can override. So if you want your zigzag to be wider, you can override the default settings using the plus and minus buttons here. It will go up to a stitch width of 7, maximum 7, and stitch length, your maximum is 5. It will then, listen to the noise, it won't let you do anything that you're not allowed to do. So don't worry. If you think, right, I've sort of done too many buttons, I want to go back to where it was, if I click back onto it again, it will then automatically set back to its default settings. It's got a buttonhole on here as well. You've got twin needling. It will tell you if you can do twin needling. It's obviously telling me I can't because I'm on a buttonhole, but I can now put another needle in and do some lovely decorative stitching with my twin needles. You can also mirror image on here. I'll talk about the stitches in a second. There's lots of decorative stitches which you can flip the image. You've got your memory button. You've got all of your keypad here to select your stitches. You've got the different modes as well, which if I lift up the top flap, then you can see all of your stitches are set into modes. So this machine has got over 100 stitches. It's got decorative stitches, it's got applique stitches, it's got buttonholes, it's got decorative, it's got alphabet, so you can do monogramming with it as well, which is brilliant. And it's all into different modes, so you can easily navigate through the modes. 120 stitches in total. So, as I say, this is a bit of a pit stop through. If you've got any questions, please do get them in, and if we can answer them, we absolutely will. Today, we can offer you this on split pay. Now, we're really, really lucky that we have this incredible opportunity because it's 0% interest. If you're purchasing this machine today, it's only 3 payments, isn't it? Yeah, just 3 payments, 3 easy interest-free payments for £789. So because this one today, the split pay is over £150, it works over 3 payments. If your total cost is over £800, then it works over 5 payments. If you go onto our website and you want to order this today, you pay for your postage and packaging, which is still our postage and packaging. You click add to basket. You'll see it appear in your basket like this. Click that tick box there, 3 split payments. Why not? You're not paying any more for the privilege of splitting it over 3 months. And then obviously you pay securely. Your first payment will come with your postage and packaging, which is our P&P, even though this will come directly from Elna. So don't worry if you bought the early bird or if you bought any of Kerrie's kits today and they come at a separate time. This is being sent out from Elna. They're doing really, really well with demand at the moment, and their delivery time is just about 10 days, which is fantastic, knowing the demand for sewing machines at the moment. And we're still running on our normal sort of 3 to 5 working days, fingers crossed, with all of our Sewing Street products. But Elna aren't far behind. Don't worry, you'll get your machine in no time. £263, and you can start sewing with it today. Now, just so you know, we've got people who have got them in their basket and we've got less than 10 chances, less than 10 available. I've got a feeling we could actually even sell out of all of these before it even goes on sale to the general public, before everybody else. If you're not a Sewing Street viewer, then you can't have this machine yet. How exciting is that we get the launch of it? So really, really, really exciting. Exclusive to us until the end of January. Available on split pay as well. Exclusive to us. £263 on split pay. Had a message come in from Pat. Morning, Pat, or afternoon, Pat. I have an Elna machine. Really easy to use. They sew like a dream. I think that's the main thing, isn't it? Don't get me wrong. I'd love a machine that could do everything, that could do embroidery, that could do this, that had hundreds and hundreds of stitches. But let's face it, how many stitches do you use on a day-to-day basis? Maybe 5? Maybe even less than that? It's good to have the option, don't get me wrong. It's good to have the options to try out those decorative stitches. It's good to be able to do your monogramming and your alphabet. But if you're just using some of your basic stitches, you want it to sew well. You want to make sure that you are getting the results that you want to. And trust me, we would not bring on a machine to our show if we weren't confident in its build and its quality, because we want you to keep coming back and buy sewing projects from us. So I do feel when I first started sewing, I borrowed a machine, which was my mum's ancient machine, which is really lovely to start with, but I quickly outgrew it and I thought, do you know what, this is letting me down. I was getting really frustrated with myself. I was spending so much time looking at troubleshooting videos on YouTube, whereas every single time I sew with one of the Elna machines here, it's just so convenient, it's so easy, it's so user-friendly, it's easy to get up and go, and you can grow with it. So if you do want to buy a walking foot for it, if you want to buy a free motion foot for it, sorry, it doesn't come with an e-lifter, but you can buy one to attach to it. So if you want to buy an additional walking foot, if you want to buy additional free motion foot, or if you want to buy a knee lift, then they're all accessories that you can add on from Elna. It's definitely worth speaking to the Elna customer service team. They'll be able to help you with the knee lift option if you do want to add them, because we haven't got them separately. Have we got the walking foot and the free motion foot? No, speak to Elna about them. Free motion foot, I believe, is on the website as well if you do want to grow with your machine. Okay. If you've got any questions, let me know. That's the first machine that we've got for you today. Come over with me and we're going to talk about the 550, which is the one that Kerrie was using today. Lots of questions about this. Now, this is extremely, extremely limited. So the 550, as you can see, it's a more compact machine. If you don't have a dedicated sewing space and you want to be able to pack it away nice and easily, it's really lovely and lightweight. It's got a handle on the top, and it's still got that Elna brand. It's still got that reputation. But to be able to say that you can get a machine that has got your 2-year warranty with Elna, an extension table, your speed control, 50 different stitches. Ask yourself, when you are investing in a machine, yes, you can go and pay £100, £200 for a machine. Ask yourself, who is the manufacturer of it? Ask yourself, does it have a warranty? Does it come with an extension table? Because this machine is fantastic that it comes with all of this. So, as I say, it's lovely and compact. It's still going to be fantastic for lots of your projects. Kerrie is one of the most versatile sewers that we work with. She does lots of different types of sewing, and she always asks for this machine. She just says, you know what? It's reliable, I know exactly how to set it up, I can just get sewing with it really, really quickly. It has a free arm, so this will come off at the front here, so you can stitch in the round if you're doing bags or if you're doing dressmaking. There's still the lovely little compartments to be able to keep all of your feet and bits and bobs that come as standard. I will talk you through what you get. It also has your buttons on the front. Similarly to the 680 and the 580 that we were just talking about, you have got your variable speed control. Oh, I might need to unplug. Oh no, I can, there we go. So it's got the variable speed control, which you can see is on the front of your machine. You can slow down and speed up whilst you are sewing. You've also got your needle up down button. So if you are doing pivoting, any intricate seams, anything that you want to, you know, get really sort of precise with and keep your needle down and readjust any fabrics, you have got your needle up down. Your locking stitch will make that little knot at the start of your sequence. And at the end, you can, of course, back tack. You've got your reverse. You've also got your start button. This has got a great needle threader, which Elliot mastered today. Even Elliot can use, there you go, even Elliot can use. So you have got your automatic needle threader. Even though this is a computerised machine, I don't want anybody to be put off by that. Am I plugged in or not? Let me see. Oh, let me just flick the switch on 1 second, because I want to show you the needle moving across as you're selecting your stitches. So even though that this is a computerised machine, please do not be put off. Maybe you're just upgrading from a mechanical machine or one that you've had for a long, long time, and you do want to upgrade to computerised. You've got all of your stitches on the stitch chart at the side. So you can see you've got a great variation of applique stitches, of utility stitches. You've still got great buttonholes on here. And as I said earlier, look, it's great to be able to have all of the different stitches, but here you've still got a great selection that you're going to use every day. These are all really, really useful. You've still got lovely little decorative ones as well, hearts and snowflakes and flowers. Beautiful. So all 50 stitches. Now, if I select one of those stitches, I might just need to spin it slightly. You can go through all of your stitches. It goes up in 10s and it goes up also in 1s. So if I am flicking through, can you also see that it's changing letter here? So it's telling me what foot I'm going to need, because if you've got a straight stitch, if you've got a normal foot on and you start doing satin stitches or stitches where your needle needs to swing across, you'll end up breaking your needle. So it's really good to be able to have that as a quick access point to be able to see what foot you need. As always, of course, it will automatically default to its recommended stitch width and stitch length, but you can override it still. This machine goes up to maximum stitch width 7, just like with the other machine, same as the 580, and again, the stitch length, the maximum stitch length is 5. It's still got your lovely speed dial buttons. This time we've got a buttonhole, we've got like an overcasting stitch, we've got a zigzag, and we've got a straight stitch. So you've got those just there ready to go, but of course your stitch card is just to the side of the machine if you want to select a stitch, a personal stitch. Now, it's a smaller space, but it's still a good sewing space. It's still a decent size. So if you're doing larger projects, you don't feel, you know, claustrophobic. It's still got a nice size. which is also still well lit. So what is the space? What is this measurement here, Kat? 170 millimetres. 170 millimetres. It also has an extra lift. So you can see the foot is down. There's my foot up. But if I'm working with bulkier projects, bulkier fabrics, maybe with your bozal, with your quilts, look at how much more lift you get. So that's down. This is up. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin it so you can see. So this is with your foot down. This is with your foot up. Foot down, foot up. Extra lift. Look at how much space you've got under there to be able to get some nice chunky quilts or thicker layers of fabric. Whilst I'm here, easy to change your feet over as well. Just that click of a button. You can change your feet. You can put any of your other ones. We've got a blind hem foot in here. Again, to put it on, all you need to do is drop your foot pedal and it's changed your foot and off you go. Really, really quick and easy. No screws needed. You've got a zipper foot in here. You've got a buttonhole foot. You've got your satin stitch foot. They're all labelled again. So I showed you this earlier, but can you see that that one says F? You can see that this one's got an F on it as well. So that's your satin stitch. So it will tell you if you're doing any of your decorative stitches, it will allow your needle to swing from side to side so that it will come up on your screen if you need to put your F foot on. So have you got a list, did you say, or not? So yeah, let me show you what's in the box. You get 4 spare bobbins. You also get an extension table. That's brilliant, isn't it? For that price, that is great that you get an extension table because they're expensive to buy individually, especially if you want one that's going to be made around your machine. You have your foot controller, but you can use it with or without a foot pedal. Because with a hard case, you don't get a hard case with all of the machines. It's great to be able to have the hard case, especially if you are tidying it away. I do a lot of my sewing on the dining room table and therefore it does need to get packed away, so it's really handy to be able to have your hard case. A really good instruction manual, lint brushes, you get needles in there, you've got your power cord, you get your screwdriver, you've got a seam ripper, you've got spool caps, all different sizes as well depending on what size spools you're using. The feet that you get, standard A foot, 1/4 inch foot, zipper foot, satin stitch foot, over edge foot, and an automatic buttonhole foot. Oh, and a blind hem stitch foot. So loads of accessories that come as standard. You can also put a walking foot on this. If you've got the Alna walking foot, you can put it on it. So those of you that have got, just make sure that you check if it's category D? B, sorry. I just kept hearing D, and she was saying B. Category B, so this one is. Do make sure that you're using the right category. Same with your free motion foot, you'll just need to get the right category for it. But you can use it, which, when you're buying your first machine, quite often it won't let you add extras to it. You have to buy the next model to be able to do it. So that's what's great, is with Alna, you can grow with Alna. I know lots of people who have one of these machines as their second machine as well. So maybe people who have got a second home or like to go to a caravan or have a second machine for sewing upstairs, or, if you do want a second machine as well, because it's Alna and you'll get used to a lot of the different features and functions, a lot of people who I know sew professionally and sew every single day have it. We were very lucky to get this back in stock this year. We're now very, very limited. There is a huge demand for machines. And as you can imagine, it's probably around this sort of price point that is at the moment most popular, because there's a lot of people who have got into sewing through lockdown. There's a lot of people who have come back to sewing through lockdown and might not, have the budget of buying the £3,000-4,000 machines, but might want to still have something reliable. So we're really, really lucky to have it, because it isn't just an issue here at Sewing Street, it's a worldwide demand for sewing machines at the moment. So thanks to Jane and our relationship with Alna, have we managed to get this one in. £499, split pay option still available, £166.33 on split pay. when you've paid that first payment, it will be sent straight out to you. And then once on the same date, so if you bought this today, the 21st, you'll pay the first payment, plus you'll pay your postage and packaging. And then the 21st of February and the 21st of March, by then you'll be paid off. I mean, how good is that? It just splits up the cost. I know it's an expensive time of year, isn't it? And you always feel it in January. So you do, don't you? So it's just been so long, again, a really long January. So it is good to be able to have that split payment option. It's amazing to have that split payment option. So that's the 550. We're going to stick with Elna, and we're going to come over and talk about the 320. Come on with me, because this is the most affordable sewing machine that we stock. Now, as I said at the start, we do not just bring on machines willy-nilly. We will not just do it, because we want to encourage people to get into sewing. We want people to love sewing. We want everybody to keep sewing. So yes, you can still get machines that are more affordable than this. We choose this as our entry-level machine because, one, it's Elna. You know what you're getting. You know you're getting that brand, that reliability. Of course, you're still getting the warranty. You've still got the use of the support behind you with the UK customer service team. It is brilliant. Now, this isn't a computerized machine. This is a mechanical machine. So you can see all your stitches here. And I know, no matter how much I tell people, please don't be scared of a computerised, don't be scared, it's really user-friendly. There's still a lot of people who say to me, Vic, I just don't want I just really don't want a computerised machine. I've sewn with a mechanical machine for years and years and years. I know what I'm doing and I don't want to change from that. So fair enough. We want to make sure that we cater for everybody and cater for all budgets. So this is the only mechanical machines that we say. So on the front here, you can see your stitch chart. So you've got your straight stitches, you've still got some lovely zigzags, you've got some satin stitches, you've got some quilting stitches down here as well. You've got 18 here, and you've got 4-step buttonholes as well. So your maximum stitch width is 5 millimeters, which is here. So you change your stitch width with the dial on the top, and your maximum stitch length is 4 millimeters. It's obviously got your hand crank. It's still got your reverse button, which is here. So you can go forward and back and do your reversing. Maybe you know somebody in your family who's always loved watching you sew, and now they're ready for their first machine. If you are thinking of a niece, a nephew, a son or daughter, somebody who loves watching the show with you, who's really wanted their own machine, you're still going to get something that is going to last, that is built to last. So if I take off that front, you can still see it's got a free arm. So you're still going to be doing lots of lovely bag making, any dressmaking on here. You've got the easy clip-on feet on the reverse, exactly like I was showing you with the 550. You've still got, this is what I think is brilliant as well. Where's my foot lever? So you've also got that extra high level as well. So if you do want to work with chunkier fabrics or quilting, you're not going to have to shovel your fabrics through underneath. You have got that extra height with your foot pedal, which is really, really handy indeed. It is a solid machine for under £250. It is fantastic. Have a look at all of the different features. I think we've covered most of them, but I will talk you through some of the features and functions. So it's got 21 stitches, include the 4-step buttonholes. Your maximum stitch width, as we mentioned, and your maximum stitch length, 5 millimeters and 4 millimeters. It's got the instant reverse lever, which you saw at the bottom of the machine. It's got the easy declutch for bobbin winding. Great, so you can wind your bobbins independently with it. It's got a drop-in bobbin, so you can see when your bobbin is running low. It's got the the drop feed mechanism, so you can still drop your feed dogs. Amazing. If you want to do some free motion, go for it. Clip-on presser feet, really easy to detach. It's got an adjustable foot pressure. So at the top there's another wheel which you can change the foot pressure if you're working with fabrics like velvet, and you're finding that it's crushing the pile a bit, you have got your foot pressure, which is adjustable. You've got your extra high presser foot lift, which we were just showing. It's also got a built-in thread cutter on the side of the machine. It's got a light so you can see everything that you're sewing really nice and clearly. Your free arm, as we said. On the front of the machine, you can see it's got the measuring guide, and it's in both metric and imperial. Dressmakers or quilters, you're all going to be sorted. You've got the square corner guide on the needle plate as well. You've got your carry handle, so you can pack this away nice and neatly. It's got a built-in needle threader, which is great for this sort of price point. And you also have a hard cover, so you can store it away. The drop in the feed dogs, if I spin this right round, it's there. That's how you drop your feed dogs. So you flick that switch and that'll drop your feed dogs. That's great, isn't it? Kat says, my machine was more expensive than this and I can't drop my feed dogs. That is really good, isn't it? It's got lots of great features and functions still. So you can see the pressure. Your adjustable pressure is on the front. If you do want to change your tension, there's still lots that you're going to be able to do. Changing through your stitches very, very easily with just your dial on the front. Turn of a dial. In the box, it comes with a great array of accessories as well. So it comes with your cover. It comes with a really in-depth instruction booklet. That looks great. You also get your foot speed control, obviously, you get your foot pedal, you get your seam ripper, you get a lint brush, you get needle packs, you get bobbins, you get a screwdriver, you get another bobbin pin as well. You also have your thread lead of large and small. What does that mean? Thread lead off large. What's the thread lead of off large and small? I'm not quite sure. Zigzag foot, your zipper foot, your satin stitch foot, your blind hemming foot and your buttonhole foot, all included in the box. All included in the box, and it's still available on split pay. You can get it home for £83 a month. Brilliant value for money. It is just a little bit more friendly to your budget as well. If you are thinking, right, I'm just starting out this hobby, or I've only just gotten into it over the last couple of months. We've had a lot of new customers over the last year, lots of people finding tranquility in sewing and finding it very sort of mindful. So we absolutely love it. It is the most affordable machine that we stock, £249. It's the most affordable machine we've ever bought to you. And to say that it's still an Elna, that's where I know you can buy with confidence. It comes with a 2-year warranty. It will come with our postage and packaging of £3.95. Remember, it will come directly from Elna. And in the world today, trust me, there is a huge demand for sewing machines and a shortage of sewing machines, especially at this sort of price range. Lots of people have been making, lots of face coverings and scrubs and things like that for the NHS and sewing, whether it be for a profession or a hobby, or whether it be something that you want to get children into sewing, or if yourself you just want to make a few gifts for people, drawstring bags, or you're thinking more about sustainability and upcycling, then this is really, really handy indeed. So £83 on split pay. Absolutely, repair your pair of jeans, absolutely, upcycle. Let us know when you get it home. Let us know. We'd love to have a review on these machines. We'd love to hear your stories, so let us know what you think. Okay. They're all the 3 machines that we want to bring you. I must say, look, I know that we do a bit of a pit stop, but if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to get them in. The great thing is we're a live interactive show. The team in the gallery have got the emails open, so if I can answer on air in the next couple of minutes, I will. If I can't, we'll find out and we will endeavour to get back to you. So it's studio@sewingstreet.com if you've got any questions regarding any of the machines, or any of the machines that we've got on the website. It doesn't need to just be the ones that we've been focusing on today. Okay, speaking of entry level, for anybody who is maybe getting their first machine and purchasing for the first time, Why not get yourself Sewing for the Absolute Beginner? Now, when I first started, I remember thinking, oh my word, this is like speaking another language. This is so peculiar. We see so many projects every single day here. And we have lots of people who say, right, I really want to try that, but could I manage it? I don't know where on earth to start. So what I love about this book is it is dedicated to an absolute beginner. Not, quite often we'll say, do you know, if you've got a bit of experience, if you've got this experience, if you've had a go at this before, and for anybody who's sitting at home going, well, I've never had a go at it, then you can feel quite daunted. So this is a brilliant, brilliant book. Even if you are a more advanced sewer, seasoned pro, you're going to whip these up in no time, aren't you? But it's a great gift to somebody. The plastic round disc, I think the thread lead is a plastic round disc. Oh, is it these? Yes, I think you're right. The spool caps. The spool caps, aren't they, that you put on the end in case you're using a smaller or a big one. I think that's what they're calling a thread lead on here. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Liz, Pam. Oh, gosh, I think I need to lie down. I've got too many voices in my head. I have. Right. Fabric know-how, getting to know fabrics amounts and cuttings and straightening the edges, realigning fabric, cutting surfaces. Maybe this is a lovely book for somebody who is always nagging you to make things for them. Can you turn up a trousers? Can you do this? Can you do this? For £8.99, this is a great gift price. Really great gift price. It's not just machine stitching, hand stitching as well. So it will talk you through all the different stitches that you might need. You've also got all of your sewing machine basics. So there you go. If you've got the 320 today, the Excellence, the Explore 320, then absolutely make the most of this book because it's going to have lots of the different features that the 320 has as well. All broken down for you, all broken down. Talking about tension and how to fix it. So all of you sort of troubleshooting parts, seams, and then also hems. How good's this? Rolled hem, double hem, patterns and scaling. I mean, this is so good. I'm going to have this. Do you know, even if you aren't new to sewing, but you just want to have it as a bit of a reference book to remind yourself of things and to do simple pillows. The great thing, because it talks to you without all the jargon, it will really break it down with photographs. It's not talking to you in sewing terms and HSTs. It is just broken down beautifully for you. So you've got your tablecloth, all of really lovely projects as well to make, like bolster cushions. We often talk about making bolster cushions. How to get these perfect mitered corners with your binding. This is always the part that we never get chance to do and we never get round to doing. Buttons, how to put on your buttons and buttonholes. How good's this? There you go. I always talk about covered buttons, don't I? Doing covered buttons, you can do loads of buttonholes and cover your buttons. Loops, ties and tabs. There are so many great projects. Zips. So even though, yes, this is basically absolute beginner, it's still going to teach you all the foundations that you're going to be able to need to create projects like this. Children's teepees. How expensive are they to buy? Wall hangings, bias binding, straight binding, your mitered corners, piping, dressmaking, aprons. It's such a good book. It's the first time I've seen this. Maybe if you're homeschooling, maybe you want to introduce a bit of craft into your home sewing or home studying. It's really difficult, isn't it? I know, and Kerrie was telling us how much work her children are getting at school, and she says, I just need them to switch off, 4 o'clock, want to do something else. This is absolutely perfect to be able to do. A little bit of craft club. We love our craft club, don't we, Kat? Hannah's jealous. She wants to join our craft club now. She wants to join our bubble. Look at all these, padded headboard, maybe with Liberty, dining chairs covers. There's so many projects in here. A fabric glossary. There's all of the different names broken down and telling you exactly what it is. So if you're hearing about crepe fabric, corduroys, if you're hearing about chiffon, chenille, chambray, it would tell you exactly what they are and when to use them. We still look at dressmaking patterns and say, what is that fabric that it's suggesting? We don't know what it is. So this is great that it's going through all these different fabrics as a glossary. Love it, absolutely love it. So you've got 25 exciting projects plus so many tips and transferable skills for just £8.99. That is brilliant. Okay, let's do this one, please. I love these. These are so plush. So in here, not only do you get this amazing storage box, you get 96 Metler silk finish cotton spools. So, I mean, this opens like that. You press the top down because it took me ages to learn how to open this. I'll just let you into a secret. That's how you do it. You also get your stitch card. These are really expensive, you know. If you purchase these, maybe you're making things for people and you want to show them all of the different colours. It's not like when you go to the DIY place and you want to buy some new paint and it gives you a card and then you paint walls and it's a different colour. This is actually thread. They're bits of thread, so they are the actual colours. So you get this stitch chart with it. You normally need to be sort of like in the industry to get one of those. You can't just buy them really willy-nilly. So this is brilliant. You have got 96 cotton Metler spools. Have a bit of a research into Metler because some of the biggest car brands, some of the biggest designer brands, some of the most famous companies in the world use Metler threads. They are really top quality. These are all of your 50 weight. They'll be brilliant. 150 meters on each spool. They'd be brilliant for lots of different projects, for quilting, for applique, in your bobbin. Without the case and without the stitch chart, we're at £1.56 a spool. And look at that range of colour. So even though we're thinking, right, this is probably more considered, look at all the shades of blue that you're getting. It's also available on split pay. It's the first time I've seen it on split pay. $49.99. Now, tomorrow's show, I've got to really quickly tell you, Cara and Jane Greenough are both going to be here. Sunburst tote bag with Cara at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got Jane Greenough. At 10 o'clock, we've got our folk embroidered felt birds with Cara Ackerman. 11 o'clock, Cross Stitch Guild, Jane Greenough. I'm very excited to see her. I've not seen her for ages and ages, months and months and months and months. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got bobble hats with lovely Cara as well. She's going to be joining us for our Yarn Lane special. Thank you ever so much to our lovely Kerrie and, of course, Emma Bradford as well today. Get any questions in about the machines into us and we'll try and answer them. But we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.